Thank you everyone for joining us here. We do apologize for that little bit of delay earlier on. I know some of you were looking forward to that Navigators matchup to kick things off at 5 p.m. EST, but we are here now and ready to go at 7 p.m. or a little bit afterwards here. We're going to have a very fun matchup here for you today in the Challengers Division. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion on top, and to wander off of the rift, it is Random Minion Caster, who will be joining us here on the desk to take us over today's starting matchup between Assumption University and Farmingdale.
Yeah, so Farmingdale, Assumption, here in the Challengers Division, and if you follow the NECC at all, you might have heard these teams before. Neither of them were in the Challengers Division last split. Here we'll start with Farmingdale Rams. So they were in the Legends Division last split, but it is worth noting this is not the same roster that played last season here. Last season was their A team. This is their B team coming in. So some new names here. Sexy Plant in the top lane, Evelyn in the jungle there, Leon V9 mid lane, Onsi as their AD carry, Liz coming in as their support Knight. And on the other hand, Assumption University, they actually promoted up here into the Challengers Division. They were previously the champions of the Emergent Northeast Division, where they crushed the division, did not drop a single game in the playoffs, and heck, for that matter, the entire season long, they only dropped one game.
And that is an amazing record to have moving in, but as anyone that really does play in the Challengers Division will say, it's a little bit difficult to shift from that Emergence to Challengers. That gap can sometimes be felt quite a bit, and at the current moment, both teams are kind of still finding their identity. Both teams are currently sitting at an 0-1 record, and to say that the start of the season is a little bit of a working period, I think that is a great thing to see, right? We have seen some amazing performances out of some key players. Let's go ahead and start with Farmingdale's side here. There was a key player, I believe, that stood out to us a little bit more than the others.
Yeah, so far, both teams have only played one game in the season, not including the activation match. And Farmingdale went up against JWU. They did lose both their games, but it was actually kind of close. The one who made it was their mid laner, Leon V9 here, who didn't exactly 1v9, but at least 1v5 a couple of times in those games here. Absolutely massive carry player in that game.
Yeah, and I love that fact, right? These singular players that can step up, really become that stalwart pillar for a team is very, very important. On the other side, right, for a team that's coming up from the Emergence Division, Assumption are also kind of looking for their own pillar, and the coach has identified at least one or two players, and we've even seen it in the previous week's games that we got to take a look at personally. We're allowed to take a look at previous week's stats, but they also are still looking for kind of their pillar carry that they want to work through, and there were some players there as well that had a very nice performance, namely kind of looking towards that bot lane, but still yet to be determined.
So yeah, I think Assumption, we mentioned before, they are a bit of a familiar name. Most of the roster has come back. The only change is in that top side, where when you saw the roster graphic, it was on in the top side instead of Line Penta, who couldn't quite commit to the entire season there. Other than that, 1C in the jungle, mid lane is Sergeant Idol there, Gabe Force and Nukdi coming back in the bot lane as a duo here. A lot of familiar faces. And in the Emergence Division, they smashed so hard that there wasn't necessarily a clear carry. Everybody was carrying here. But, coming up into the Challengers Division, that might change a little bit. The people they usually look at is their jungler 1C. Amazing guy, by the way. He's actually a bot lane player. Flex into the jungle. That thing would happen if all players that actually play and all the roles here, and he's still doing a great job in the jungle. And their support, of course, Nukdi being a major shot for looking at them as well. Here in the Challengers Division, they too did not win week 1, but they went 1-2. And again, very, very close series here, so they're competitive in this pool.
And I like it. And as you can see already on the bottom of your screen, the draft has been going on, and we can see some very unique bans here. Evelyn being banned away from Evelyn Bot, which is a standard. The Victor, the Udi are kind of catching us out of left field, but on the flip, the Caitlyn, the Amumu, and Sindred, all very strong bans that you cannot disregard. But as you can see, the players have also been selecting earlier on, so we'll try and walk you through this because we see some amazing picks here, some a little bit more unique in their stature. A Xin Zhao top lane that came up against the Ornn, a Maokai in the jungle versus the Wukong, and then in the mid lane, this one caught us by far the most surprising. In Anivia versus Cassiopeia, this matchup somehow got here, and this one, kind of signature champions, I feel, for both these mid laners here.
Yeah, I mean, Sergeant, well known for his Anivia there, right? It got banned against him all 3 games last week. and finally is open. I'm not surprised we see it picked up here, and I feel like Cassiopeia for Leon V9, again, another champion that literally can 1v9 games here as you go up the game. More importantly, it's got a pretty decent matchup into that Anivia as well. So a lot of space control coming through. Yes, Anivia, you know, with that Glacial Storm makes it difficult for Cassiopeia, but the inverse is true as well, where if Cassiopeia, you can petrify her out of that Glacial Storm, you can absolutely burst down the Anivia. What strikes me more here, Orbital, is just what the teams have dropped. Farmingdale Rams, they're drafting a lot of skill, a lot of front to back fighting composition here. And, you know, that's their playstyle. They like to play up towards that late game here. Assumption, though, that Xin Zhao definitely caught me out of no. Like, that came out of left field. I don't know. It was blinded in the top lane, and I think that goes on champion for a little bit. He is the newest person on that team. He's actually Gabe Force's younger brother as well here. And his champ pool looks a bit more like a jungler's champion pool, but I've seen top lane Xin Zhao. It used to be AP Xin Zhao, by the way, in the top side.
Yep.
I don't think that's what we actually run in the top side anymore. Yeah, but either way, you're not picking that for scaling. Assumption is looking to play more towards that mid game here, trying to gain dominance with that Varus Leona, with that Xin Zhao on the top side. Against an Ornn, though, I don't know how much he can punish that.
It's going to be an uphill battle, and that leads us kind of to our marquee kind of spotlight that we want to take a look at. You touched on it before, and now that we know the champions coming in here, Evelyn Bot and Leon versus the duo of IC3P and Sergeant Diddle in that mid lane. These are some champions that we had a lot of fun questions about and a lot of fun ideas about, because again, these two sets feel like they should be the ones to kind of determine the output in the finish of this game.
Yeah, we already said Farmingdale. Their mid laner is sort of the big carry, and when I spoke to their coach Shane as well, he mentioned that yeah, if our jungle and our mid, if Evelyn Bot and Leon V9 get rolling here, it's an easy dub. So that's who I'm looking at to make this happen, especially with a Wukong who's probably going to be either your primary or secondary engage for this team, and a lot of their physical damage output alongside that magic damage output. And for Assumption, Sergeant and 1C3P aren't necessarily the biggest carries on this team. They do have carry potential, but for them, it's more about trying to control Leon V9 and more importantly, control the map. When you pick it in Nivea, a lot of times it's not about solo killing your opponent. It's about setting up zones of control in the team fights and also getting wave pressure, right? Getting first move on that mid lane, making sure that you have control of access through the river in that part. So if Sergeant can do that, then I think they're setting up their side lanes for success, especially their bot side here with that Varus Leona. If not, then they have to worry a little bit about that ticking time bomb that is Leon V9.
That is such a scary option, and I love also the I want to say the stark difference in the champions picked as well. Just hard CC from Assumption University. The Maokai and Nivea just like, we will CC you to death, Leon. And then on the flip, it's the Wukong and Cassiopeia, a little bit more damage heavy, a little bit more battle oriented. Not only that, Leon did opt for that cleanse as well. We do see some scalers like to run that TP or even another summoner, but feeling that respect, giving that respect over and saying the cleanse is the most optimal path, which of course it is. I like that. Seeing that cleanse come out, seeing if Leon is truly able to set up as their singular, 1v9 situation and see how far it goes. Of course, Leon is not the only one hoping to become a carry. We do have that Xayah Karma in the bot side, which Karma was actually blind picked first in the rotation for Farmingdale.
Yeah, partially Liz's champion pool. We've seen Liz actually play in some other leagues as well. I believe she was on the roster that actually won the ECC finals in their fall or winter split there, and they swept it 3-0. And part of that is, the bot lane that Liz was a part of likes these sort of more aggressive enchanters like Lux, like Karma, to come through as well. And I actually do really like the Karma pickup, kind of blind. She doesn't really have many bad lanes, and especially now that we see the Varus that came out for Gabe Force as well on Assumption, I think that Karma plays a key role in trying to keep his Xayah safe and trying to balance that wave, make sure that you're not going to be in diveable states a lot. You can trim out that wave very easily with the Mantra Q, and more importantly, you can poke out the Leona and the Varus as well. There's no healing on either of them for Assumption.
Feels great to hear that one, and knowing that you get to have one of your signature champions, I think brings a lot of comfort to your team, and I also feel that's what these teams are going for, right? After a week 1 loss, you are looking for a bit more comfort. You say, hey, maybe the meta shifts that we are hoping for didn't come through, maybe our practices are yielding different results, and we go back to comfort, right? The Cassiopeia played in week 1, for Leon, and then the Anivia finally unleashed. And when you have your signature champion unleashed with your maybe one trick or your most awesome champion that you like to run, when it is unleashed, you can see a shift in the players. So I'm very, very excited to see these players almost, I don't want to say ego non-banning these champions, but to allow these champions to get through the draft, I think speaks to both teams saying, hey, we are going to allow this to happen, whether it yields wins for us or not. As we do get underway, we are on the Rift for game number 1. And I know we touched on these players before, but let's get a rundown of the players themselves. On the side of Assumption University, you have Kuzan, you have IC3P, Sergeant Diddle, Gabe Force, and NECC for that bot lane.
And on this side, as we mentioned before, Sexy Pant in the top side, Evelyn in the jungle, Leon V9 mid lane, Onsi and Liz on that bot side. Speaking of which, 5-man start here. Just defensive startups for both of these teams. Nothing too aggressive yet. I almost feel like for Assumption, considering you've got that Xin Zhao top here, you know, you've got the likes of that Maokai and Anivia, you've got a lot of CC at level 1 here. I almost would have liked to see them try and get aggressive, try and just find a lucky pick. There's not a lot on the side of Farmingdale, which excels at that level 1.
Not only that, burning an early cleanse would be really nice as well, right? If you find Leon or Onsi and you're like, hey, I got the cleanse, that now means they are now very vulnerable to the early, you know, maybe level 3 gank from IC3P. But for what it is right now, we are going to keep it very neutral. No one wants to step out of line, and the junglers are going to start on opposite sides of the map. Wukong on that red buff, and then 1C, of course, taking their own red buff as well.
Ooh, interesting from Onsi and Liz here. Normally we see bot laners actually rush to that bot lane to try and take control of that mid brush, because that's usually how you sort of find your early poke, your early picks to come through. But Farmingdale actually faked a leash instead. So Assumption aren't going to know where Evelyn bot started. And we're not actually going to see Onsi and Liz look to get an aggressive stance in the bot lane. They're more than happy to kind of play passive and just skill up here.
And they're also hoping to hit a very early level 2, just like in that mid lane. Leon not getting the poison down, so early tick damage actually goes to Sergeant there, dropping Leon to half.
You're not going to get the early level 2, though.
I mean, we saw them both posturing. That was great.
Yeah, if anything, if you do want to get the early level 2, then Liz and Onsi should have been pushing right from the get-go there, especially into like a Leona Varus. It gets worse, right? You can see the zoning that's coming up from NECC here. You love to see it. Shows that he really understands the dynamic of that bot lane. And even though Onsi and Liz did hit level 2 at the same time, the all-in threat of that Leona is just massive here. So they're so scared. Look at that.
Well, they are, but guess who's roaming down? So this might be an opportunity because Assumption went in. They assumed that they were alone in the 1v2. Of course, you do get the heal out from Gabe Force, and you burn 3 summoners for none, or at least 1 on the Wukong. Great trade going in the way of Farmingdale.
Yeah, and really well played from Liz and Onsi there. Like we said, they respected the damage and they just called down their bot laner immediately. And part of that goes back to that early game where Assumption didn't know where Evelyn bot would have been, and because Onsi and Liz came back to lane, probably comms were like, oh, jungle started bot side, bot lane, you're free to push up here. We saw Kuzan on that top side drop a ward precisely for that reason.
Ward was good, but NECC and Gabe Force, they are not afraid to turn back and fire without the threat of the Wukong, saying, hey, Wukong would not re-engage on the spot side. Liz dropped below 200 HP, and they're able to get a little bit more HP. Not a summoner spell. The HP is just as good.
Yeah, I feel like if there was Flash available for Gabe Force there, we would have seen Flash being forced out from Liz. Unfortunately, got forced out by Evelyn. Can 1C find anything in this mid lane here? I feel like Leon has been pushed into turret way too heavily here, and Evelyn bot's actually kind of hovering nearby as well.
And I like this, right? This is something that normally you don't see until level 6 on Anivias, I feel. Leon giving a lot of respect to the fact that the CC chain can come down, also just wanting to scale and have a free farm lane. So both mid laners opting to go that little bit safer route. The difference is Sergeant does not have that tier, right? Leon got it very early on, so Sergeant will have to wait a little bit longer before stacking up that tier and getting a lot more power behind it. Level 5s, though, being the highest level on the board. Everyone's just waiting for a bit more damage. Leon wanted a chance forward, and the wall said no.
Yeah, and as the Cassiopeia, it is going to be kind of tough. Leon kind of playing a little bit of a mental game there, right? Why are you getting so aggressive with the tier? And you can see that Sargent was backing off a little bit, not really wanting to commit when they didn't know what was happening. Speaking of not knowing what's happening, Kuzan, really aggressive invade. I don't know what he's looking for necessarily. He gets some good vision down, but they still haven't spotted Evelyn bot.
They do ping out at least a route. I think that was just a hard guess, which I do agree with. But because they pinged it out, they said the route's going to be there. 1C decided to sit in the bot side and try and alleviate some pressure, but Liz and Onsti not playing too far forward, and because of that, this dragon that is now available is up in the air for who really has control.
Yeah, and for Assumption, they're the ones pushing mid, they're the ones pushing bot. They should be the ones with access into that mid lane. And Farmingdale have been fine with this so far. Even if they give up that first Drake, it's not the end of the world. They recognize their win condition. Hey, it's scaling. We can drop CS, just don't drop kills. Evelyn bot sneaking into this bush here.
And it's a re-gank, and because of that, remember, no summoner spells except Ignite from the earlier fight, so it should be a dead game. Routine fight. And unfortunately, the tree is a little bit late. First blood granted to Onsti in the bot side.
Yeah, Farmingdale's lanes have been playing this really, really well. If you look across the board, yes, they are being shoved in here, but none of them are really diveable. And that's actually making life really hard for 1C3P, whereas Evelyn bot, it's so nice and easy for him. Just every lane is set up for him to gank there, and with that Wukong as well, with the invisibility, even if you have a ward, as long as Evelyn bot doesn't hesitate, you're good to go. Oh, Onsi?
Well, Onsi decided to step up a little bit too far, and with the Ignite down, 1C decides to go back in with NECC, and they pick up the kill. Evelyn bot, though, wanted some revenge, but can't get it because Gave Force was able to revive. So just as quickly as the first blood went down, a misstep by Onsi grants the kill right back.
Onsi still has flash. I was not expecting that, Orbital. I thought the moment we saw the Twisted Advance, the flash should have come out to answer here, and thankfully, for Farmingdale's bot lane here, the kill didn't go over to Gave Force. It went over to 1C3P. And Maokai isn't the strongest skiller, so it's not the end of the world. It still sucks to miss out that CS, though. There's a pretty big wave here. Onsi's going to miss about maybe half of it?
I would agree with that. Half of it's gone, and it's going to feel bad, especially with that early kill. You're like, man, we could have gotten an advantage, but now you're going to be down at least half a wave, and you can see the gold still in favor of Onsi, which is great. Gave Force, though, you do have flash, you do have heal, but this is not how you wanted to lose it. You are going to have to flash over the wall. The follow, though, do you get the root? No, you don't. Because no root comes down, Gave Force does not expend the heal, but to lose flash pretty much off of cooldown does sting a bit.
And Gave Force just got back to lane on that last wave there, so definitely going to hurt. I was actually surprised Evelyn bot was even looking at that dragon. Like, you have no right when your bot lane's dead to be looking there. They do stop the dragon being taken by Farmingdale, but this bot side, I expect to see a revisit to that bot lane after maybe a full clear from Evelyn bot. Like, take that top side, go right back. Gave Force doesn't have that flash mid lane.
Leon is challenging any stuns that come out. Still has not used Cleanse, by the way. Still has not used any summoner spells and saying, I know this matchup. And again, the reason I said this is not only because Leon was that challenge, but we had talked about it earlier in the draft, right? Anivia was blind picked B3, and Kassadin was not banned away, which Leon has played Kassadin. You were quite upset, and I think rightfully so, that Kassadin was not picked into this matchup. Yeah,
I mean, the Cassiopeia probably, better at the team fighting here, but it does have a bit of a rougher lane phase against the Anivia early on. Leon, though, incredibly confident so far. We saw from the very start of the game, Leon just starting with the tier. That tells me that, hey, I'm not worried about these trades. I know I can handle, I know I can farm up here. And being down, 6 CS, 1 wave is no big deal, especially when you're not running that teleport in the mid lane. So Leon's sort of hands checked at this point. That's not really what I'm focused on. I'm much more focused on those later team fights to see how much can he get done, especially with that petrifying gaze there.
In that time, we did see the dragon clinically taken by the side of Assumption. They're very happy about picking up that Ocean and having an Ocean at the early stages here, especially with how quiet the lanes have been. 2 kills total in 9.5 minutes. It feels good to have that one and be able to soak up a bit more, get out of that poke. Problem being right now, 1C and NECC were on a mission inside of the jungle, but the knockout Liz is not actually going to get stunned up. A misplay from the side of NECC, and 1C allows Liz to live.
I mean, you could call it a misplay, but I think that they're kind of happy just being able to survive here. I like the guts on 1C to actually walk back in there, assuming that no wards have been placed, and he's right. They don't know he's taking away red buff right now, or blue buff, pardon me.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing to have, and because of the pressure Sergeant is also putting down in the mid lane, this is the point where Sergeant becomes a little bit of an annoyance, right? This is going to be a problem, and the short change on that stun means Sergeant is going to be taken quite low. Do you get the egg? You almost get the egg. The poison's going to be there, but Leon may have gone too far, and Sergeant gets a solo kill in the mid lane. Misplay by Leon.
Okay, we said Leon was confident. Maybe a little bit overconfident on that play there. Felt like he was strong, and great fancy footwork. Still had the flash as well to flash the stun if necessary. Wasn't. But, as I mentioned, didn't even pop the egg. So Sergeant is good to go right now. TP's not even up. Shove the wave. Even if you get ganked, you're good to go. And, even more dangerous, we talked about 1C's invade here. Assumption, we talked about mid jungle. Their mid jungle is ahead. They have control here now. Let's see what Assumption can do with it.
It's not about how you get it. It's about how you use it. 100% there, RMC. This is going to be a test for them. And again, both these teams still kind of wandering in their early season. They're still trying to find their place. And so far, I have to say, Assumption have done great work. Remember, as you said, they got the kills, but they've also taken global objectives without any contest. This is going to be the first time I think we're going to see a chance, but Evelyn and Leon are a little bit too late. Even without the jungler, Kuzan and Nakdi take away that Herald. Now they are going to be answered, though. Kuzan gets that Crimson Guard up. Is not going to chance their way in, and now re-engage. 1C does not get stunned up, and in turn, they're going to find it out. 1C realizes this might be a problem. Sergeant's a little bit late to the turn as well. We might get a good collapse to re-engage the flash, and the bait does not work because of that. Sergeant gets a kill. Leon's going to try and flash away. They're going to turn on the Ornn instead. Leon will get away. Sexy Pant picks up the kill on the Maokai and flashes away from the stun there. No mana on Kuzan, though, so nothing more than an auto attacker. Sergeant does not have wall up to wall him off. And it's a trade of 1-for-1 for how messy it was and how dangerous it was. Only 1 kill apiece is quite interesting.
I'm shocked that Leon actually managed to get out of that. I thought he was dead to rights, but Assumption, they didn't want to go chasing after that snake and didn't realize how tanky the Ram was. The teamwork, though, from Assumption looked very, very good, right? That was a team call. That was your call. It's Kuzan and 1C saying, hey, hold up, guys. Sergeant is coming. Sergeant is coming. Just keep holding. And they do manage to get the Herald. It's on Kuzan. I don't know if that's who they wanted it on, because now you're probably going to have to drop it top, when I feel like mid would probably have been the best place to break that early mid lane turret. So we'll have to see, what they opt for it. I actually would like to see Assumption kind of group up together mid lane, drop the Herald there as 5, take the Dragon. You're not too worried about Sexy Pat taking the turret.
Oh no, Evelyn may have found a free ADC because the support decided to go ward, and needless to say it was a good move, but now they gotta do a little bit of work here. Game Force is dead, no chance to fight it out, and that was just unfortunate timing. I've not seen unfortunate timing like that in a while.
Well, bro, thankfully, it's not the other road. Dragon hadn't spawned yet. If Dragon had spawned as well, they were going to lose everything on that particular play. Leon in the jungle.
Well, they got the stun down. Leon does have ults, but it's not going to stun up 1C.
No.
A final shard takes it away, and you can't cleanse out of that one. That's a kill back, as Leon is down for the second time.
Yep, and if only they had Herald there, Orbital. Dropped in mid, take easy turret. Yeah, Dragon is coming up. Leon's still down for about 10 seconds here. Sergeant has his teleport up and available, though he doesn't have that much mana. Actually, he's recalling or TPing straight out of base here. They're gonna contest this Drake.
1C sends the Tingle Grow through and saying, hey, we're gonna take this chance. Dragon taking a little bit low. Evelyn bot gets the smite and is able to take it. Now the question is, how many kills will be given? Looks like only 1. So for Farmingdale, they are able to even it, and not a moment too soon. Hemtech Dragon gonna be our soul.
Huge for Farmingdale there, Orbital. 1 for Drake is a trade you're gonna be willing to take here. I feel like, considering how these fights have been going here, Orbital, there's surprisingly little blood at these objectives. Same thing happened at the Herald, right? 3v3. Only 1 person dropped. Dragon, 3v3, 4v4, only 1 person dropped.
So would you say that's because the teams are playing too cautious, or the opportunities haven't really been there to secure the kills? Because It does have to be brought up, right? For the number of fights they've had, only 9 kills is kind of ridiculous.
I actually think it's really good shot calling there. You can tell that the teams aren't over committing. As soon as they realize, like, hey, we just need to leave Evelyn here to grab the dragon, right? The rest of us disengage, don't overstay our welcomes. And also, I think for the teams as well, just really good mechanics. They're dodging out when they need to dodge out. Perfect timing there. Herald finally dropped on that top side here. But Orbital, it's a little bit late. We're past the 14-minute mark. Kozon will not be getting any plates for his struggles there.
And in that situation, once the plates go down, you are actually looking for a tower with those heralds. But the problem being is right now, your egg is getting cooked. Anivia turning into an unfortunate egg and dying. Meanwhile, on the top side, Kuzan gets a diving kill on Sexy Pants. So now we're spicing they heard you, RMC. They're like, all right, RMC's calling us out. We got to bring some blood to the table. Blood in the river and blood in top lane lends itself to an awkward situation. Kuzan just continuing to pressure this top side.
Yeah, everybody forgets what Xin Zhao does in lane, right? Like,
Yeah.
Who sees the laning Xin Zhao? But it's like jungle Xin Zhao. It's more annoying because it's always there. And he's got a surprising amount of burst. First turret goes down as well. Really well played to sort of, recoup their losses in the river there. However, the kill in the river did go over to Leon here, who now has that Leandries completed as well, looking to get that Seraphs. And that 2-item power spike is where I'm expecting to see Leon actively start looking for team fights. You've got an Ornn, you've got a Wukong, and once your Cassiopeia's got damaged as well, you're good to go.
And I'll play a little bit of devil's advocate here. Sergeant is actually going for a bit more defensive build with the Rod of Ages, right? I think you and I were talking about it before. We do like the Leandries on that Anivia, right? We like the burn. We like to see the melting there. But playing defense is saying I need to survive through and ensure that my stuns are available to keep that Cassiopeia in check. I like the slight optimization there. I do appreciate that against someone like Leon.
Yeah, fair enough. You're not lacking damage right now either with Game Force. And hey, Kuzan getting kills, getting first break on his own as well. You've got damage coming out from other means, not to mention, who are you really trying to kill here if you are Sergeant, right? Game Force getting rooted.
And this is the CC chain you love to see. That's 1C and Game Force sending him to the Shadow Realm. There's extended fight breaking out here. Sergeant is going to try and help out, and they do. That's going to be Assumption saying, we assume correctly. We know how to break this fight out. And 1C survives, doesn't take a second tower shot. That's 3 clean kills for Assumption University.
Assumption, we mentioned their teamwork earlier on that top side. It's showing again in the mid-game. Sexy Pat is Kuzan just there's a turret right there, Kuzan. It's not down yet. Doesn't matter. Just pushes in, and Sexy Pat knows better. Hey, if I get caught, there's too many bodies around. Backs off. That's a turret gone, Orbital, and that's before Herald gets taken. A Herald at this stage of the game usually also means a turret, and there's only inners left for Assumption to take.
Such a good time, isn't it? Herald's back to what you said, right? The shot calling from these teams is good. Game Force getting caught there. It could have been a full retreat. It could have been, hey, we don't want to take this fight. But once he said, no, we'll take this fight. We caught Liz. Liz wasn't able to heal or flash. That is how quickly they died, or how the CC chain worked. And then the cascading deaths afterwards. Great call here. Now I want to see if Farmingdale can kind of bounce back. Remember, they are the scaling team. In 2 more levels, Sexy Pant will be dropping those ornaments for the team to pick up.
Yeah, each ornament roughly worth about 1,000 gold in terms of stats as well. So will be massive for the team to catch back up from the deficit. Oh, but I want to touch on that catch out on Liz as well. Because Liz did get caught out, but that's not her fault necessarily. As a team, Evelyn Bot, Sexy Pat, they were nearby as well. And you could see that the delay, when that root came down from Liz, the whole team needed to commit and say, hey, we go together. Can they do it again? Oh, no.
Well, 1C with the dragon coming up is the rightful one to force their way in. Does have the demonic embrace ready. Does not have the mythic set. But this is the dance. This is another dance. And as you were saying, it wasn't really Liz's fault. So let's see if the team can follow up behind. Oh, Evelyn Bot. Oh, that's a rough one to have. They found the jungler, and you are able to flash away. But, I mean, how far can you really go? The Cyclone does nothing if it's not hitting anyone. And they lose their jungler. That is Farmingdale conceding the 3rd dragon. Well done by Assumption.
Well, you asked how far he can go. He went the full distance, Orbital. He went back to base. Just not in the way he wanted to there. And yeah, that just seeds the Dragon over completely. Assumption, great catch. We're seeing why Sergeant has Anivia banned against him. His usage of that wall, really well placed to choke off Evelyn bot. And no matter how fancy your feet are, if you're caught in that pit, the entire enemy team's there, you ain't getting out.
I can only imagine what happened if Sergeant actually maxed W second, right? Just that full wall pinning you in and you just going, I hate life. I hate everything here.
So, fun fact, you don't actually need to max out the wall. 3 stacks of it is enough to already guarantee pathing in lanes. So you get 3 points, and that's enough for Evelyn to just regret life. I think even 2 in the pit from that particular angle where he caught Evelyn bot is enough to actually lock them in. So... yeah, good to know and good to think about, because he will be stacking it soon. Level 13 already has the E max. The Q is probably also maxed out at this point, so, or almost maxed. So the only thing to level up after that point is the wall.
We make it sound so just nonchalant, where it was the deciding factor in why Evelyn died, had to fully try and get out of that pit. But I don't think Evelyn's going to be in that situation again, right? We can already see Evelyn trying to play a bit safer, dancing over the wall, ensuring that the clone is always ready to go to get to safety. Does not want to make that same mistake, but we are taking a look in this bot's side, as that's going to be a petrifying gaze. But remember, Kuzan dancing inside, had the crescent guard, but now he's trying to dance flash for flash. Kuzan wins that 1v1. It was tough, it was difficult, but it was done.
I mean, the moment he was on the snake, Cassio was in a rough spot there. Kuzan with the non-meta, the unusual top lane Xinjiao really starting to pop off here. And Orbital, Assumption, their mid game is when they spike with this composition, with this Varus Leona, with the Anivia here. They excel at team fights, and that's putting Farmingdale in a really rough spot. You're losing the solo lanes. You can't win the team fight. Where do you go? They're looking for the collapse here. 1C is nearby as well, trying to buy some space.
I mean, the space is coming, and Kuzan saying, hey, I might want to keep chancing, but Evelyn coming in here, and with Kuzan without that ulti means that you do fall quite quickly, but it was enough time. It was enough time, and because 1C threw that twisted advance, no one expected anything. The problem is Nukti.
Sergeant, get in there.
Nukti's having some problems. Oh my gosh! Can we get a little look? I think that was about 5 HP. Early smite does mean 1C gives the kill credit to Sergeant, but it is going to be that Baron taken at 22 minutes.
So Nukti normally traditionally would be the tank on this team, except that once he's got Radiant Virtue, he's a tank, good to go. But Sergeant with Rod of Ages, with Saracen Praise, you can afford to tank some of those shots. Just make sure you aren't knocked up there. Nukti playing it down to the wire. Huge win for Assumption though. They get the side turret. They got the inner side turret there. Sure, Kuzan goes down, but they get Baron as well. And we're just saying mid game is their power spike. They are maximizing things right now. Farmingdale ideally would have liked to pick a team fight by now. Now, they kind of can't. Everything has to go right. They have to layer all their CC together, and Leon has to be present at the fight. That's something we've not seen so far. Leon has been split pushing all game long.
He's trying to power farm, 180 CS, still behind his own lane opponent. Because of that, we are seeing that hard press up mid, as you said, right? This is Assumption saying we know when our power spike is, and because of that, we want to make full use of this Baron. They get another tower, one inner tower left on the top side, and after that, it's just inhibitor turrets. That's all you have left. A 1-4 is being set up. Uzon on the top side still has a wave in mid. It's a little bit slower than they would like, but it's still going to bring a punch here in the next couple seconds.
Yeah, the bigger problem is who's going to deal with Kuzan?
Yeah.
Nobody's been handling the 1v1 very, very well. And I like the fact that Assumption has opted to leave 3 in the mid lane. You need to make sure that Farmingdale doesn't sneak a gank onto that top side here. And even the wave clear from them isn't great. Onsty right now with the Gale Force, you can see is struggling actually a little bit to clear those minions quickly enough. Leon actually has to step up as well, so it's risky for them. This chip damage is gonna keep going. Somebody needs to kill that siege minion.
Well, the siege minion isn't the focus here, as they're gonna try and turn. They're gonna actually focus on Nukti, and no one's really helping out. They just expended a lot of energy for nothing, and that has opened up a huge playing field. Take a look at top side. They expended the cycle, and they expended so much. Leon now burning that cleanse. They have nothing there. Defending 2 when 3 is being taken. And it looks like they have gotten nothing for their fishing attempts here. Assumption getting everything that they would have liked. Damage on all 3 inhibitor towers, all 3 lanes. currently being pressured for the next 30 to 35 seconds.
Yeah, and props farming though. It looks kind of awkward what they did there with Evelyn Bot and with Sexy Pan, but the idea for this composition that they have is that they don't have sufficient wave clear. So if you don't have wave clear and you have engage, the alternative is you look for a flank, you look to force the engage. They saw Kuz on top, but Anivia is just so hard to fight into. We said before, Anivia is one of the queens of crowd control, and she just generates so much safety for her team, so much space to disengage. They tried twice, neither worked out. Now, Baron buff soon to wear off here, and we do see Assumption, they fall back. They didn't quite get the inhibitor turrets, but they got two of them really, really low, and more importantly, Orbital, they fall back. They're at soul point here. Farmingdale has to fight them in open ground in 5 minutes.
Difficult part as well, this is Kentek's soul. This is resistance, right? And this is a dragon that I feel Farmingdale would have loved to have as a soul. They would have loved that CC, slight CC reduction and everything of the sort, right? They would have loved to have that in their back pocket, but they're not. Instead, they're faced off with the fact that the Petrifying Gaze might not do as much as they would like. The knockups are still going to be very powerful, but those roots coming out of that, of the Zaya and the Karma might not be enough. You're going to have to fight this with full... all the fingers on max APM. And right now, Leon, better try as hard as you can. You do get the Petrifying Gaze off. You're going to dance inside. The Kuzan is taken quite low. You still get the kill. It is more than you could have hoped for because you drew so many to the top side. 3 ran up. An Assumption for the 1 death of Kuzan are going to get the mid lane inhibitor tower.
Yeah, so that's 4 total people to move up there. And more importantly here, Orbital, we said before, for Farmingdale to come back, they need damage to win these fights. Now, on Steve, 2 completed items here with that Phantom Dancer as well is a better team fighter than Gabe Force on the Varus is. But without Leon there to pump out that damage, Onstee becomes primary target number 1 and isn't actually able to team fight. We've seen that happen multiple times here. So Kuzan can trade for Leon. He'll take that trade every single time because it means Farmingdale can't stop the push of Assumption.
Even without Baron, which will be up in about a minute, it feels like Assumption aren't too worried about it, right? Very few wards are around the Baron pit itself because the wards are so far up in the jungle of Assumption. Look at that. They're just now getting to clear it. And Farmingdale have to be careful, right? Their entire jungle side is dark. Those are the first wards they've been able to really play, so they're playing it as carefully as it can be. There is a river ward, so that is a nice one to see. Here comes the sweep, right? Nukdi taking out a freshly placed ward. 1C dropping that ulti just to try and get range. They do find Liz once again. That's going to be the stun that they're looking for, and they get the quick kill. Now, what more can they do? It looks like 3 members of Assumption might have gotten a little bit more than they could have asked for. 1C eats the full Petrifying Gaze and is now going to lose their own life for the price of 2 wards. They found 2 kills. Farmingdale now have to get away alive. Sergeant wants a wall, and all 3 flash away. They live. But again, they're now losing their bot side. Kuzan in that entire time has been farming up and pushing that wave for the 2 kills. I thought it was only 2 wards that they paid the price, but they paid the price with 2 inhibitors instead.
Yeah, and that was a good play from Farmingdale, but Assumption had already been set up here, and that's all the advantages you were talking about. The vision line they had, the pressure that they put down. It looks like Sergeant's TP was late, and it was for the team fight. But what they were just trying to do was stall to let Kuzan take that inhibitor to take mid as well. And now, Orbital, I don't care what vision Farmingdale have, Assumption are right to not be worried about Baron. If Farmingdale leave their base, they've got supers pushing in here. Assumption doesn't need to take Baron if they can force Farmingdale outside their base.
You love it. If you're the team of Assumption, a team that we specifically said has to have that mid game go well, right? That's when their power goes off. To have 2 inhibitors at the time rolling into 30 minutes feels great, right? Like this is amazing. The only other way it could have gone better is you somehow took all 3 inhibitors along with the topside inhibitor tower, you know, that one first. That's the only way it could have been better, right? You are so happy that you got the mid and bot side. This is so painful for Farmingdale. And they're going to have to make a choice, right? Give up Baron, protect your base, which I think is the only option you have, or send a lone Evelyn bot to try and steal it away. I do believe the former is the option here.
They don't even have flash for Evelyn. There is no blast cone as well. They have no vision. And the moment that Baron goes down, Farmingdale just need to back off.
Oh! I'm not
You
gonna
saw
lie.
that model shift? You saw that model shift on Liz? That's a pixel off. If a pixel forward, Liz gets moved back instead of front.
Oh my gosh. The fact of the matter is, as well, once that sapling hit, with how 1C has been playing, I thought we were gonna see the ult come out just to see if they could get a catch, right? Like, I was so terrified that was gonna be the end of Farmingdale. But Assumption are more focused on closing this out cleanly. I like this, right? They're saying we don't have to rush. We are going to continue to take our time. There's not much else that they can do. Let's do this nicely. Dragon up in 5 seconds and should be dead in the same amount of time.
If people get there. Right now it's just Nuck in there alone. And Nuck, okay, you're strong, but you also attack. Oh, sorry, 1C was there. I didn't see 1C. But again, 2 tanks. It's going to take a while, even with that demonic embrace. There we go. The team's there, down in 5 seconds. Time for that final push here, Orbital. I expect to see recalls, set up, spend whatever gold you want. There's only 1 lane left with a turret and inhibitor. You want to play it safe, by the book, you go top. If not, you can probably just bum rush them in one of the other side lanes, in the other lanes, mid or bot right now. You are almost 10k gold ahead, and up to now, Farmingdale have yet to find, I want to say, a single team fight with equal numbers, because they did win the team fight topside, but that was a 5v3. Can they win a 4v5 or a 5v5? I don't even think so.
I'm not gonna lie. It depends on who the 3 are, right? Because we can even say I'm not sure they're gonna win a 3v5. If Sergeant were in the 3v5, that's a whole different story, right? We saw how fast they all flashed out, and that's why they're roaming up 4-1 Death Squad. Kuzan just doing what Kuzan does best. And is now going to eat 3 members. The Crescent Guard doesn't do too much, as they would expect, but it's given out time. You still get the kill. Kuzan's still alive. Kuzan lived way longer than should have been done. Sexy Pant on the top side flashes into the Maokai ulti, and that is something that you do not like to see. Welcome to the Twisted Advance show. 1C is able to knock back Leon, and the wall brings him off. The Petrifying Gaze does only a little, and now the stun en route. Yes, Sanya's, you do have it up, but how long? It only delays the inevitable. And welcome to game 1. Slow, clean, and surgical. Outside of the 3v5 on the top side, it feels like Assumption had everything under control. A stun into the fountain. The fountain farming works wonders, and the flash in as a lethality Varus. You know what? I love it. Game 4 saying I'm a force to be reckoned with. Game 1. Soul, 2 Barons, and 17 kills means game 1 goes Assumption University's way.
Well, bro, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Anivia back here in game 2. Because that blind Anivia, like you said, it was blind. The Cassio was supposed to be the answer from Leon here. We knew the laning wasn't going to be the easiest for the Cassiopeia, but she just never got rolling. Unfortunately, I'd much rather seen the Cassidon come through there. I feel like that would have still given you that scaling as well as the laning. And for Farmingdale here, while they did lose that game, I do want to say it's not a hands difference. We saw the mechanics of the players come out a lot. Aside from being unfamiliar with the Xin Zhao, it felt like in a lot of those engages, you saw moments where they did win mechanically. So they can hang with Assumption that way. I think a lot of it's coming down to communications and coordination. Farmingdale, you have an Orb, you have a Wukong, you are looking for team fights. We saw, what, 1 actual coordinated team fight come out of them. Assumption, on the other hand, they were just faster to group together. So many times we saw those gangs come through, and Assumption just had the numbers advantage because of communications, because of coordination.
I love that point out, and we'll see if Farmingdale are able to make those adjustments. Remember, they have a full best of 3, well, at least a little bit more of a best of 3 left. If they win game 2, it will be pushed to a game 3, and hey, that might be their opportunity. So we'll see what they can do. We'll go to a short break and see if the teams will be ready to go in the next few. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We are ready to go with game number 2. After game 1, a little bit of a slow start, but we saw the batteries come out, the jungle mids really show their stuff. And I mean, for Assumption, that bird is the word.
Yeah, I mean, you call it slow, I call it methodical. It was certainly not the explosive start, but we didn't really expect an explosive start between these two teams necessarily. And you mentioned the Anivia for Sergeant here on Assumption. It was absolutely massive. There's a reason why it's constantly banned against him. And for Farmingdale, we had touched on the fact that, hey, Evelyn bought Leon V9. These are two players the coach says needs to get off the ground here. We didn't really see them work together. We didn't see Evelyn bring that Wukong into the mid lane to gank for Leon. And it puzzles me. You mentioned that, Cassiopeia, Wukong, quite a bit of hard CC, and more importantly, a lot of damage. You pick Wukong, spin to win, one of the greatest blenders in the game alongside Garen. You see an egg. You are not scrambling that egg. What are you doing? Just go to the mid lane, scramble that egg a couple of times, get your Cassiopeia ahead.
Yeah, and instead you were looking at that bot lane, which, it somewhat worked. You got summoner spells, but it feels like there could have been more impact in the early game, and I love that point that you had made. So maybe we get to see it a bit more in this game, or at least a bit more punch behind it, right? We know that Evelyn Bot wants to be that carry, wants to be that unleashed kind of powerhouse running through there. So, this game around, we'll see if anything's changed. And again, it harkens back to, are they going to have the communication? Because as we said, it felt like the early game played out like both teams kind of wanted, right? The scaling was getting there every so often, right? They were like, okay, we can wait it out. Ornaments didn't come through this time around. What do Farmingdale need to do besides gank that mid lane? Maybe some new champions as well.
Yeah, I do expect to see changes in the draft here, but I think for Farmingdale, one thing we have to acknowledge is what their goal is right now in this game. It's early in the season. When I'd spoken to them, they're not necessarily set on short-term goals of winning the immediate game. What their goal is right now is to play their game, get better. And I think one of the things that they can afford to work on a little bit is their communications, their coordination. We said it last game. Assumption didn't win out the mid game because of their composition. They didn't win it out because of their hands. We saw Farmingdale individually in the 1v1, 2v2 going even. The problem was, it felt like in the mid game, every time a fight broke out, Assumption had more people there. And that was simply coordination, communication, saying that, hey, send people over a little bit earlier, get them set up. We want to make a play here. And, well, surprise, surprise, they made the play and were successful at it.
Yes, they were. So we'll see if game number 2 can yield any different results as we are underway. Remember, we saw some very interesting picks and bans come out here. I think game number 1, I think the one that we were kind of having some fun at was that Udyr random ban. But this time around, we have some very distinguished champions that we want banned out. One of them, of course, on Assumption's side, they will no longer see that Xin Zhao. Kuzan was a menace in their own right through the early and mid stages. And then, of course, the Anivia. Will that come out as a ban? Because, my gosh, that bird was ridiculous.
Bird was the word in that game, and it will be on the ban list. Ban it. You've got one more ban. There we go. Yes.
Yeah.
Farmingdale not risking it. I was actually telling you off screen, I think we could have just picked Cassidy instead of Cassiopeia, left the Anivia open, kind of bait them into the play around it. But no, they ain't messing around. It's just simply too risky to let in. Now, we did say that, Farmingdale didn't fall behind in the hands check. The one thing they kind of did was top lane for Kuzan on this Xin Zhao. And again, Kuzan, newer player to this team here. A bit of a spoiler alert, they're going to pinch a champion pool. And that's why we're seeing Pantheon come out for Kuzan here. I personally love it. And I love the fact that the Pantheon was blinded. So this Gnar, I don't think that Sexy Pant knew it was going to be Pantheon top. I think they were thinking Pantheon jungle, Pantheon mid, because Gnar does not do well against Pantheon. Point and click stun, easy engage onto mini Gnar is one of the hardest things for Gnars to deal with.
And then this Vel'Koz Lissandra pickup. This is a little bit of a harken back. So for Sergeant, played two games of Vel'Koz already back in week number 1. So bringing this one out after the Anivia, I'm very curious to see if it is going to have that same type of impact against a Lissandra as well, someone that can get very close very quickly and lock you out of most of your abilities. That's going to be a pain to deal with.
So, funnily enough, it's a pain if Lissandra can get in there. But Lissandra is very telegraphed. And this is why I said I suspect they actually thought the Pantheon was going to the mid lane. Because Lissandra into Pantheon, absolutely beautiful. You get the range advantage, you freeze him every time you try to cut close. But now against the Vel'Koz was a counter to that Lissandra there. And now you've got to deal with range. And a lot of it comes down to the Vel'Koz more than Lissandra. If Vel'Koz ever uses the knockup, Lissandra gets the engage. But as long as Vel'Koz holds that, as long as we see Sergeant not burn it on, trying to clear a wave or trying to get a catch onto Lissandra, Leon's going to really struggle to get in there. And then we have to look once again to the junglers to come in orbital. And one thing we didn't touch on, Evelyn bot this time on that Kindred. I like it a lot. I feel like Evelyn bot is a carry style jungler. He wants to be unleashed on champions that can take over a game. Maokai, Vi, even Wukong, that ain't exactly it. Give him the likes of that Evelyn, of that Kindred, where he's got a ton of self-sufficiency, self-agency.
And then on the flip side, right, 1C also going in a drastically different direction. And you know what, I'll let you break it down and then get to the bot lane, because even the bot lane we see this distinct shift coming in here. That Caitlyn was a blind pick, first pick for the side of Farmingdale, and then the response came out as the Twitch Renata and then the Lux behind it for the Caitlyn. I mean, this is a hard swap of some of the lanes that we did have a lot of questions for. Yeah,
I feel like these drafts weren't drafted for like team compositions. They're like individual picks for very specific reasons. So, like we said, let's touch on 1C's pick on the Echo here. That one caught me a little bit off guard. I actually don't know the Echo Kindred matchup very well. I would assume it runs similar to just Assassin versus AD carry, where if 1C should be winning out a lot of those trades with just his burst power, as long as he lands those bursts. What's more interesting to me is the fact that 1C is playing it. Because we said before, 1C is auto-filling into jungle for the team. What we didn't say was that 1C's worst role is actually considered, or what they consider his worst role is actually jungle. So he can fill a whole bunch of other roles, and I'm assuming mid is one of them. So he's probably played Echo in the mid lane quite a few times here. He's very, very comfortable with it. And now being able to take that sort of comfortable champion into the jungle as well, well, that to me is really, really scary.
That's that's leading right up to the alleyway of just like, let's have some fun here, right? Let's go back to my roots kind of thing here. So that'll be entertaining to watch here. But again, if that spirals out of control, I can't really wait to see what else can be brought out here. And then in the bot lane, we have to give props over to the side of, in my opinion, Farmingdale for getting a lane matchup that is considered one of the premier kind of duos in the bot side, right? Bot side took a little bit of time. The Karma Xayah did not have the desired effect. So you go just kind of the all-encompassing, we just don't want you near us, right? The Lux Caitlyn becomes a distinct menace. It is problematic, but the Twitch lock-in, now that gave us some ideas of where Assumption are looking for.
Yeah, so let's start with Farmingdale's pick, because they were the blue side. They first picked Caitlyn here. And not only did they get one of the premier lane bully lanes, Caitlyn Lux, but I think more interesting is that this tells us Farmingdale might have actually changed up their strategy. Up to this point here in the NECC, they've played 1 week and 1 game, so 3 games total. Each and every time, the strategy was we are skilling for late. We're going for that late game teamfight composition. Caitlyn Lux is not generally what we think of when we think of a late game. I mean, Caitlyn 6 items is kind of scary, but she's got a massive power drop in the mid game. You pick that for lane bully, you pick that to win out early. So Farmingdale is actually changing up their playstyle here, where now their bot side, Onsty and Liz, are expected to kind of win out on their own here. If you get jungle pressure, it's only to crush that lane that much harder. But there's a reason why we're not seeing as much Caitlyn as we used to. Back at World, she was permaban. Now there are answers to her, things like Varus, who can match poke. Ashe is an older counter, but checks out. Twitch is a newer one that we're seeing a lot as well. Both AP and AD Twitch. AP Twitch becomes an absolute kill lane. You run Hail of Blades, you just sneak up next to Caitlyn, unload everything, absolutely kill her. Even better, if the Lux binds your support, then Twitch just hops out and you know that you're safe. You can try and get both of them if they're standing close enough. AD Twitch also works because Twitch's base damages are high enough that as long as they're playing aggressively and can cut down Kate and Lux early on, push them back maybe once, twice, you already have enough damage to kill them, and you outscale her very, very rapidly. Come that mid game, you even outrange her in team fights.
So that leaves then, because again, the Twitch, as you were talking about, has those matchups. That leads us to the Renata Glass, right? And this is one that you also had some question marks about, and we do have to talk about it, because if we're talking about the powerhouse, the Renata Glass came afterwards, not seeing that Lux, as again, the Caitlyn was first pick, but you had to know the Lux was coming. You opt for the Renata Glass, which has a little bit shorter range. That should influence how the Twitch decides to play, right?
Yeah, so to be fair, we did actually see the draft coming in, and I was a bit puzzled by the Renata here. I don't feel like she's necessarily the strongest support for this pairing. She's great for team fights, don't get me wrong. Her hostile takeover, still the stuff of nightmares in 5v5s, but in the laning, she will get outranged by Caitlyn and Lux. And so for NECC here, I'm looking to see how he's going to play this one out. I feel like a lot of it comes down to, can you dodge out the light binding? If anything, if you can't, if your mechanics aren't good enough, you get hit by that, then you might get punished. Are we seeing a fight brew in that top side here? 1C?
1C's just taking damage, and it's early enough that you can recall and be able to bounce back, but Sergeant, on the other hand, might not enjoy what just went down. So that looked like Farmingdale decided to pinch in on the river, lay some damage down on 1C, who again is quite squishy. And then Sergeant in the mid lane opting to not recall is going to be forced to sit with 3-force HP. As a Vel'Koz, you're not too worried, but, a little bit earlier dances from both these squads.
Yeah, Assumption couldn't recall Sergeant, unfortunately. 1C did have enough time. Will actually be a bit late. Actually, no, got there just. I thought he was going to be a little bit late. But Sergeant just didn't have the time without burning teleport. Leon, though, taking a bad trade on that mid lane kind of undoes a lot of the advantage you did have. And I feel like for both junglers right now, mid lane looking kind of juicy. We highlighted the mid jungle matchup last game. I didn't highlight it this game, but I feel like right now it is going to be pivotal if the junglers just show up.
It's also really funny because, again, these differences in the mid lane, you can see some level 2 potential from both the Lissandra and that Vel'Koz, right? The knockup from Vel'Koz, the Ring of Frost coming out from Leon if you're willing to expend quite a bit. There's so much there. So, you know what? This is a test for Evelyn Bot. I think that's what we're going to say, right? We were talking about it for game 1. This is the test. Evelyn Bot, do you go mid? Do you cause some chaos? Do you cause some meddling action?
Insta cleanse from Gabe there. And okay, we talked a lot about Twitch getting kills early on. I want to highlight this is lethal tempo Twitch. This is not Hill of Blades Twitch. So maybe not so good in lane, and you still have to dodge a lot those bindings here. It was Zukima. Oh, it's Zukima. They swapped players. I didn't even notice that.
Okay. So a little bit of a change there, but the top side is the one that we're watching for. And with Kuzan, you flash Ignite, and because of that, you leave yourself exposed. The reaction from Evelyn Bot this time around on a carry jungler of all things picks up First Blood.
Okay, massive there. And like we said, we want to see Evelyn get some kills, get some carries going here. I like the fact that it was actually up the top lane, because that was the one I was a little bit worried about, where we saw Kuzan just run a train last game. And with the Pantheon as well, that is a favorable matchup into the Gnar. We saw him absolutely bullying out Sexy Pant. So knowing that, getting the kill, massive 1C here. Oh, Evelyn, did he mess up the wall jump? Or did he not wall jump?
We'll say it was planned. Just so you're good. You're good. No problems there. You're going to go ahead and walk away. All planned. That's what I would say, at least, because I can't do anything. Bot side, though, getting dangerously low, and that's the chance. Gabe Force is able to take it, but you don't get the revive, and because of that, it's going to be a trade back. Still enough, though. Gabe Force gets the kill, gets Zukima? No assist because you don't need to worry about it. Zukima was the one that picked up the kill on the bot side for Farmingdale. NECC is able to survive, so for what it's worth, Gabe Force gets a little bit extra gold. In lane, though, a gank from both junglers means it is getting spicy. They took your advice, RMC. We are getting spiced out the gate.
I mean, it doesn't result in the kill, but I like the idea there because of how pivotal the mid lane is. Oh, hold on. We ain't done quite yet, Evelyn.
Oh, man. This is some dangerous stuff here. And again, it's because of that mark. This is forced danger here. That's going to be the smite. You do pick it up, but how much do you lose? Leon eats the dirt, and that's another kill to Gabe Force. Evelyn going to hop over the wall. Gabe Force, do you follow? I want to see Gabe Force follow. That would have been great. Still, though, Gabe Force, the Twitch that we talked about, comes back to lane, picks up another 300 gold, and can't spend it until the next back. So
that's 2 kills on a Twitch. She's probably going to be the biggest killer in this game. Potentially. I mean, Kindred's pretty far up there. Now, I do want to go all the way back. Remember when Gabe actually died there and NECC was 1v1ing?
Yes.
I want to say that they got inted by the minions. I don't know why the minions didn't aggro Zukima. With how far up Zukima was, if the minions had aggroed him, I think NECC actually could have won that fight. As it stands now, NECC, still back in lane. And Gabe really wants to spend that gold. I don't know about this. You've got a massive wave pushing into you. Stay for the wave.
I think the idea was, a little bit rough, but you were going to go for it anyway. But the force out, again, that singularity from Zukima's like, no, this is the right play. You should stay for the upcoming wave. And Gabe's like, all right, I'll do that. Right now, though, another invade coming in here. A Sergeant got caught on the wrong edge, and with no mana, can't really do anything. Leon, having died in the earlier state, was able to get an early recall and a teleport off, leaving Sergeant to try and figure out the best time to get back off.
He's got TP at least. I don't know if there's going to be a best time when you're out of mana and the Lissandra can just perma push into you. But hey, maybe you can wave clear. I'm a little bit worried for Sergeant here in terms of when you're ever actually going to get this. And level 6 is hit.
Oh, I don't think you're ready for that, Sergeant. Yep. You had nothing that early. Catch out, blew the flash, and the second got the kill. Leon showing some sparks here in the mid lane.
That's what you wanted to see from that carry mid laner here. Now, 1C looking for the top side. No Mega Gnar available.
No Mega Gnar, but the jump is up. So we're seeing it go down as, again, 1C is having a grand old time. And you know what? The jungler is having a lot more impact this time around, and I like it, right? We said that these batteries are very, very important as we, I think, are listening to a bit of action in this bot lane. For what it is, Gabe Force, before all that went down, was full health, and Gabe Force comes out of the glitch at about 20%.
Yeah, it had to burn the flesh, but Sexy Pant, the repeat, once he never left.
Oh man, that is brutal. That is brutal. Sexy Pant though, still playing very safe, and with how much aggression went up to the top side, it is Farmingdale this time that pick up the first Drake. Keep in mind, last time it was Assumption that got one, but it was traded, right? It was a 1-for-1 split in the early stages.
Yeah, and I feel like because Gabe Force didn't have a chance to recall.
Flash behind and Gabe Force. I don't think got locked out there, but was able to survive, and now the chase from Evelyn bot. This is getting spicy here. They're going to keep looking. Again, it's NECC going, help, please. Sergeant is walking down a little bit late, and Gromp said skedaddle right on back to safety.
They're looking for it.
Evelyn, I don't know where you're going. You don't have ult, and that's the laser from across the wall. A massive misplay made Evelyn bot get stuck behind tower and grants a kill over to Sergeant. Leon hoping to get something else out, and the knock-up. This is the Vel'Koz that we saw in week 1 and staves off a bit of extra damage. Sergeant getting a free kill on bot side is back to mid lane with full HP.
Leon is so lucky that Sergeant's ult's down from that bot side play. He's just waiting for it to come right back up here. The geometry on this man is faultless. How many is that in a row he's landed? Can he land a third? No, go back! Did he land it? I think he did.
I don't think so. I didn't see the HP drop on Leon, but again, it doesn't matter because Sergeant also picked up blue buff. I didn't get to say that earlier. It was hidden under his shadows, but Sergeant coming back. This is the every mid laner's worst dream or worst nightmare brought to life, and that's exactly why Evelyn is here. Like, I gotta make it up for it. So you're gonna hop out. You're gonna try and get the jump in. Evelyn does pick up the kill, but now do you get out alive? You do have the Lamb's Respite. Do you want to try and drop it? Are you gonna jump out? You survive. That is a very, very gutsy call to now use that ulti, and this might be why a dive under pulls the Lamb's Respite. Gabe was there, and that's enough.
Okay, how frisky do they feel here?
Very, because Tsukima said, I want some action as well, and needless to say, everyone's getting a piece of the action.
Yeah, I was thinking for a second, like, is Gabe gonna like try and wrap around the turret, look for the potential dive, but great cover from Tsukima to make sure that that doesn't happen there. And for all that roaming from Gabe Force, Honestly's kind of just getting free farm on that bot side now, up 25 CS. It's not from lane dominance, it's from heavy roaming. Ooh, that flash.
Fight topside, bringing some pain. Kuzan and Sexy Pam both going quite low. A spear from long ways away might have done enough to drop him down into the double digits. But Sexy Pam said, okay, no more fighting. I'm going to get this farm. RMC, game 1 was a misnomer. It feels like this is... We are at 9.5 minutes. At this point, we only had 2 kills, by the way. I want to point that out. We only had 2 kills at 9.5 in game 1. This time, we have almost triple, almost quadruple that. Oh, no. This is... Okay, NECC, thank you for surviving, because if you full-on quadruple this was going to be dangerous. Sexy Pantho getting flash chase by 1C. And there it is. It's 4-4 at 10 minutes.
And Sergeant just there for the moral support. Could not match the mobility of both the Gnar and the Echo. Orbital, Yeah, game one was a misnomer, but you know what? I put that on Farmingdale's feet. Look at what they're doing with this early game composition. I actually love it. They're making tracks happen. And granted, it's not the Caitlyn Lux necessarily, though I will say Anstey and Zukima are doing great right now on this bot lane. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, there's your kill. There's your turret. Yeah, and it's coming from Farmingdale. They're active in the early game.
Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. The problem is right now Leon's active in a very, very difficult way. Down to about 300 HP, and Anstey and Zukima are like, just don't dive mid. We're doing so much in this bot side. The CS differential is out of control right now in mid and bot side. 20 to 30. Leon's getting taken quite low, and you are able to get the ulti off.
Oh, no.
Sergeant is going to die, and Leon dodges away from Geometry. So Geometry level 2 and said, I passed that class with flying colors.
I mean, that's an issue of arithmetic there. 2 greater than 1, unfortunately. Anstey.
Well, Anstey went for it and now might pay the price. You got first tower. But how much are you really going to lose? Zukima being able to keep their ADC alive for much longer than expected, but that's the final shot. Again, the Ratata says, thank you for the kill. Gave Force now on 3-1-1. Yes, you might not have the CS, but the kills are at least in your favor.
Wait, didn't they change the name back to Spray and Pray a while ago?
Listen, I say whatever comes to mind, and, you know, I like the rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. It's fun.
Fair enough. That's probably a more accurate sound to what we're seeing there. Able to pick that one up as well. Another kill going his way here. And Orbital, Caitlyn Lux taking down the turret pre-14 minutes. That is what is expected. I don't know if that's the best move for them. Leon, got to be very, very safe with that. So the reason why I actually don't know if that's the best move is extended lanes when a Pantheon is on a map. We've not seen Kuzan use the ultimate just yet here. But now you can start moving the Pantheon towards that bot lane if you want. He's still got a lot of kill threat. The move lands.
You know who's got kill threat is that ace in the hole. Anstey from downtown. Able to snipe it away. 1C saying I gotta run away, but keep track of that clone. And hey, I might want to rewind time and cause some pain. With the jungler forced out, is going to be a chance on this dragon if Farmingdale are able to get it. That's going to be 2 up.
No ult.
A little bit dangerous. Smite comes out. 1C, not sure if they want to go in. They were waiting for the Pantheon. They're going to dive in. On the back end, Lamb's Respite is already used, but 1C is already dead. You did not use that Chrono Break in time. And would you know it, the entirety of Farmingdale get out scot-free. Game Force trying to look for that angle, but they found a Game Force force to cleanse. And Leon is going to save off what a gutsy call. Everything that Farmingdale are doing feels like that guts is coming out.
Absolutely massive. We are talking about the Grand Starfall from Kuzan there. Finally gets used, but it was onto Evelyn. And Evelyn's Lamb's Respite just bought so much time. The rest of Assumption just weren't able to find the kills there. It's so painful for them. The play was so close, and it was on a knife's edge as well. If the ults were up, if the hostile takeover was up, if the spray and pray had come up earlier when everybody was in the pit, that goes differently. But because they made that catch on the bot side, it wasn't up. It wasn't ready for Dragons.
Feels a little bit bad here, but you know what? They'll take it. They will. They'll do what they can with the information given, and we now get to see. I think it's going to be a challenge. 2 dragons up for Farmingdale. As once again, I think we are granted a little bit of a chance to see that Chemtech even more. That's something that you don't see very often. You know what? Double up on the Dragon Souls. It's going to be a good time. But yes, we are now sitting at that moment. 14 minutes here. As Evelyn is clearing away some vision around this Herald, which is the next global objective. 1C, though, doesn't have global objectives in mind, just has kills on the brain. You get it? Laser goes out. That's going to be the poison.
One more.
It's not 5. I don't think it's enough. No! I think Anstey lives. The shield also just for extra safety. I can't believe that. That is living on a prayer, if you will.
Oh man, no. Gabe, I'm so tilted right now.
Oh yeah, and you can see it here. Might be tilted after that fight as well, but that's a good hostile takeover. No shot. You live from survival to survival, one on either side. They have survived, and a flash over. Kuzan said, Zukima, you ain't living this time. What is going on? Everyone living by the skin of their teeth, and the teammates coming up to help out. A wallop from Sexy Pant only stuns 1, but you are forced to flash because Game Force and 1C are there to back up.
From survive to survive, Orbital, you called it. I am shocked that happened. How did they both survive there? NECC living on a hope and a prayer. And again, ultimate timers right now, bro. That's what we need to keep our eyes on because the players, the teams are not playing around them. It feels like they're making a play, the out's not up for the objective, and then they're at the objective going, oops, I thought I had it. The Herald actually didn't even get picked up. I think they died before they could pick it up.
I think it's timed out. So one of the rare times that we're like, hey, we have... No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm sorry. No Herald around this time, and you're going to have to live with that. So, yeah, you're very happy about that. Evelyn Bot has also been on a rampage. 3-2-1 has had a much better time this game number 1. And because of that, Kuzan is now marked for death. And Evelyn should be able to pick this one up, right? Kuzan has nothing. You are stuck in the pits. They waited out the timer. You get another mark on Evelyn. And this is the chance. This is Evelyn Bot saying, give me a moment. And we heard it from the coach first. If Evelyn Bot gets rolling, there's a chance for a real pop-off game.
Well, if Evelyn and Leon get rolling, and Leon is okay right now, 1-1 and 2.
Right.
It's not bad by any means. You are also more of a control utility style mid laner with that Lissandra. My fear right now is that while we're seeing a lot of kills and action happen orbital, we're starting to lose track of the macro objectives, the bigger pictures. Kills aren't everything in League. In fact, you get kills so you can get turrets. You get kills so you can go for objectives. So far, that hasn't happened. The objective went down. They didn't get it, right? Expired. So far, kills went down. The turrets aren't reciprocating. The turrets are going down from just side laners making things happen. So, get Evelyn fed? Good. Now, what do you do with Evelyn is the bigger question.
They have an idea, and it's more kills. They just said more kills. I have no other words for that. Game 4 says, I want skills too. Do you pick it up? Yes, you do. Not even in tower range because that Evelyn Bot will bite back with the dance of the lamb. You are doing some amazing work. Evelyn Bot being able to turn around 4-2-2, but Leon caught in the midst of things that I can't follow through any further. Sexy Pant coming in to try and help out, but the slowing radius, the convergence. 1C said, not today. With those kills going down, the ADCs on both ends dying, this dragon became a whole lot juicier 10 seconds before it comes up. Oh no. 1C said, I found it. Lamb's Respite goes in. 1C stole the red buff, though. That is a huge thing. That means Evelyn Bot gets no extra healing, gets no extra value. And 1C has done that work with Dragon up. You should have control over this objective.
Where's 1C going here? You forced out the objectives. Go back to base. Okay.
With the extended blast cone. With the extended blast cone, that is available. Now, Leon, do you take the bait? Are you gonna? Oh well, bring a frost down. No, you absolutely should not go in on that. The rest of the team might jump you though. 1C says, "Listen, I know the jungler's not here. I can be the distraction. I can be the annoyance." Yeah. That's the dragon. That's a great call to have because you're trying to get more kills than Leon. Leon's caught between a rock and a hard place. Said, "I don't know what I want to do." Finally gets out with the E. And my gosh, that dance draws us to only a 2-kill difference, a 2K difference, and a 1 dragon difference.
Minuscule differences here, bro. And for Assumption, this is why I really appreciate them. We're just talking about objectives here. It's not about the kills. Once he doesn't overchase, he goes back to the team. And like you said, knowing, hey, no jungler, we play zoning. 1C though,
Zukima. Look at that one. 1C, though, on the other end said, I'm also in danger. That's going to be a root. Evelyn doesn't have flash to follow, so 1C staves off, giving another kill to Evelyn, who, again, the fact that we're watching this hard shift of the junglers, this is crazy to me, right? 1C in game 1 looked like a menace, always throwing out the ulti. This time it's Evelyn like, get out of my lane.
Yeah, and Evelyn on the carry just looks so good.
Yeah.
This is why I was so happy when we saw the Kindred pickup for him here. He's a carry player, and he looks most comfortable on these carries. Now, Sexy Pant, another man I appreciate. Objectives here, right? Take those side lane turrets. Bot side down, top side finally down. We're almost 20 minutes in orbital, and that is only the second turret to have gone down all game. Assumption has yet to find their first.
I also can't believe we're about 1 kill a minute. That's also crazy. I'm getting number 1. All of these things are at a much faster rate. And it's making a difference. So, Farmingdale, it seems something has happened between games 1 and 2. There was just that mental shift. I don't know if it was the coach. I don't know if it was the team. But something happened, and it's something good. Baron coming up. 5 seconds. Are they going to do this off of cooldown? they have the time, and I don't know if Assumption actually have the information. They don't have the wards down. I don't know if they want to face check. They're not going to face check, but NECC is going to drop a ward, and now they know. Vel'Koz is on the bot lane. Kuzan is ready to go. Teleport is available, so they could make this a 5v5. They're gonna try, but the Baron's doing so much work. In goes to the back. 1C is there, but the Stun's the root to death. 1C is blown up. Hostile Takeover is gonna do some work, but the Smite goes down, and they've done it. They have gotten the Baron, but what do they get out of it? They don't get much. It's gonna be 3 down on the side of Farmingdale. In goes the Lance Rested. They are gonna survive. Kuzan's coming back in, just on top. Do you kill them all? Kuzan gets it. They finish. The Baron was smited, but you get nothing. A negative Baron power play as Assumption live with 1.
Blood for the blood gods over there. I don't care who got what. We got kills across the board. One last man standing. Kuzan here, able to mop up. Now, overall, we call it a negative Baron power play, but let's not forget Baron itself gives you a ton of gold. So Farmingdale still up about 1,000 before they took that Baron. They lose that mid turret, pardon me, and well, that 1,000 kind of goes down. And Assumption, they too are on the board for turrets.
Oh, I love it. NECC drops a ward and everyone lights up. That was so much fun. I have no words to describe because, again, we said it, right? We never saw a full 5v5 team fight, even in game 1. So to see it break out this early in the game 2, and I say early by the slimmest of margins there.
Yo, that was the earliest Baron you could have taken. That was
I know. It was so good, and I love it. And now Farmingdale, they've also just gotten stat checked as well. They just got told, hey, we still have to be careful. Forcing that was a little bit of a problem, but we know we can fight. So, are they going to take that chance a little bit further? 1C says, I'm going to make that choice for you. And oh my gosh, that damage. I just want to point out, if 1C did not ult back, he would have been about 1/4 HP.
Yeah, and we saw that at the Baron Pit. Gabe, though, turning the corner there, didn't see everybody.
Oh, and 1C has to take that body block, and that's not something that you want to see happen. They are so low under the tower. Hostile Takeover goes through. NECC is taken quite low, but they might have done it. Evelyn Bot will survive. Sexy Pan tried to go in, didn't use the ulti, so it is still available. But it is so dangerously close. But now Zucchini off on the wrong side. A great snare. 2 caught off, and Tsukima is allowed to survive. What is this? Everyone is barely getting away from their deaths over and over. Well, okay, I lied. I lied, Tsukima. Please run further. Way further away.
Okay, keep in mind, too, Dragon hasn't spawned. We're 30 seconds out from spawn, which means some of these ults which are getting used here might not actually be up in time. Okay, actually, I lie. I think we're far enough into the game that the cooldowns are short enough. Still, watching them burn them that early surprises me here. I understand you want priority, but it feels like a lot committed. Now, Farmingdale, they recognize that, hey, we're kind of low. We didn't reset. We don't want this Dragon. I like this trade instead. They already have 2 Drakes under their name. They can keep going for this push instead, and somebody from Assumption has to answer, or they might just lose both mid turrets.
Oh, and this actually works, right? Because the vision was kind of given. The call was made so early. Farmingdale had baited this one out. 1C is fighting off Evelyn. The sun that's come through. Evelyn wins. Evelyn, the tables have turned. Assumption! They made a wrong assumption about Evelyn. They said, hey, we can catch that low ADC, but with Wits End built, 1C did not do enough damage. Tsukima does fall, but again, the jungler difference is just too strong. Kuzan tries to run interference with the shield up. You're only going to be able to do so much. Leon comes in with that kill, but it's a 2v4. Sergeant needs to land a few more levels of poke. You're hoping for a bit more damage, but you might have it. Dragon taken down to about half HP, and you might just sacrifice for it. You might just sacrifice. It resets. It resets. You get in. You need it. Yes, you do, but you're going to get killed. Gabe comes around the corner. It's a Baron misplay at the Dragon of all things, and you do pick it up at the end. What is going on, RMC? Farmingdale, watch as everything plummets to death.
I mean, Farmingdale is getting all the objectives, though. They got the Baron the last time. They got the Dragon this time. They're at soul point, but that was the question I kept asking. Where is Gabe? If you are Farmingdale, that is foremost in your mind. We touched on the fact that Twitch, okay, his laning is kind of scary against squishies like Caitlyn, but the biggest thing, especially with lethal tempo Twitch, is the late game. And have you seen Gabe score recently? 10, 3, and 4 after those last 2 fights here. Gabe alone will win games for Assumption. So Assumption, it's all about protect Mr. President, keep your Twitch alive. And for Farmingdale, I don't care that Evelyn's getting fed. Evelyn does not have the range to reach Gabe here. If 1C dies trading ultimates, gets the Lamb's Respite off, his job is done. It's not ideal, but it's good enough for his team.
I'm just... I am surprised at what we're seeing, RMC. Like, this game is continuing to be an absolute amazing show. Like, I love it, right? I love it. The Baron was not able to use. The Dragon is now in a crucial moment. And both teams are still going, where do we actually stand? And the fact is, neither of them knows who's actually stronger. The gold is that close as well, right? We're still stuck at about 1.5. So right now, everyone kind of taking stock here. Gate Force off on the edge, playing with the vision difference. Armingdale just pushing up as Force, saying we will not give that advantage over. We will not allow Gate Force to get behind us as easily as the last time. Kuzan still in the top side is just now recalling to try and help out here. Sergeant off on the edge, ready to try and get some poke damage down. And both teams kind of shaking hands and saying, okay, we're going to play where everyone can see each other. Mid lane.
Yeah, and for Farmingdale, this is the right move for them. I love the trap line that we see Onsti just set up in that mid lane right away. When you're playing against an invisible opponent, you need to be able to track them, use vision wards, use traps to limit the options of where Gabe can actually show up here. And play it a bit slower, Sergeant.
Sergeant, again, these early flashes are painful, but Gate Force forcing him out as well. But the laser decimates Gate Force, but their HP is low enough, right? The HP is so low. Evelyn doesn't have laser death anymore, and they do die. The turnaround, though, the turnaround is Leon getting burned down. Sergeant turns it around again. It happens again. Leon eats a Dark Harvest stack. Zukima now getting caught off. They did it for a third time. Assumption with a triple kill on 1C will now claim the Baron. Please don't make me stutter like this. Please. There we go. We are going to have a Baron for Assumption.
They're just waiting for Kuzan. They need attack here. They're all so squishy. And I'm sorry, 1C. Public apology here. I thought 1C was bait. He pulled an Uno reverse card. Gate Force was the bait there, but Gate Force did so much burst damage. And you could see that for a change, if 1C gets to survive, 1C's got damage in the tank as well. And suddenly if you're Farmingdale, you're really worried. There's multiple threats here. You can't just kill Mr. President. Gate Force is a fake president. There's still 1C as well for you to take down. And Farmingdale, you kind of got to look for picks, I think. Playing front to back isn't working. The chaos with the fight isn't working. So you kind of need to find these picks before the fights with this Lux. We've seen the burst potential with Leon's Lissandra, which frankly, this game hasn't really taken off.
Of course, and you're talking about the picks. The fact is, Evelyn is also a pick master, right? It feels like Evelyn has had trouble getting those kills in those team fights, but in a 1v1, I think still has a lot of power behind them. So if we're talking about picks, if Evelyn finds a singular person, you could be like, hey, great, I'll take that trade or anything of the sort. So many people, I agree with you. The picks are the way to go. The problem is the global objectives are not allowing them to do so, as again, here in the mid lane, that Lux Laser does barely any damage, just clears out the wave over the Baron empowered minion wave. The Dragon will be up in about 40 seconds, so I mean, where did the picks come from?
Well, you wait the Baron buff out for step one. The picks might also come from Assumption. Once he's diving deep.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, one rotation. Zukima, bye-bye.
Oh, Leon might be it as well. Assumption fighting back and just getting angrier and angrier. They are like, listen, it was close enough through the early to mid. We had enough chaos for now. We are now 5 kills up, and you have a player down. Let's keep up this momentum, clearing out all vision in this bot side. Yes, there are some wards closer in, but if this kill comes through, Sergeant should give an overwhelming punch through. No, Leon is able to survive. But that's by the skin of their teeth. All vision is now clear. That last ward, there's a pink ward over in the river. But Farmingdale, this is going to be a tough trek to get into. Evelyn, if you get the steal, you're a monster. No steal this time around. It was taken way too quickly. And now you're into a rough spot. Welcome to the painful moment that Evelyn is able to get away. Maybe once he wants it, sets on a trap, about to die, barely survives. The Gate Force around the edge. Once again, he flashes into the land. He doesn't care, and he will pay the price. Kuzan said, let me get some revenge. No kills come through on the back end for Assumption, but my gosh, was that a power move.
So here's the thing. We know Gate Force is really strong in team fights, but we said it before, he needs to stay alive. 1C as well, if you can trade for that Lamb's Respite, worth. They did neither. Evelyn held the Lamb's Respite for Gabe there, and for all that we're praising these guys, yeah, sure, you might outrange Evelyn, you might outburst Evelyn, but Evelyn wins the 1v1s. So, Kill Evelyn or die. For Farmingdale, Assumption have a very clear target. If you kill Evelyn, you win the fight. They do need to focus properly, though. Lamb's Respite now, we're deep enough into the game that the cooldown's not that long. It should be up in time for that next big fight, which will be in about 3 minutes. Baron coming up right then. And Assumption, their Baron buff has worn off for now. I think we're just going to see a holding pattern for a little bit. Everybody just resetting, getting their bearings here in this particular game. And then the next fight could very well spell the end of the game.
Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Just yoga. Peace and calm. This is not peace and calm. This is not peace and calm. This is not stay safe. What is going on here? RMC assured me they wouldn't be dying. But down goes Leon with flash up and might have gotten Sexy Pan into a very dangerous position. Game Force, what are you doing, buddy? What is going on? Kuzan fails his flash over the wall. This is out of control. RMC, why are you lying to me? You lied to me. Everyone dies. Well, at least 2 members die. Farmingdale lose. They're mid in ADC, and this opens up again for Assumption to push in some lanes and try and take an inhibitor tower. 1C is still looking for more kills. Zukima able to get the shield up. They aren't waiting for objectives. They're just like, let's get kills now.
Yeah. You know what? My bad. I forgot this game wasn't about objectives. It was all about kills. There's a reason why we're pushing, almost 1.5 kills per minute right now. These teams are not backing off, and
oh my God.
I just really hope that doesn't mess up their base timings right now, because death timers are getting real long as well. If you die, I think they're probably almost up to probably like 40 seconds. So if you die too close to Baron time, you are not going to be there for the fight.
Oh, and that would be so painful, because the last few times as well, remember, Evelyn has actually gotten popped. It's either Evelyn or 1C that for some reason is low before one of these objectives comes out, and it's like a mad scramble for them. So really keep eyes on them. We said it in game number 1, these two part of the batteries of their team, we want to see what they can do, and now it feels like everything revolves on, will one of them kill the other, right? Will 1C actually find the burst, who still is trying to build some of that magic shred, is still going to have to work through that wit's end, or will Evelyn get locked down? Like, that feels like the major hinge that is keeping everyone kind of in check. Do we want to try and let Evelyn go for the kill? Do we want to let 1C take that chance? So dangerous. Here's the holding pattern that we were looking for, though. Everyone calmly, getting some words down, please. And I say calmly because I want it to be calm.
I don't. I like Seymour Chaos. I really like the fun we've been having so far. Nukdi able to get the vision line down. So this is really risky for Farmingdale. Evelyn gets Grom, but is kind of scared to go for this blue buff. And this blue buff right now is bait. See that ward drop there? I don't know if Evelyn saw it. And right now, Farmingdale, I see pings coming down on Dragon. I think they're from Farmingdale. And I think I agree with Farmingdale. Baron, stall it out, but don't actually attempt it. And more importantly, don't get caught around it.
And the problem as well for Farmingdale is these chunks from Sargent. I don't know if you saw it, but it quarter shot Leon. That is how powerful this Vel'Koz is. Again, the 3rd time we're seeing it this season. It can be painful, but now they're walking into
1C.
deep vision on their own, but that's going to work in their advantage. 1C throws out a little bit of a shield and says, hey, I found the opportunity. Nukdi said, let me have a chance. The hostile takeover did so much work. It caught him in a corridor. An Assumption catches almost everyone. 3 members get out alive, but they scramble faster than anyone else. Nukdi tries to get the stun, but isn't going to find it. Leon survives. But that's 2 that they like. Again, Evelyn falls, and there's no one else to defend the base. Sexy Pan, you got Mega Gnar, but you gotta watch as the inhibitor will fall.
Okay, we praised a lot of the damage carries. This time, we praise the initiators, the people who make things happen. And Nukdi with the flash hostile takeover. That was possibly the play of the game thus far here. I mean, there have been difficulties for Assumption to find fights in their favor. The fights have been bloody. It's not particularly one-sided. It just happens that the survivors tend to be Assumption. It's usually only one person surviving the fight. That was clean. They got those 2 kills. They get out. They get Dragon. Even better, Orbital. They're at Soul Point, and they're still in position to take full control of Baron. Farmingdale couldn't walk in, couldn't clear the vision, and now still face the same problem without the option of trading Dragon this time.
And I have to give huge props to Assumption once again, because we've been praising, this macro game that we have not really seen overall in this game number 2, but they're playing around the Meganar as well very, very nicely, right? I don't think I've seen a proper ulti as well, and that shows they're still, even in the chaos, they're still laser focused on the dangers, on what can scare us, what can get us killed, what are the dangers here, and that's been their momentum. Sexy Pant 1, 4, and 5 has not had that option. And because of that, they're playing it safe, right? They can't get in. They don't have any vision around Baron. They don't know if there's going to be a very, very quick snap. And they have to give it. This is Baron to Assumption, who have ruled the global objectives for at least the last 3.
Yeah, 6 seconds flat, they take it. And pretty much once they start it, you need to contest it. If you're not contesting immediately, it's already gone. Double Blade of the Ruined Kings for this team. Game opening up again.
Game Force forces that Zanya's out. And yes, it is a decent cooldown, but Leon's able to survive. That is important for the upcoming chase on Baron. If Leon fell there, I don't even think, even behind the Meganar ult, that there would be any sort of engage or pattern for them to fight back against this.
Yeah, and the cooldown for Spray and Pray, it's not that short. It's shorter than the Zonias, but not by much here. So Farmingdale are pretty okay with that particular trait. The more important thing is how they deal with this Baron push. And actually, I'd have preferred to see Gate Force hold the Spray and Pray for this push, because you can actually fire from almost outside turret range, or actually outside turret range. And you can't do that anymore.
That's the second time a chunk has come out, and with how much damage laid down, 1C's like, cool, I got the rewind timer. I don't know why you're doing this to me. They're still going to force 4-1 stack, and I like this. We're now going to see Farmingdale once again attempt to defend against a Baron of all things. Keep eyes on that Vel'Koz, though. A single chunk can put them out of commission. 1C, I thought the ulti is going to have to play a little bit safer. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Sexy Pant and Kuzan trying to duke it out. Mid lane still pushing on. Who did they send? 2 members. And the laser going to force out a few more members. This dance of death by Farmingdale has to be tailored. And quite honestly, I'm impressed that they haven't died or lost more. They're doing an okay job.
Well, up to a certain point, because that is about to get broken.
Okay, there it is.
There you go. Yeah,
all right. We were waiting for it. 1C gets the ulti back up and says thank you very much. Lamb's Respite will only deny for a certain amount of time. Hostile takeover eats 3, and Sexy Pant is once again left alone. It's a triple for 1C, and we get a 2-0 for Assumption University.
Okay. Overall, Assumption looking real good. I really like what we're seeing here. Their resilience we get to see in game 2, their willingness to kind of go toe-to-toe. And I think what I like best is just the sort of carry potential they have in every lane. We sit it when we're talking about this team. We're seeing that we don't really know who's the carry on this team so far. Because last split in Emergence, they crushed every and all oncomers, right? And everybody popped off. Well, I guess that's our answer. It's not that they were just so much better that, everybody can pop off. Well, they are. But also, they do have carry potential in every single lane. And it showed this game.
I love it. I'm so impressed with what I saw tonight. And also the fact that they did it on 2 distinct different styles, right? Game number 1 felt a little bit more, we're going to play for late. We're going to play for a little, well, not late, but mid-game, right? A little bit more controlled. We can have that macro down and we can make those calls. The calls also to not fight. In this one, it was a hard shift, and they still held up. Maybe not as cleanly, but my gosh, were they making some amazing plays. And no hate over to Farmingdale, right? A squad that we have seen and are still also finding their identity. We said at the beginning, right? A team that is looking to improve, and I say they improved amazingly well. The calls to take those fights made me so impressed that I was almost looking at 2 very different teams. I was like, where the heck did these guys come from?
Yeah, and to be fair to Farmingdale, I think they got outdrafted a little bit in this game, right? The sort of swap around from the Echo, the Pantheon, those are picks that you see commonly, much less, where they're going to go. In draft, it's hard to tell where Assumption wanted to go, partially because of Kuzan's unusual champion pool here. So Farmingdale was kind of playing at a disadvantage, it felt like, in multiple lanes. And even then, they certainly did get their pop-off moments. They kept it competitive. They won the early game. Let's not forget, Farmingdale was ahead up to right about the 20-minute mark where they messed up that one Baron fight and everything kind of fell to pieces around them. And more importantly, having seen them play, I kind of agree with Coach Shane here. Their jungler, massive carry. Evelyn bought the Kindred game 2, looked fantastic. Leon V9 in game 1 on that Casio looked pretty good as well. If they can just get them both to sync up and carry at the same time, I think they can win games.
It's like we got to get the legs in unison. We got to get them walking left, right, please, instead of dragging one along the other. I love it though. Whenever we get the full runner, please, Farmingdale, I want to see you again. I want to see what you got at the end of the season. But great job by Assumption University. You will take the 2-0. You will move to 1-1 on the season and look to continue on forward. Now, of course, that's going to be it from me and RMC, but there's more League of Legends to be played as we have another Challengers Division series, this time from Pacific Frontier. We have California State University Dominguez Hills coming in against Northern Arizona University. That'll be Echo and Regdor to take over that one, so please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back.
What's going on, everybody? Took some time, but we are finally back here over at NECC 2. I'm Echo again. I'm joined by the one and the only Regdar. Listen, man, it's gonna be rough. I don't know how we're gonna top last series, but we're gonna have to find a way. We're gonna have to find some kind of way.
I mean, honestly, it should be pretty easy. As the night gets later, the hours get more degen, and the players get a little bit, more trigger happy. So if anything, if there was like 15 team fights in the last game, we'll have 30.
Hey, you know what? I'm honestly all for it. 2 new teams coming up, stepping on the block this time around. We've got CSU, California State University, going up against Northern Arizona University, but we need to find out who the hell it even is that's stepping on the rift. So let's take a look at those rosters real quick. First up, CSU. Regdar, break it down for me.
We've got D. Luffy in the top lane, still looking for the One Piece. That's only been 1,200 episodes long. Little Asia 1 in the jungle. Nikki G5 in the mid lane, and that's XM Blood and Ayushin. We're going to go with making up that bot lane here. It's actually pronounced I-Ru-Sen. Okay, there we go.
All right. I got
that's how that one maps out.
I know you're kind of a One Piece guy. This might hurt your heart a little bit. I used to think that it was Luffy and not Luffy until I was just absolutely assaulted by my friends about how I've been pronouncing it wrong. I was ready to like go down with a fight to say it's Luffy. It felt bad.
That's a rough one, champ. I wouldn't say that to
Bro's
too
about to
many
leave the
people.
call. He's about to leave the cast. He's like, I cannot be associated with this guy. But that's going to be the lineup for CSU. Let's flip the page and take a look at Northern Arizona University, who have too many oranges up in the top lane. I think we're going to have to talk about him in a moment here. But regardless, we got Hasuko in the jungle. Odd Auto in the mid lane, the Rogue Nat. Yes, the goated names. We're back, Regdar. NECC. We're always looking for the goated names. I'm gonna go ahead and just veto the Rogue Natkin. I love it. And Young Blood in this bot lane as the support.
See, there's a thing. There's another cast that I get to do on Mondays, and the best name there is a guy who is an ADC, and their name is Little John 2005. And you can't beat that. I'm sorry.
That is
like,
pretty damn good.
Yeah. As a near boomer, like 2005 was my freshman year of high school. Like Little John was like, mwah. peak content then. So
Little John, yo, that's actually awesome. But okay. Enough of that. We gotta get serious, right there. Especially the two of these teams have to also get serious because at the moment, both of them are still 0-1. They've been able to play one game so far, while CSU took an L to Kansas State. I'm assuming that's Kansas State, K-State, JV. I don't want to say anything wrong, but just go with that. And NAU as well, taking an L to the Park Pirates. So both of these teams are looking to pick up their first win in this match.
yeah, and this is the point in both the competitive season for League of Legends as a whole, as well as for NECC just starting off, where metas are starting to form. We've been on 13-3 for a little while. Some of us earlier today just got to watch the LCS swap over to that. And we should kind of know what's going on at this point. We've got an idea of what's good, what's bad. I've changed my background. It's no longer blue side OP. It's ban Maokai because that champion is absolutely freelo in about every sense of the word right now. So if anybody's out there looking for some free tips and tricks, if you don't have first pick in solo queue, ban Maokai. If you have first pick Maokai. Congratulations. Good luck. That's all you need to know.
Well, you already hear blue side no longer relevant. Doesn't matter what side you're starting on. You've got an equal chance. I also feel like this time around, Caitlyn and Varus abuse is definitely, it's making a comeback very strong, especially with those IE changes. Caitlyn's, I'm sure, loving that. All the Caitlyn mains rejoicing.
Yeah, I said it here last season, made it into the caster reel of like, build more damage on Caitlyn, you do more damage, and now all of a sudden she has this perfect second item spike. And I think it's really great because there's a lot of lines being drawn in draft of like, if you ban Karma on red side, then that is signaling we're going to go towards Caitlyn or Ashe. If you pick Caitlyn on B1, then you can answer with Varus and Ashe on R1 and R2, and you just have these pushing lanes, and that's the idea. But now with melees, right, our Alistar Enjoyers, our Nautilus, our Leonas are coming back into the fold to where you can get abused for saying, I'm going to pick something super push heavy on either side of the map, because then it's like, well, I'll just pick Nautilus, and what is Ashe support going to do? Cry and go back to the gray screen for stepping up in a lane with the astronaut there. So it's a lot of fun right now, but I think we've got a little bit to learn about with these teams because it is so early on. But there's one thing we kind of know, and you alluded to earlier, and that's too many oranges here.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of melee champs and getting abused, there's a bit of a, how do we formulate this? A bit of a rank discrepancy going on, especially in this top laner here with too many oranges, if I'm not mistaken, being GM going up against Luffy, who is the silver boy. Everyone loves the silver boy. This is, listen, Rector, some would see this as a disaster waiting to happen. I see this as an opportunity for Luffy to make just the biggest comeback story in existence. I have faith.
Yeah, through the power of friendship, Monkey
Exactly.
D. Luffy can do all things, but also to like make clear here, the phrase silver scrapes may refer to a game 5, but it could also refer to what D. Luffy's gonna be doing up in the top lane, that's scraping by to get anything. Because too many oranges, not only is a grandmaster level player, is a top laner by trade. When I was taking a quick look, has a wild, like 74% win rate over 27 games on Shin, 78% win rate on Pantheon just out of 9 games. Most played is Gangplank, sitting at a 44% win rate, which is pretty good for a high skill champion like that. But needless to say, they can absolutely play the meta here, and especially on the top side of the map where we're always incentivized with those former lanes we talked about, Caitlyn Lux, Ashe Varus. Those are lanes that you want to go to, that you need to path to early as a jungler, 3 camp into gank or 5 camp into scuttle. And that is very important, that if your top side's winning in isolation, then that just frees you up to do whatever you want as these junglers. So we're going to have to see what's the kind of idea for CSU to slow that down and maybe send some support up to the top side for this too many oranges.
Definitely so. Well, enough speculation, Regdor. The draft has begun. Now, obviously, the pick order is going to be, the usual LCS lineup coming through. So we'll have to give some context to some of the picks that end up coming up. But regardless, looking at the bands themselves, that GP band, especially you talked about, really no surprise that one coming out. We want to play safe and up the Ornn, right? It's like, it's dangerous in that top lane, just go something as tanky as possible.
Yeah, and it's a great champion for D. Luffy because it doesn't have to win lane. All it has to do is exist. We always call Ornn a ticking time bomb. Because if you let the game go long enough and you just let him be near XP, eventually going to hand out those ornaments that we heard from RNC, roughly worth about a 1k gold, which is a pretty great feeling in the game. But being answered by Jack Sejuani already signals that we're going to have a bit of emphasis on the top side. Being able to use that brittle passive here on her E, used by other melee champions, that's an easy, 3 camp into a top gank and just start this off when Too Many Oranges still has a kill threat on the Ornn.
I was gonna say, you ban away the GP from Too Many Oranges. It's like, listen, okay, I'll pick out the next solo queue stomp champ. I'm gonna just pull out the Jax here, and like you already alluded to, right, it's gonna have great synergy with the Sejuani as well, as we're just rushing through this picture. Both the junglers getting picked up. Poppy on the other side here coming through, and the Talia, something that we don't see too often. We saw a little bit of it kind of last season coming through, then it kind of disappeared a little bit again, but I do like it.
Yeah, I think Talia and the Poppy are both incentivized around the same thing. These were the 4-5 pick on blue side for CSU, and that is they take up space and they say that you're not allowed to kind of enter here. When you already are showing a Sejuani, when you're showing this Lucian, you have ton of dashes as well as the Jax. Those are all things that you cannot go through with the steadfast presence. You cannot go through the minefields. It's really smart pick from the side of CSU to take up space, and now you throw in a Caitlyn and Swain, and yeah, that's full terrain control. That's saying we get first rotation to river, you're not allowed to enter.
Definitely. So definitely, it's also very important to obviously point out, the Caitlyn was the B1 pick coming through from CSU. Very confident. We talked about the Caitlyn abuse that's been coming through, and the response from NAU was actually that Lucian Nami. So they definitely feel like they've got what it takes to shut this Caitlyn lane down.
Yeah, okay, so here's my thing is if the Rogue Napkin goes the first strike route with this Lucian, which is the flavor of the month, it's actually bad. It's something that's going to get beat up upon because Lucian Nami wants to trade around the window of the Tricolor's Blessing on Nami and the first strike proc on Lucian. Well, Caitlyn and Swain both outrange you. Caitlyn and Swain both can just take that rune away. Congratulations, you're laning with nothing. Your windows are now gone. Because Caitlyn is such a great lane bully that if he goes the PTA route and kind of plays it that way, that'll be great. But this is a lane from the NAU side that has to accelerate.
Yeah,
if they fail to accelerate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, all good, man. Also, with just the amount of poke that's going to be coming out from the Swain as well, I think it really just hammers that point home that, you would not have any sort of opportunity to get any of that first strike gold coming through. So can we say with relative confidence, Regdor, that we're going to be seeing the gank coming out from this top lane and they're going to look to get Too Many Oranges into this game as soon as possible? Or do we see a lot of this bot lane focus coming through instead?
I would say for the side of NAU that I would be more apt to see them play towards the bottom side at first and try to get the Lucian Nami ahead, because in theory Jax should get the early push and early good trades into the Ornn. The side note I would make here is like, this is my worry with NAU as a whole. You have 2 lanes that you want to play for in top and bot side, and there's only one Sejuani. She cannot hop off of Bristle and gank 2 lanes at once. So it's going to be up to one of them to either suck it up, sit underneath tower, and not be the main character, or find their own advantages and kind of be their own independent summoner on the Rift.
Of his own. I feel on the flip side, it's almost like CSU have just the exact opposite of that, right? It's like mid and top are both just going to be chilling, while bot lane is really just the focus that I would just very much assume see come out here for this Poppy pick as well, looking to come on down here, get this Caitlyn ahead. So it kind of really frees up their jungle to just do exactly what they want to get done, get this bot lane shut down, and D. Luffy can just chill up top and be like, listen, bro, I'm Ornn. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Dive me? Okay, that's all good.
Yep. No, exactly. And for the Poppy is a champion that we don't get to see a whole lot of, is incentivized, like we said here, with the dash heavy composition of NAU, but is going to need some time, is going to need to get some farming in, and really, I don't think wants to be as proactive in the early game as Sejuani does. Just really wants to wait and be advantageous and probably be the counter gank solution. So really look for CSU, if they've got the thinking caps on, to try to get down some sort of level 1 ward to catch this Sejuani out in rotation to be able to match the plays.
Okay. Well, I gotta ask you, I always ask you this. I always pray that you give me the answer I'm looking for. Is there going to be level 1 shenanigans, do you think? Are we going to see some kind of invade coming through? Please tell me yes.
Yeah, I would like to say there should be an invade when you have Poppy, Talia, Swain. Like, you technically have a few different ways to like set up CC and just kind of rush in. It is, as a Swain support, normal to start that pull. So I would love to think that, and that also solves the problem of tracking the Sejuani early on. If you kill the Sejuani level 1, you know where she's going to be.
True that indeed. Only time will tell, as I've been told. We're almost ready to get onto the Rift and get things started. Once again, both of these teams are still looking to pick up their first win, so it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. It is a best of 3, so obviously this first game, we're going to be able to get a bit of a feeling for both of these teams, how they like to play, how they like to get things done, and we're also going to get to see how they look to adapt.
Yeah, and you know, this is the fun part of spring, where like we keep on talking about is everything's unknown. I saw Annie get played support twice today in the LCS. My mind is blown. There's been Callistas. There's just been a lot of wild stuff happening, and especially as we move down the levels where the idea of meta is less important than comfort. Like you talked about with the Talia, not picked that often, but if you're good on the champion and you like it, then you'll do exceptionally well. And so I'm really excited to watch as these teams are able to grow here in the Challengers division and kind of figure out what works for them, which is usually predicated with a lot of team fighting, a lot of silly shenanigans going on. And those are things that just make life fun.
Yeah, no meta slaves in this lobby. You love to see it. Just pick what you want, pick what you feel comfortable with, and perform. And honestly, that's all I can ask for. Just give me a show. That's what I want. Just give me something to look at.
No, absolutely. I gotta ask. You know, we've been a little bit into season 13. What have you been abusing? Are you still a Viego one trick, or?
I to the dismay of most of my teammates, I am indeed still a Viego one trick. I am still constantly berated by, dude, he's not even that great right now. He kind of sucks right now. Go for something else. And I say, no, I will stay true. I will indeed. But unfortunately, I've been a little bit sick recently, so I've not had any time to play League. I've just been playing, sleeping in bed. But Rector, we're on the Rift, and we're getting ready to go. Game number 1 is underway, and there's no invade. It's a 5-point setup. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, you know, I won't lie. I was a little disappointed there too. But hey, the good news is that something's going to happen. At least the Rogue Napkin maybe heard my thoughts and prayers. Did take that press the attack keystone as opposed to the first strike, with the understanding, hey, we're outrange. It's better to have a keystone than not have one at all. But we do see a little river ward placed down there by the Sejuani, by Oscuo, before the recall.
Odd auto just hitting the emote there. That's good. I'd love to see it. That word getting dropped down already. Gonna allow them to do a little bit of tracking coming through here. As no surprise at all, the Asian one starting up in that top lane. Gonna look to move on down here. Wow, actually, Masuko gonna be starting down this bot, looking to head top instead. Not exactly what we expected to happen.
Yeah, but it makes sense in the grand scheme of things for, I don't want to say like lower level junglers, but at a younger stage of junglers, getting a leash from 2 champions is better than 1. And a lot of times they feel like, you know, it's the natural meta for the bot lane to do this leash as opposed to the top lane, leave the solo laner alone. So overall, like, okay, it makes sense. And again, that synergy for the Sejuani with that passive on the stacks of permafrost, but just very easy to kind of knock out.
Yeah. Listen, you know what I want to see? I'm never gonna forget this. I don't know if you remember the caster showdown that Kangas put together, but I got to play obviously for the play-by-plays, and I was jungling for them, and I did a I did a 3 camp. My bot lane. I started bot lane 3 camp into an instant gank, and I just said, screw it, I might just sack my top lane. And Rafa hit me with the wild rift pathing. To this day, I don't know if I should be insulted or not, but I've run with that, and I was hoping to maybe see something like that from Asuko, but no, he is steadfast to head on top lane.
Yeah, not only that, but he's doing a full clear. So the old 5 camp here on patch 13.3, you're actually incentivized to 3 camp, because now you can get level 3 from Gromp in both buffs, or the Raptors in both buffs. So depending on what your champion excels at, kind of can propel you towards a certain side of the map to get a level 3 gank in. But as of right now, it looks like there's just a pushing wave on the top side. We saw some heavy trades from Too Many Oranges. That sets up for an early recall should they choose to utilize it. Looks as though they're trying to play around in the fog of war a bit.
Yeah, with no flash available from D. Luffy, is you have to burn that to escape just to be safe. I am curious. So I'm looking at Irusen. I feel like once we kind of get a bit further down into this game, that's when he's really going to shine. That Unraveled Earth, I'm looking at the side of NAU, right? That is just going to shut down Rogue Napkin, shut down his mobility, shut down too many oranges hopping around as well. I feel that's going to be an incredibly pivotal spell come through.
Yeah, no, that will be the pivot, indeed, as too many oranges.
Oh, no. D. Luffy might have to pivot and get on out of there fighting in the minions, but there's nowhere to go for too many oranges, and that's what I want to see. Asuko does pull up, making sure that there's no follow-up, but D. Luffy is holding his ground.
D. Luffy knew that he could make it on the Grand Line, and here it is today. That's a One Piece reference if you didn't know, Echo. Want to keep you up to date here.
Thank you.
But it's that brittle from Ornn, the druid, assassin, tank, warrior, all those things that does so much of that percent and max health damage here early on.
Nice little make sure to dodge that counter strike, looking to hop on him. Long way to run to the turret, and no flash available, and too many oranges knows exactly that. Has the lethal tempo stocked. Oh, but the auto attacks. There we go. First blood. Gonna go over to too many oranges. He saw the opportunity, and he took it.
He definitely saw the opportunity, and that's kind of how we expected this lane to go. It's something that Luffy is going to need to get more of those cloth armors under his belt, have those defensive items to just withstand the storm and not take any too heavy trades like that. It does look as though it could be a freeze up top with that reset coming on through here for Luffy, or not for Luffy, for Too Many Oranges. Really kind of helps set up, yeah, as you can just see, it's kind of a neutral wave state up there. So going to need some help for Luffy to be able to exist in this lane, because as he said, it's a long drive back to the tower otherwise.
Yeah, especially when you're a little bit slower like the Ornn, but we'll have to wait and see, as right now auto getting some of that mana back should be okay for now, but perhaps the run was coming through for Irusen. Looking down on that bot lane, but Charmy just wanted to get some more vision on that drag, make sure it's not being started up, being taken. But Asuko, he's got other plans. Nice scram wall coming through here. Nice flash to make sure he doesn't get hit by that Unraveled Earth, though. Gonna pop the barrier just to be safe, but he's gonna be alive.
Very educated play from Irusen there, utilizing the Weaver's Wall to get him back into the mid lane, but furthermore, just the idea of fogging away, saying, I'm going to go hide in the fog of war. You don't know if I'm going to make a rotation out of the bot side, if we're going for Drake, whatever it may be, and then just going back for the kill angle, blowing the flash as well as the barrier there on odd auto.
Very huge. Asuko being spotted out, that means a free drag to come through here for CSU as they start that thing up. Should be pretty safe for them. So Asuko just gonna look to see if he can get some camps for himself in the top lane. Dropping an award as well. For now, looking for some kind of an opportunity. Anything to equal out the skill. Maybe a gank, but Winning Wave just not in the state right now.
I was really expecting that with a stacking wave kind of set up there for it to be a dive on the top side, but NAU, hey, take the safe call. We're going to go ahead and bow out of this one. Able to get some good timers on the top side camps there on Little Asia, who so far got the first strike of the game, but as we've noticed, 0-0-0, just farming, like we said, only wanting to match the plays of Asuko here early on. Once they get to that Divine Sunderer, though, that's when the game starts being fun.
Definitely so here. So far, bot's been pretty quiet. No real jungle interference coming from either side, so they've just been left to their own devices. Just a little bit of trading coming through here and there. Farm-wise, a little bit of a lead here for XM Blood. The Rogue Napkin is still holding his own, so I'm waiting to see. I feel like once these level 6s come online, that's when we really get to see some action going through. Or maybe SR Jr. says, no, hold up, or look for something here. But no, just a little trading coming through.
And see, that's really the point where I want the Rogue Napkin to go in. As soon as SRN Jr. wastes that pull right there, that's your window to go in.
Not much of a waste. He did find that one, and so it's going to be alive right now. But a bit of damage does come through here. Now both ADCs getting lower and lower as the clock ticks down. Still waiting for those level 6s to come around here. All summoner spells still available for both teams here, all 4 of these bot laners. So it's only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time, indeed, but that's the piece. At level 6 with Demonic Ascension, that's when SRN really does want to fight and is fine with these extended trades. Right now, just taking these short ones, get the Electrocution proc, but moving forward, it's not going to be as easy for the Solution Nami down here for NAU.
But now Malaysia looking for a little something here. The jungle will invade has that level 6 in person. Hasuko's level 5. It's gonna go ahead and use that. Yeah, Hasuko on out of there. That we saw the rotate come through from odd auto, but ultimately nothing gonna come out of it.
Yeah, the keeper's verdict is going to be a key piece of the team fight before the side of CSU, who we talked about early on, wants to control the zone and stay in the driver's seat when it comes to these objectives. And that's going to be one of the tools that's going to help them create these mismatches and really play around the circumstantial CC in their team.
Too many oranges though. Flash, counter strike, not gonna find it though. Artillery barrage comes through, one more strike should land, but too many oranges is just gonna run him down, jumps on him, takes him out.
Yeah, the leap of Jax is a very useful skill. I played against one in IRF earlier on, and man, that's just pain.
Pain.
Don't worry
indeed.
though.
Yeah. Pain
I was
indeed.
playing Maokai, so it was better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it was manageable. It was manageable. Not like you're out here with the Talia. It's a little trickier here, especially when you don't have that unraveled earth available. So down he goes. Too many oranges. Now 2-0. It's just going to make D. Luffy's life ever so harder.
Yeah, but D. Luffy doing a great job keeping up in the CS, only giving up that 1 kill. Has the flash back now. So continuing to get through the earliest parts of the game where it's the worst. It's not going to get hard again until Too Many Oranges has access to that Divine Sunder, is able to do that percent max HP health, damage. Until then, it's going to be a lot to kind of chop down Mr. D. Luffy.
Yep, ultimate comes through here. Nice stun to get procced, and IRUsin. Nowhere for him to go. Odd auto picking up the kill there. A nice gank from Asuko.
Coming around the backside there, it's been the interesting angles on champions like Sejuani here for Hasuko to find that sort of angle to where there's really nowhere the poor Talia can go. Here for the side of CSU, kind of a little bit behind here in gold. Very manageable though overall, as this has been a rather quiet early game in this first match.
Indeed. NAU taking their time, ramping up so slowly. 3-0 at the moment for them. 2 of those kills, like we mentioned before, on Too Many Oranges, and now 1 of them on odd auto. Maybe looking to pick up those items and do just, Xerath damage really. Me on the top lane, gonna go ahead and jump onto D. Luffy. A bit of damage coming through once again. With that wave looking to perhaps crash soon, and the jungle starting up this Rift Trail, I'm curious to see if we're about to see a 3-man onto D. Luffy.
We're going to have to see here. It doesn't look as though the side of CSU are going to contest that. A little under 10 seconds till the Drake is up. So hopefully from the side of CSU, we'll take the cross map objective here, as we can already see some rotations down that side, and they have the priority in the bottom lane. Stacking these Drakes from CSU will be a boon for them, as they are the more scaling sort of composition here in concept.
Indeed, they are. They did hear you. Cross map has been achieved. They're looking to start this drag up. We saw the artillery barrage come out from odd auto, looking to get a little bit of damage. Not too much going to come out of it, and there we go. Going to pick up their second drag of the match here. It's a cloud, so that means, oh, let's go, baby. It's Hextech Soul.
Hextech, a soul that everybody in the game, literally every champion, loves to have here. As Too Many Oranges still trying to get this wave kind of in. Gonna take a tower shot for his troubles.
Finally get to see a bit of fighting though in the spot lane coming through. Ace in the hole charged up, but gonna be blocked by Young Blood. So the ult get dropped by SRN Jr. as well with the ignite. Looking to grab this wave, and maybe they look for something more if SRN can find a grab that could spell disaster for NAU. But now the return again coming through. Little Agent 1 is here now as well. Finds the root, finds a lot of damage, and they're gonna find the kill as well.
Oh, but now down the bottom lane, it is extremely dangerous.
Indeed. See, they don't want to let this tower fall, but I don't think they're going to be given a choice. They find the grab, they find the damage, and down goes the rogue napkin. The tidal wave gets called in, but it's just not enough.
Not enough, but now the return game.
Indeed. Oh, nice flash from SRN Jr. to make sure he doesn't get hit by it. Oh, the grab was beautiful, too. Will it be enough, though, is the question. You're going to have to wait a little bit for the answer. It's looking like it was indeed. XM Blood is going to get out of there.
Yeah, this very well played from SRN Jr. there. Just everything just perfectly on time to save their ADC. And if we get a chance to look at the gold differential, that was a full tower to the side of CSU. And when you're Caitlyn, this is exactly what you want. As you can see, up almost 1,200 gold. Should be sitting on that mythic item here pretty darn shortly. And that is where you want to do to move this game state forward. Yeah, has all the components there for the Gale Force as well as the tier 2 boots. Should hopefully rotate over to the middle lane here shortly once they get this tower down.
Definitely. So, bit of a rough spot for Rogue Napkin. Gonna be looking towards XM Blood to make things happen. And D Luffy, right? We mentioned how you don't really have to win this lane. You just gotta survive. Real objective, survive. Just chill. Make sure nothing goes down. Too many oranges, mainly the kills he's been able to pick up were by roaming around here, as they are going to go ahead and drop this Rift Herald in. A lot of turret shots are going to land onto too many oranges. They find the knockup. He's so low, but they can't quite push forward. 4-man up in this top lane should spell a whole lot of turret damage for the rest of the map.
Able to get just the basic gold off of that and walk away with their life. Now, D Luffy needs to be careful here. That's a low health Jax, but now it could be a bait.
It's looking like a bit of a bait here. Too many oranges, looks to drop it. Pops the ulti, but D Luffy, no! The Divine Sunder proc, man. It hits hard.
And this is the worry point, right? If Jax is standing in the lane at a low health bar, you should be scared because he knows something that you don't. Yeah, he has critical information. So look at that. The W will steal away the blue buff from the side of CSU. We'll take the wins where we can get them here, as that first tower did fall on the bottom side of the map.
It's the little things, man. You gotta appreciate the little things. They'll snowball into greater things, as Rogue Napkin needs a couple of great things to happen to him. Still 0-1, still respectable. Farm-wise, only down 20 CS in comparison to XM Blood. Not exactly the best place to be with Lucian, but it's not the worst place either.
And this is where you should get a little bit of pressure relieved off of you. You have lost the lane. They should be going on to bigger and better things, and that is rotating their bot lane up to the mid lane to fight for the second Herald on a 5-man.
Oh, nice flash. Nice flash from Auto to make sure he doesn't get boxed in from the wall there. Continue. Sorry, Raider. What was going on, man?
No. Yeah, this is where the point where CSU should be forcing their bot lane up to the mid lane, rotating this Talia down, and really fight for a man advantage around these objectives. If you have your bot lane mid, you can play either side of the map, whereas for the most part, NAU is going to want to keep the Rogue Napkin kind of down on the bottom side, maybe freeze this wave near the tier 2, and just farm up. You've already kind of missed the early game power spike of Lucian, so now you're looking to get to that kind of 3-item stance. Some people have liked Navori Quick Blades over IE on him. Each their own in that regard.
A bit of damage coming through. Those divine procs with the Empowered Autos just hit so incredibly hard here. Sasuko maybe looking for something. Both of these teams are going to go ahead and meet up in the river here. Drag up in 20 seconds, looking for some kind of a pick. A lot of damage does come through onto SRN Jr. But it's looking like CSU might have to get this drag up.
This is the problem with the composition for the side of CSU. It's predicated on having first access to the river, being the one with setup. You can see that their retake is a lot weaker than their ability to hold ground. Essentially, they have the tools to stop you from getting in, but they do not have a lot of tools to force their way in.
Still here, but they might look to do it regardless. TP is coming through here from D Luffy. Dragon has been started up and it's getting lower. Junior hopping over the wall, and now they're looking. They find the grab, ace in the hole onto Auto, but in the back line, too many oranges. Let's get hit by the tidal wave, but might need to actually fall back. They put everything they got on him and they take him down. 1 member down, 2 members down. And they said, listen, Regdor, we can do whatever the hell we please. We retake these sites.
We take those. Yeah, it was rather unlucky there overall. That flank from Odd Oranges was the thing to set up the team fight, actually getting access to XM Blood there, but not able to stick it out. I'm not sure what actually knocked him off because the Nami's on his team.
Yeah, it was a little odd. Not going to come through regardless, though. Rogue Napkin. Nicely done. Going to go ahead and pick up a pick of his own.
There's the deadly combination there for Lucian, able to use that Gale Force as well as the Relentless Pursuit to pick up his first kill of the game. We'll have to see what's the second item the Rogue Napkin goes for. The longsword in his inventory, it could be nearly anything, but it makes me think that he's going to go towards that Navori Quick Blades.
I can tell you what Asuko's looking to go for, and that's this Herald and possibly some kills with it. Get Rogue Napkin some more gold. Cullen gets dropped. Junior's frozen. Are they gonna get the pick is the question though. Junior is under the tower, and now they got him boxed in. Hasuko gonna do his damnedest to get out of there. Too Many Oranges has joined the fray as well, and he's gonna shut down D Luffy, and he might look for more bit of damage coming through on the Little Asia, but cannot underestimate that turret damage. So instead, gonna look to just back off, start this Herald up. Some blood looking, maybe he can find something. Ace in the hole gets prepped up, but Asuko gonna go ahead and block it. Weaver's Wall drop now as well, sectioning off Rogue Napkin for the rest of the squad. Junior gets stunned up and should be taken down. Goes gold though, he's healing quite a bit. Will it be enough? Tidal Wave is gonna buy him some time, and a double kill for Junior. But Too Many Oranges says, watch me work. He finds himself 2 members as well. He's on top of XM Blood. They shut him down, and now Irusen is the last man standing, gets stunned by the counter strike and gets put in the dirt.
And that's the angle Odd Oranges was actually looking for in that last fight. This was a bit of a risky play for the side of CSU to go after both the Drake as well as the Rift Herald, as D Luffy's going to step up.
Come on, Luffy.
He's going to smite here.
Yeah, come on, Luffy. You can do it. Call the Forge God. Does go in. Ooh, nice flash from Too Many Oranges, though, trying to stay alive. Brittle Proc available, but not going to find them. They are going to get the eye and get on out of there.
The great escape. It's happened. That is the beauty here. Now on 2 items for Too Many Oranges. Has too many items. And to the point I was going to give is they tried to go for both sides of the map here with CSU. Look at the item inventory of Little Asia. Just has the Sunfire Cape. Did not go the Divine Thunder route that we talked about earlier. Sunfire, no longer a mythic item, is a legendary. So a bit of a disadvantage in itemization when you look across and see, Divine Thunder, the Radiant Virtue, Leandri's Torment, etc. There. Well, they're just sitting on a little bit of armor and burn.
Also pretty menacing. Looking at Odd Auto, man. Those 2 blasting ones that just screams death cap to me. Second item. Doesn't even have fully upgraded boots yet. Just going for that damage. Wants to be able to sit in the back line. Get them low for Too Many Oranges so he can go in and just clean up.
I think it's unfair that Xerath gets to buy boots and Cassiopeia doesn't. I think that's like... I feel like there's a lore discrepancy here that I haven't been told about.
True. I mean, yeah, wait, does he have... He doesn't really have legs, does he? It's just like one...
No.
Like, maybe he just gets like one big boot and just kind of puts that on, maybe?
Well, then Cassiopeia could do the same thing. She's got a tail.
Yeah,
like...
You're asking too many
Make
questions.
it make sense, Echo.
You're asking too many questions, man. As I'm gonna have to ask myself, can Too Many Oranges get this 2v1? Goes for the tower first. Counter strike is available. Hops on top of SRN. Finds a whole lot of damage. The Call of the Forge God is going to stall for a little bit. Hopping right back onto him. Goes gold. They're buying as much time as they can. The tidal wave finds a knockup, and it is gonna be enough. Too Many Oranges gonna take 1 member with him. So ultimately, honestly, I might be saying worth.
For who?
CSU.
Okay. I was like, Echo, which way are we going with this?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, that was a bit of a strong play from Too Many Oranges, just trying to use the wallet differential there to get that tier 1. It does get it in the end, but does trade their life for it. And you don't want to be sending over too many care packages of shutdowns to the side of CSU, because again, it's just going to take time and space, and as we can already see, the Protean there upgraded on D Luffy, that Jock Show. Oh, Jock Show is called like the Unspoken Parasite. Really cool name for an item.
That is pretty sick, actually. Yeah, SRN valiantly given his life to get that shutdown secured. He's a real one. He's a hero. Going for that Zonia's first as well. I hate Zonia's. That's my least favorite item in this game, man. It's so just like, oh, I just want to rip my hair out whenever you're about to get that kill. Goes gold, and all of a sudden a 4-man comes out of the bush because they've just been stalling and like you just fell for the bait.
That sounds like a player differential. Is important to note. It is on cooldown right now. Does have access to the Demonic Ascension. SRN Jr. has been a big piece of the pick potential of this composition.
Round 2, though. Can we retake the site? It's CSGO all over again, man. A nice Weaver's Wall gonna box him in. Flash over and Dragon secured. Now they just got a clean house, and they're looking to do exactly that. They grab themselves the Rogue Napkin first, and the rest of NAU run for the hills.
And that's the soul. That is the Hextech soul. That static shiv in your auto attacks, the slowing capability given to the team that has so much chase down in their pocket already. 2 items now completed there for the mid laner. whose name, again, just messes with my brain a little too hard.
Irusen?
Nonetheless, Irusen?
Yeah, Irusen.
Okay, I'm just apparently, yeah, look at that. Echo's teaching me how to speak and spell today.
I got you.
Ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate it. The wind beneath my wings. But the Soul, taken at, nearly 22 minutes into the game, that means we have the Elder coming up in 5 minutes. That's the real tilter. That's the real
Oh, no,
changer.
you got, too many oranges. Got to remind XM that he's an ADC. You don't get to roam in these parts, but actually, XM, gonna be okay for now. Actually, able to get out of that one alive, but definitely quite scary. Was 100 almost down to 0 real quick. Is gonna have to back once again.
And is going to hit the quick reset there. Utilize the 90 caliber net as well as that Gale Force to buy some space. This is why ADCs do not need to be in the bottom lane post 20 minutes. Get to the mid lane, friend, where it's safe and short, and you can just push waves to your heart's content. Trying to get to that Infinity Edge, that all-important 40% crit, giving the perfect execution, which is really phenomenal when you have a guaranteed crit in your kit with that headshot. What XM Blood needs to be looking for in these fights is utilizing the Ural Snap Traps as well as that 90 caliber net to guarantee the big damage numbers.
Definitely. So especially with just the amount of peel that the rest of the squad has for him, can really buy him as much time as they need, as we've been seeing in all of these fights. D. Luffy is just such a menace, such a tank. Little Asian now as well, picking up the Jock Show. We got double Jock Show on the Rift. It is just so hard to chew through all that armor and all that HP.
Now, that is a very tanky front line to get through, and as of right now, the only thing that can kind of bust it is too many oranges. At the moment with that Divine Thunder. Otherwise, we're just hoping for pure odd auto HP shred with that Leandry's Torment.
Oh my god, everyone's looking to just remind XM that he's an ADC. It's up to Hasuko this time around. They find the stun. He's lacking a little bit in the damage department. The flash comes through, but it's not going to be enough in odd auto. From the other side of the map, grabs the kill.
Able to pick up that all-important kill. Important note is once Hasuko uses the Glacial Prison, you don't get to use your passive again.
Can we stop bullying the ADCs for like 30 seconds here? Rogue Napkin was in a bit of a tricky spot. Is able to get out of that one, but a lot of damage coming through from Irusen as they look to shove these top waves in.
Listen, as an ADC player, no. This is par for the course. You are going to just get abused if you find yourself in the side lane. This is an important thing for the side of NAU, is that only one person can really side lane on their team, and that's too many oranges. Odd Auto does not want to be caught out and alone, only has one disengage spell, and that is that stun on his E. And Lucian just has the Relentless Pursuit as a small dash that is countered by the majority of the side of CSU. So they really have to recollect themselves, try to play on just 2 lanes, and play around what is the Elder Dragon here in the next 2.5 minutes.
Yep. Now they're going to be looking for Little Asia. Too many oranges right on top of him. D. Luffy is here, but he's pretty damn low as well. It's going to have to go ahead and pop the ulti there, but look at that. They just don't do damage to him, even when he's under turret. Does have to flash, though. Tidal Wave going to get some knockups. Ascension coming through from Junior. He's looking for Young Blood first. Can't quite find him, though. Too many oranges on the run as well. Rogue Napkin popping the calling. The headshot does come through, but there we go. Goal is goal. That's why I hate that item, but it doesn't matter. A double kill for Odd Auto. Little Asia running for his life, fighting Hasuko here. No one can get to him at the moment. Irusen looking to hold the line. Doesn't quite find the damage on Rogue. There we go. The burn does take him out. And now Little Asia is down for the countdown. He goes. Going to get secured. And that's a nice 3-man coming through here. It just keeps on going, though. Irusen running for his life now. Nowhere for him to go. Hasuko hot on his trail. And down he goes. A 4-man for the side of NAU.
Yeah, it was a bit scuffled there in the middle, but meanwhile, we've got the split-pushing ADC. XM Blood said, I can side lane, don't tell me otherwise, as they're going to get that tier 3 in the process. But that could have been the difference in the team fight, as it was very chaotic, was fighting around a lot of these corridors that Caitlyn loves to fight around, as it was Odd Auto, who ends up in the bottom lane, kind of just throwing shots at these people stuck under turret, and just created a lot of calamity that's very fortuitous for the side of NAU.
And we're really getting to see just how rough it is, even for too many oranges, right? 7-3, originally 7-2. but there's just so much CC, so many knockups that he has to get through before he can actually like stick onto a target. And even then, it's incredibly rough. Are you looking at the itemization that's been coming out from D Luffy, from Little Asia? It's armor on top of armor on top of armor, and a little bit of extra health to go the long way.
Yeah, we only got he's level 15 on Mr. D Luffy, so he should have a Living Forge upgrade to hand out. Let's see where he takes that, if he's going to upgrade XM Blood and give him the Typhoon, or if we're going to get a double Unspoken Parasite.
Well, I don't think it's going to be XM Blood anytime soon, because he's about to go to the gray screen. They just need to find a little more damage. The Culling will find it, but Odd Auto says, I got you, bro. Don't even worry about it. And that was truly the worst time to perish, because Elder Drag is up on the map. Looks like NAU, they say, listen, the first drag we're grabbing is going to be Elder.
Irusen is in a really good spot here. He's going to take
damage
Odd
onto
life.
Odd Auto, and now Too Many Oranges said, you touching my boy, let me put you in the dirt. Going gold here for SRN, looking to buy some time so Little Asia and D Luffy can get over, but you can buy as much time as you want. It's not going to save you. Down goes Irusen as well, and now it's up to Little Asia and D Luffy to make something happen. We've seen Little Asia go for the steal once before. Can he do it again is the question. The answer is looking to be no, as Asuko knows what he's up to. Gonna hop over that wall to force him away, and now this Elder Drag should be confirmed for NAU.
It is a bit to chew through, but the death timer is a bit too long, as we did see that second upgrade going to Little Asia, so double front line, very buffed up. The only problem was that front line was not with SRN Jr. as well as Irusen, who just got kind of manhandled there on the bottom side by Too Many Oranges. When you separate your damage dealers from the tanks, it makes it really easy for the side of NAU to dissect the fight.
Yeah, you really see how Too Many Oranges just able to stick on top of Irusen when there was no one there to protect him. Hell, even SRN, right, was trying to buy some time with that stopwatch, looking, hoping that D Luffy and Little Asia can make it on over, but to no avail. And now Drag is next up on the list. We're seeing the pings come out. They want to grab it, but question is, will they start it up, or do they look for another little cheeky pick like they were able to find on XM last time?
This is the time you want to fight. You have 5 members strong with the Elder Dragon buff. This is the game ender. The execution is built in there. Even the Nami, Youngblood, could get a kill in this scenario with just how great of it is. So yeah, force the fight, force the Baron down, and make the enemy team come to you.
Absolutely shredding it. The Eye was looking to steal it, but it's going to be secured by Hasuko here. They've got the Baron, they've got the Elder, they've got everything on the map. Now they just got to start pushing.
That happened to a game that I think that we casted together, where they were trying to wait for one of the members to get up, so they all 5 got Baron buff, and the Swain Eye stole it, and we were all confused. We had to like have the observer tell us in chat, because we had no clue of how it got taken away from the winning team.
I forget what team that was, but that was a game to remember. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm also gonna have to remember this turret possibly, because it's getting lower and lower here as the assault continues. That empowered cannon minion is just free firing onto that turret, and no one can step up to try and kill it. Odd Auto just making sure that anytime anyone does step up, they get ripped to shreds. They find the grab on Asuko, and he finds Steel looking to dash in and get that execute, and he finds it. And that's going to be XM Blood down for the count. Call the Forge God comes through looking to get through those waves, but not going to be able to send it back. And that means that this next tower might be out for the count too, looking to clear out those minions. But they've got those double cannon minions just free firing on this turret. They got to make something happen, but they just don't have the tools for it.
Now, they really do have to try to wait out this Elder Dragon buff. I mean, they have the Baron as well. So Elder Baron,
yeah,
let's go.
Elder Baron is honestly, yeah, I mean, it is. They got both of them right now, and they've got both turrets in this mid lane down, continuing the assault. That bot tier 3 is looking pretty... well, it's gone actually now. It's not even looking pretty bad. It's just out for the count, as they are looking for the collapse out of Too Many Oranges, perhaps, but with Youngblood and Asuko being there as well, they need to back off. If they go down now, it's all over. Death timers are too damn long to afford to die, so they're just gonna go ahead and let the minions do the rest of the work. Ace in the hole not gonna find the target. Too Many Oranges is gonna be able to go back, and that siege was very successful.
Yeah, this was everything won in that sense, but it looks like Odd Auto might be the odd man out.
Yeah, he wants this fight. Can he find the damage? The Ike gets popped as well. Goes with the barrier, but nope. Thanks for the shutdown, baby. Irusen is here to collect.
They waited out the Elder Dragon. That was the smartest thing they could do. Yes, they give up 2 inhibs for it, but that is the name of the game as they are continuing to scale. Now, 4 people with upgrades. It's just the poor support that's waiting for his turn if we do see a level 17 out of D. Luffy. But that is a lot of damage done to the side of CSU. Tons of damage, some might say here, as it looks like the side of NAU want to close this out. Utilize the last of this Baron buff to get something going on the top side, because then you've got 2 minutes until the next Elder Dragon fight.
There's all the respect coming out, though, from them. Nice to see, but too many oranges. Looking to hop on a little Asia. We see the Call of the Forge God getting dropped. The dash in from the Rogue Napkin, but he's got to be incredibly careful. Too many oranges getting dropped lower and lower, but is able to dodge with the counter strike, buying so much time. SRN Jr. is on him, but it does not matter because he just shreds through them. A lot of damage comes through, but he heals so much. He's not going down without a fight. Arusen is going to find the Rogue Napkin, but with D. Luffy down, that's one of their main frontliners down, but Arusen doesn't care. He's looking to shred through them all. The ace in the hole is going to be the little bit of damage that they need. They'll go 1 for 1. Little Asia is the only one left in the fight. Wants to look for Youngblood, but Youngblood doing such a great job of staying out of arm's reach. And now it's up to the tanks. Just a wet noodle fight coming through. Neither one of them having the damage to take each other out, as Little Asia is going to be safe under the turret here, unless Sasuko does look for more. That turret's starting to tank him down, though. He knows he's got to get out of there, but Odd Auto, come on. Can he find the damage? No, he's going for XM Blade. He's looking to end.
Yeah, he's looking for the end of the game. Somebody, start up the Benny Hill music, as we've got a bit of an odd chase sequence going on right now.
Indeed, they do. SRN is back, finding the damage onto Odd Auto. Looking to try and take him down. Goes for the TP gate, but nope. Down he goes. He's taken out by SRN.
And the game rolls on here as the decisive victory cannot be found. That double front line here for the side of CSU continues to be a stalwart defense, holding on to this game number 1, saying we just got to make it 30 more seconds, make it to the next Elder Dragon fight. But to do that, they have to push out these sideways. You can see the bottom lane pushing in. If they leave that wave where it's at, that is a TP angle for too many oranges to just go and solo in this game.
Yeah, Youngblood doing his best to look juicy. A bit of a bait comes through, but Harusen very nicely done with that unraveled earth, making sure that too many oranges can't stick on top of him as this next Elder Drag is up. Not too often that you see 2 Elder Drags in the same match, but we're here, baby. We've reached this point once again, and once again, CSU are going to have to try and force their way into the river here. NAU has first move.
Oh, there's the TP.
Oh,
it's going to be a base race.
Coming through. It's going to be a base race indeed. They realize it's coming, so the TP as well from Niluvi and Irusen. It is able to go through, so Irusen will be holding the line in the base while the rest of the squad have to fight for this dragon. The Rogue Napkin able to flash away. Cullen gets dropped. He's trying to run as fast as he can, but they are hot on his tail. Meanwhile, SRN is taking the brunt of things. They will find the Rogue Napkin, but it might all be over. Too many oranges is on top of that turret, but the minion wave is just there. It does so much damage. Can they find the turret? No, they cannot. It stands without, I don't even know how much HP. They hold the line, and so will Little Asia. Oh, the turret did still go down, actually. The Nexus is almost destroyed.
Yeah, there's like 100 HP left on this Nexus. Will repair itself a little bit, but those are double pushing waves. This is what we said the risk was for CSU for not pushing out that bottom side, and Odd Oranges pulled the trigger. Was one spell, 1 CC away from ending this game, but CSU are once again still in it. 36 minutes, Elder Dragon still up. Death timers are super long here. It's anybody's game at this point, I think.
CSU not going down without a fight. Like you mentioned, able to stop the base race coming through. Able to stop the Elder Drag, but at what cost? Lost so many members. Lost 2 of their Nexus turrets. The Nexus is wide open. Need to wait for those inhibitors to respawn, so there's at least some kind of modicum of protection. But it's they're not going down without a fight.
No, that's the only thing left to do if you're an Attack on Titan fan. This is all I could think of, is just fight, fight, fight. You're fighting for your life. You're fighting for your first victory of the season, whether it be a 2-0 or a 2-1. Both of these guys trying to move up in the season. and they're not letting go of a single inch this game.
No, they are not, as both teams positioning once again for this Elder. D. Luffy does still have that TP available, so if Too Many Oranges does look for some kind of sneaky backdoor again, he will be able to TP on over. Both of those inhibitors are online once again, so they will have to go through that first. That does give a little bit of security over to CSU. They can play this a little bit more aggressively. Question is, will they, though?
This is once again, though, NAU having control of the river, controlling the geometry of this fight, giving Odd Otto the chance to put down so much damage. 4 items strong, has an elixir in their pocket. See when they choose to pop that one.
They're going for the artillery barrage first, getting Irusen pretty damn low. It's going to force the recall to come in the first strike, not allowing him to recall, but with that member down, maybe that's a move that they need, with it being Irusen as well, who we've seen has been able to keep Too Many Oranges off of his back so consistently. We'll have to see if they can still make something happen, even with a man down. Elder Drag down to 4k HP. They're able to get the ward in there, so they know it's there. A huge Keeper's Verdict, but they still have to do a little bit of damage to come through. Can they secure it? The answer is going to be yes. SRN, the GOAT, is able to secure the Elder Dragon. Oh, headshot, baby. The Rogue Napkin is going to go down. CSU are in it for the long haul.
This is about to be 40 minutes into the game. That flash Keeper's Verdict out of the fog of war just turns this game on its head. And remember, that mid lane inhibitor is open for the side of NAU. It can be a very quick push to win scenario. 5-man mid with this Elder buff and about to have the Baron in tow as well, as Too Many Oranges is facing basically their arch nemesis down here in the bottom lane.
Baron is open too, and we got to see Too Many Oranges. The first time in his life he was scared. He's like, oh wait, I can't just jump on this guy. He might just straight up execute me with that Elder Drag. Irusen once again able to hold the line there, and now it's just like you mentioned, man, it is anybody's game. Surely this next team fight will determine who goes on. I mean, this isn't even the last game, right? This is only game number 1. We talked about how this is just kind of, feeling out both of these teams, how they're going to look to play. We're sending it game 1. That's what they said. We're going all out.
Yeah, maybe this is worth 2 games. I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't, but they are playing like this is the Super Bowl, and they do not want to win by a simple field goal.
Indeed, they do not, as now the assault has begun from CSU, but Too Many Oranges has gotten on top of Irusen. Able to push him off, though. He's going to be the one holding the line while the rest of the squad looks to push, take down that mid inhibitor, but they are going to go ahead and back off. The threat of Too Many Oranges getting into that base is just too big.
It's constantly that pressure in this 4-1 that's keeping the side of CSU at bay, not willing to try to siege up, as they did get the inhibitor down, but Junior may need to be careful.
Indeed. Too Many Oranges with that Warthog looking to try and get on top of SRM, but not quite going to find him. Too Many Oranges as well has that TP available. Obviously, CSU realizing they got to make sure that they push these waves, make sure that none of them get anywhere near their base. No wards in there for Too Many Oranges to TP onto, because it's just too dangerous to try and get something in. They're trying to sneak in, could spell the end for any one of those members, and in turn spell the end for NAU.
3 items strong now complete on the Rogue Napkin, who we talked about had a pretty rough laning phase. Looks like he's building towards that GAA as the last item. On the opposite side, GAA is complete. 4 items strong on XM Blood as they're going to start pushing in. I do not believe...
Shot coming through. Barrier does get dropped. Flash to make sure it doesn't get hit by the Forge God, but it doesn't matter because D. Luffy said, I'm going to just take you out with the hammer. First member down, and the assault continues. They don't find the grab, but the demonic ascension has been popped, and they're pushing them into their own fountain. Asuko trying to find the stun there, finds a little bit of damage, but the first Nexus turret is down. The second one's out for the count. It's up to Too Many Oranges to make something happen, but it's just too much damage on the Nexus, and somehow, some way, CSU come back from the brink of an L.
That was only game 1. That was only game 1. 2 Elder Drakes, 3 Barons, 72 team fights, 1 Sork potion, and just mind-numbing after mind-numbing moment of worry and fear. But CSU, they got it done.
Yeah, so much for game one being just kind of feeling out the other team. Or game one was just like they sent everything that they had. CSU holding on, but I kind of wish we could go back just to see what HP the Nexus was at. That was so incredibly close.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those shoulda, coulda, wouldas. It's like losing the state championship in football when you were like, if I just threw that ball one more yard, if I gotten one more auto down there from too many oranges, it could have spelled victory. But sadly, NAU going down in their first game, they've got a chance to bounce back. And I want to say silently, I think it's through the bot lane. I think Lucian Nami, while Youngblood did a lot of great things on Nami, Lucian never got unlocked. Never felt like they were truly able to be as influential as you want that pick to be. So maybe look for something like, I don't know, Tristana, that's equally able to have a strong laning phase, but scales very well into the game and is able to help kind of burst through the double front line of CSU.
Overall, that was, I mean, if that's any indication, game two is about to go even harder. So we're gonna throw it to a quick break as we let these teams get ready for game number two. I mean, we're not even close to being done, possibly, unless somehow, some way CSU just crush them in game number two. So we'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back after what was a tumultuous game number 1, Regdor. We thought that game 1 was just gonna be kind of chill, you know, see what both these teams got. They said we're gonna just do everything. Can we even top game 1 after what we just have? Can we top this anyway?
Yeah, no. What am I saying?
I was gonna say, like, dude, there's no universe, bro.
we hit the crescendo already, and there wasn't even a Sona in the game. But I think that there's some points to like bring back around to this. Like, ease of execution continues to be a concept that we talk about down at the lower levels or the more amateur levels of League of Legends, and that's what CSU did really great. What was their win condition? Survive. Objective: survive. If they got to ornaments, they got to scale, they could take any fight. And what was it but a flash keeper's verdict to flip the game on its head? And you've got to think, if you're the side of NAU, that one's gonna hurt. That one's one you're gonna watch the replay on and be like, if we'd just done X better. But I really am excited to see how NAU try to change up things in draft. Hopefully stake something up on the bottom side of the map. Give a little bit more of that lasting stability to maybe turn this around and make it a 3-game series, which, I mean, shoot, we might make it to our next casting gig here at NECC if it's a 3-game series.
Honestly, yeah, with the way that game 1 went. But really, like, respect to D. Luffy, right? He really understood that, like, I don't need to pick anything flashy. If I do, I'm probably going to get gapped. So I'm just going to straight up just play it safe. Pick the Orin, right? All you got to do is survive. Just let the clock run down, or I guess run up in this case. He did exactly that. And those Orin items, right? Those mastery items, I mean, those things were blessings. Those were keeping the rest of the squad alive. And Too Many Oranges really didn't start picking up kills until he started leaving the top lane, right? Roaming it towards that mid lane and towards the bottom. That's really the only time he ever found those kills. Sure, you know, he got that first blood in the top lane, but other than that, D. Luffy really holding his own.
Yeah, D. Luffy goated with the sauce here, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to be able to do in the second round to see if maybe there's some bans thrown towards D. Luffy. Maybe they try to get him off of the Ornn and say, well, can you play Malphite? Can you play something else that has that ability but doesn't have that same scaling and take away one of the big linchpins that led to CSU's Game 1 victory?
Definitely so here. We'll have to wait and see for when we hop in the draft. But I want to I want to touch back to what you mentioned before we got into the break for game number 2. You were talking about the bot lane for NAU, how you felt like they were being slept on a little bit, and that might be the key to victory. So run me through that one more time.
Yeah. So it either goes 1 or 2. Is either A, pick the Lucian Nami into a stronger matchup, throw some bans down there like the Caitlyn Varys at the side of XM Blood and SRN Jr., or go a different look altogether. Have something that isn't so emphasis on winning lane and having a lead that scales just as well. Tristana is something that comes to mind, or if you want to take the whole burden of execution kind of out of there, put them on something that is more of a supportive ADC. Ashe, as much as she's loved as support, works definitely well as that supportive ADC. Jhin is another one that is, they're not the main character here, but they're a very great supporting character in the draft.
Yeah, definitely so, because I think really even level 1 we were pretty surprised when we saw that the Hasuko, right, was looking to path his way on top, even went for the full camp clear as well, rather than trying to maybe come down bot and get that bot lane ahead. And we even mentioned we were like easily 10-12 minutes in, nothing had really happened bot lane yet. They were still just kind of trading it out here and there, but we're back in it, we're in the draft, and they said, nah, give Luffy his Orin. We got some new tech up, and it's gonna be the Jace coming out for Too Many Oranges. And oh my god, this is some solo queue picks coming through here, Regdor.
This is a womb, like already the top side for CSU just says knock up Last Whisper. That's the name of the game here. It's Diana Yasuo. You know exactly what this wants to do. But I'm actually interested as to why Jace? Why Jace here? For Too Many Oranges, it's the same concept as Jax, is where you're gonna have a very small window where you get to abuse Ornn, and then Ornn abuses you. And we saw what happened when Too Many Oranges had to roam around the map. It didn't actually equal to anything substantive out of the early game. They didn't get to stack dragons. They didn't get to get both Rift Heralds. They got very minimal things for the work put into this skill matchup lane.
Yeah, I guess time around, obviously he's going to be able to abuse the range differential a little bit, right, with that Jace pick coming through. I like this Vex in response as well to the Yasuo, right? That Doom and Gloom always gonna have that passive up anytime Irusen looks to dodge around. But more importantly, it's just a completely different page out of Irusen's book, right? Going from Talia over to Yasuo, that's a big 180.
Yeah, no, that is a very large 180. And once again, like, you have this stalwart tank in D. Luffy. It'll be a question of which way Diana goes. The tank route kind of fell out of favor with some of the changes, one of them being that Sunfire is no longer a mythic item. We have seen some people do a variation of it with things like Heartsteel or Jock Show, and still just spamming, stacking up Conqueror, and really being that setup for Iruken to pop off. But it's going to take a little bit more here as they are down a front line, and it was the front line of CSU that kind of led them to that game 1 victory.
Definitely so. Obviously, it seems they listened to you, man. They went for that more supportive route in the ADC, right? They picked up the Jhin, who, as you mentioned, not the main character, but a great side character to come through, adds a lot of utility to the squad, and I'm very curious to see how they look to run it this time around.
I'm very interested as well. The Nocturne pick is something for the side of NAU I'm very interested in, because they have a little bit of poke in their composition. They have a little bit of pick, but nothing too definitive to say what they're actually going to do. Nocturne is going to be much different than Sejuani in the sense that he doesn't care about you until level 6. Until he has the paranoia, he does not want to interact. He doesn't want to be around anybody. He just wants to power farm. So a bit of a different look out of the side of NAU. Gonna have to see if they're able to tie it up with that changes coming in.
Yeah, honestly, kind of feels like both sides here really going for that complete 180. The mid lane, right, as we talked about, it's completely different with that Yasuo being locked in. Same with the Vex, right? A little bit different in comparison to that Xerath, especially with that Shadow Surge. Want to go in a little bit more, make some havoc happen. Bot lane from NAU is looking a whole lot more passive in comparison to game number 1. Top still fairly the same. You just got the Orin Horn looking to call in. Obviously, the Jace is going to be a little bit different, but regardless, it's you don't really know what to expect this time around. I like that. I like that a lot.
No, absolutely. Not knowing the outcome is what makes this so fun. The question is whether right now as an over-under, how many Elder Drakes in the game? Over or under 1?
I'm gonna say easily over. Honestly, if game 1 was any indication, we're getting at the minimum 2, maybe even there's a potential for a 3rd. I'm just gonna say it.
Okay.
What about you?
I'm gonna say over as well. I think we get 2 Elder Drakes in this game. We're gonna run it back.
All right. Well, there will be only one way to find out. That's to get onto the Rift itself. So we're gonna throw it to a quick break as we wait for these teams to get on the Rift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back this time around. We're not waiting any longer. We're on the Rift. The sides are still the same record. I think that's something that we should have talked about. Now we can go ahead and point it out. Are you surprised by that at all? That the sides have not changed?
No, I'm actually not. I think the side of NAU in my head would want to have red side to give too many oranges like a good matchup. Instead, they threw that towards the mid lane, towards Odd Auto, who did so well in that Xerath here in game number 1. But either way, I would want to say that NAU would want the counter pick for their solo lanes, and hopefully the Vex is a boon towards them. Like you talked about, the Doom and Gloom going to be very useful here against the Yasuo. And that's where I want to see some emphasis placed by Hasuko. Break the strong point of CSU's offense, and that is the Diana Yasuo. If you beat the crap out of these guys early, you set them behind, you take away a main piece of their motor here in the early game.
Well, change is scary, and in that fashion, it's just a 5-man lineup once again. There was no level 1 invades this time around. Definitely didn't really have the comp for it. Would have still liked to see it, but it is what it is. However, you know what has changed, Rector? Both junglers starting up in this top side, both looking to go down. Do we get to see some level 3 action in this bot, level 4 action in this bot lane?
Yeah, that's what I really hope for. We're going to have to see if either side of them takes advantage of the XP differentials here. It will be Suko actually going up to the Krugs there, so probably not doing a 3 camp. They did get an early ward down for the side of CSU on those Raptors, so they are able to track this Nocturne early on, which is the name of the game. Be where he is not, maybe take away some camps, try to offset his timer of getting that paranoia, getting to level 6.
Yeah, so gonna be looking to rush to it as soon as possible. And on the flip side, obviously tracking Malaysia 1 once he hits level 6. Him and Irusen are gonna be such a deadly combo, but we have a little bit of time before we get to that. Already though, XM Blood looking to cement dominance over this bot lane here. So much damage coming through, shoving him under the turret. Very reminiscent of game 1.
Absolutely, and now even with more damage packed in, Lux is not a battle mage like the Swain from last game. This is burst damage. This is all about that EQ combo like Rise, and definitely sets up and confirms the Yordle snap traps here. So this is a much more kill-oriented lane than kind of the odd marriage that was Swain and Caitlyn in the last series.
Yeah, I mean, overall, XM Blood, as well as SRN, such pivotal points for the victory. Those headshots coming through from XM Blood were just sealing the deal on so many of those critical picks. Even when he was, not even necessarily in the best position, he was still able to find his way back in. SRN, though, like you mentioned, right, not a battle mage this time around, so obviously the gameplay, the game style is going to be a bit different for him. Curious to see how he adapts.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the adaptations here, as once again, it's Odd Oranges having the priority, having the bullying in lane that we saw in the last round. This time, though, a lot more dependent on mana, a lot more dependent on spacing here on the Jace, vice the Jax. But as we can see, it's still leading to the same outcome, which is priority in the lane and keeping up in this XP. It's only going to take a few cloth armors to change that up.
Irusen, looking for a bit of that damage coming out. Like we mentioned, obviously, it's going to be proximity for that passive for Odd Auto. We see that come out as top lane once again. Just fighting after fighting here with those brittle procs as well. I will say, though, it's pretty much already game over. NAU has won because they got the double Scuttle Crab, man. Listen, the Crab Wrangler stack is all that matters. I'm telling you, as Irusen dangerously close to that turret there with the dash in as well. Has to be careful. Incredibly low is going to go ahead and fall back.
Yeah, that was a bit of a psycho trade there. Just flirting with disaster, which is a stalwart thing of a Yasuo main, as Young Blood going to hit him with a little feather. Say you cannot, get that reset so disrespectfully right in my face.
Oh my God, Youngblood doing it again. They're like, remember what you did to me in game number 1? But XM Blood might have been expecting that when a lot of damage does come through. They find the knock, but you gotta be careful. A little bit of heal does come through for Youngblood, so he should be okay. Danger, that's a psycho trade right there.
Oh no, listen, that's just support 101. If I lose 80% of my health, but I mess up your recall, that sounds like a great trade to me. Yeah, absolutely worth. And Rakan did get some buffs. One of the biggest things is that he's now considered a melee champion. So able to use this Spoil of War procs at 50% as opposed to the weird 33% that ranged champions are put into. So pretty big boon for him.
Indeed it is. Now, got to point your attention towards Hasuko Rector. He's level 5. Been power farming it up. Has not really even shown himself on the map. Is looking to get to that level 6 as soon as possible. And he's getting pretty damn close. Gotta ask you, can you predict where's that first ult going, man?
Oh, it's going to go to mid lane. It has to.
Okay. Oh, I can tell you which ult is going to mid lane as well. It's going to be Irusin. Flash does come out from odd auto with the Ignite as well. But not taking too incredibly low. Is still able to stay in the lane to hold off these waves. But I like the aggression already coming out from Irusin.
Yeah, hits level 6, proceeds to hit the ultimate button as well as that Ignite. As now it's going to be a solo kill in the top lane.
Solo Bolo. We've come full circle. First blood for Too Many Oranges in the top lane under D. Luffy's turret once again.
What's going on here?
Okay, SRN stepping
supportal
up deep
combat?
into that jungle. Yeah, indeed, Auto does have that fear available to make sure it doesn't get hit by the E or the Q, though. So they are going to be able to step on out of there. Have to let SRN Jr. go. But I like it. He was up in there. He's getting some of that counterintelligence.
Yeah, it was quite the roam there. Didn't end out to much, but now is just tenaciously coming back and saying, hey, they'll never expect it twice.
Surely they won't expect him to be there again. As Hasuko, I found little Asia, the flash to make sure he doesn't get hit by the knockup. Isn't level 6 just yet, so it's just going to opt to go ahead, recall, get some more items to come through here. They were able to pick up that first drag. Everything so far has just kind of been following the script of game 1, it feels like.
Just a little bit, but this time around, though, a lot more proactive movements out of Young Blood here, as we already have seen jumping around the river. Now to the mid lane.
You called it, man. The paranoia gets dropped in the mid lane, and the psycho is a psycho no more. Irusin is going to be put down in the dirt, and the kill goes over to Hasuko.
That is the way you play the game right there. If you're going to step up on a melee champ and try to force these 1v1 skirmishes, you are inviting a jungler. You know, it's like you go camping and you leave your food out. That's how you get bears. That's how you get a Nocturne in the mid lane, is you stay pushed up a little bit too much.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go with the roam from Young Blood as well as Hasuko. He was just, hey, it is what it is. Listen, y'all, so you either go 15-0 or 0-15 and looking like he's might be leaning towards that 0-15, but it's still plenty of time. Still got lots of ways to go as the root does come through onto Junior. A bit of damage coming through, but still, they just cannot move away from their turret. As Asia has found Too Many Oranges here. D. Luffy on the way as well as Hasuko. A lot of damage has come through. Double knockup is found. The brittle proc strike once again. But Asia has to be incredibly careful. Huge wave about to push into the turret as well. So you can't fight in that minion wave. And unfortunately, there's just nowhere for Asia to go. Down he goes.
That was a lot of damage done. Is now Yasuo is going to make a little bit of a rotation. Not a fight to be had, though. As Too Many Oranges is looking like he is, yeah, he said, you better leave and give me these plates or you're going to give me your life instead.
Yeah, I was ready to bring the hammer down, but oh no, D. Luffy's coming back, dude. Hornhorn gets called. Can he find it? Gets the knockup. Could it be huge? Ooh, he says, I don't even need to get close. I may be a melee champ, but I'm going to still take you out from afar.
And once again, D. Luffy is flipping the script. Solo queue ranks be damned.
Indeed, picking up that Reef right there. Hasuko also picking up the Rift Herald, though, once again here for NAU. It's just going back to that farming. Irusin stepping up dangerously close, and he knows it, so it's just going to head on down. Maybe we see the rotation coming through, dropping down a bit of vision. Maybe they look for something here.
This is going to be the important part, is we're continuing to see the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 being these support roams. This is the second time, I feel like, or third maybe. We've seen Youngblood and SRN Jr. making rotations around the mid wave, trying to set the battlefield up for these mid-jungle combinations. Paranoia is available. Youngblood is available. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of an instant replay here in the mid lane.
Possibly so. Little Asia here is now here as well. Youngblood needs to be careful. Does spot him out. He's going to go ahead and back up. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's just so much more proactivity coming out really from, honestly, both of these teams, but especially CSU this time around.
They are no longer playing anything like scared. They're playing active. They know where their strong points are, and they're willing to play towards them. Getting the Yasuo and Diana off the ground and into this game is going to be such an important part. Multi-man Moonfalls will spell the end of a team fight here for NAU, and they're putting a lot of emphasis here with a 30 CS discrepancy in the mid lane and trying to set this man behind.
Paranoia is going to get sent onto this top lane here, though. Is D Luffy tanky enough to question? And the answer is looking like it might just be yes. He's running. He should get the refrag, though, so he will still go 1 for 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is where you want to put your resources. If you're NAU, you just used an ultimate and traded your top laner's life to get, as I used to say, a little bit of blood out of a rock. Warren doesn't care. 2-2 in the matchup. Down 20 CS doesn't matter at all because he's getting levels, he's getting experience. So we're going to have to see how much that's going to affect NAU as they have not effectively drawn out a lead here. Just about 1,000 gold in their pocket as they're going to drop that Rift Herald in base. Timer is getting close.
Young Blood getting close to death there as well. Was staring down Little Asia, but he's going to be okay. And this drag is getting started up once again. Question is, are we going to see this instant soul being taken from CSU? But this time around, NAU, maybe they want to respond and take a couple of drags for their own. They're not going to wait till Elder to actually grab a drag, but Shadow Surge does go in. They send it, but it is going to be secured. Can they get out is the question. And the answer is looking like a resounding no. 2 members of CSU are going to fall. They'll find Youngblood, but he's just saying, Worth, I'm the support. I'll give my life. And Arusin running for his life. Can he escape? No, he cannot. That's going to be another kill going to the hands of Too Many Oranges.
And we've seen this from Too Many Oranges before. Rotate out of the top lane, get over and get some kills, and then make our maneuver back up the top side. Important to note, the Rift Herald was dropped into the top lane. D Luffy made short work of that. Some escargot up there. And draws the TP out of Too Many Oranges. So they get the Drake. They do lose 2 kills, but no big, again, advantages formed out of this. It's still right there around that 1k gold differential, and with the looming threat of the Diana Yasuo once they get that connection together.
Dude, Junior got to be careful here, staring down Hasuko. Gonna be okay. Little Asia is there to back him up as Youngblood is in this top lane. We're gonna look to get even more gold into the hands of Too Many Oranges. D Luffy tank it as much as he can back under the turret, but it doesn't matter. Down he goes. We're seeing so much investment into this top lane rector. The question is, will it pay off?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as Too Many Oranges gets to that 3 item mark, working on the Manamune second into the Shereldas, but
Paranoia into this bot lane here. So much damage, nowhere for Junior to go. You're not a battle mage this time around. You don't got that sustainability, and neither does XM Blood with his boys being there. A double kill going over to Hasuko.
Double kill indeed, and this is the proactivity I want to see. Hasuko on these priority targets. Too Many Oranges now going to be in the 1v1. And ooh!
He's just gone. I was about to say we might see the shutdown care package going over to Little Asia. Too Many Oranges said no, not today.
I've said EQ about so many champions, but there's another champion that quick little EQ, the acceleration gate and the shock blast just absolutely decimates Little Asia. Very, very close trade there. Is now 7-2 for Too Many Oranges, and this is the side lane threat you want. The thing that is important here, though, is that NAU want to split up the map. They want to have this side lane pressure, but as we saw in the last game, CSU doesn't give you that opportunity. They are forcing 5 members around objectives as this game goes on. That's why they've, at this point in the game, taken 5th, 6th, 7th Drake of the series all to their name.
Indeed. Looking for something here in this mid lane. They find the last breath, but it was a bait. It might have been a trap. The wind ball does get dropped. They'll find Youngblood at the very least. And like you mentioned, there's that 4-man already in this mid lane. They roam together as a pack, as a squad, and they're rewarded accordingly.
They are going to be able to get down this tier 1. No way. Auto needs to take a reset. That amount of health is dangerous, almost illegal here, as they will get that objective bounty collected. Those are online. Is that Flash?
He's playing with he's playing with fire. And now, oh my god, the crushing blow comes down. 2 members are gonna fall. The bait. It was all a bait, Rick. Auto had to just look juicy. He will go down, but they got 3 members in return.
And they lose a tower on the bottom side as well. It's once again XM Blood being where the enemy is not and taking objectives for it. Will trade back here, but they're still trading up in the grand scheme of things for the side of NAU. Lose 2 towers, get the Rift Herald and some kills in exchange to continue to extend out this gold lead. I really want to see what happens in the next minute and 15 seconds around this Drake. NAU need to make a stand. They need to utilize these cooldowns, this big wombo combo of a team fight, and make an objective happen that's not named the Rift Herald.
Definitely, Zon. I mean, it was last time around game 1, right? XM Blood taking out that mid turret was incredibly crucial, allowed them to walk into the base after the second dragon that they were able to grab themselves. So XM Blood, sometimes he's a little bit unorthodox, but it seems to work out for them. I will say though, both of these teams, man, great job with the vision game. They have just always been having these wards down where they need them, and it's been making these engagements so incredibly interesting and so tension-filled to watch.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be the key goal here for Asuka. You have to have vision of a champion to utilize the paranoia on and actually dash onto them. So now it is their turn for NAU to come down to this bottom lane and establish that vision control.
Yep, drag up in 16. Too many oranges over the wall and just annihilates Junior. Down he goes. Houston is able to dodge away from the Shadow Surge, but not able to dodge away from the autos and all the damage that comes out from NAU. They wipe the river, and they're going to go ahead and grab the dragon.
You know, it feels really good when you're right. It feels really good to see NAU taking this advantage and now pressuring it into neutral objectives. They said this is the time to fight as 5. Now go ahead and send Odd Orange. Not Odd Orange. Wrong player. Gosh. Too many oranges down to the bottom lane and continue this split push pressure. You know, maybe one of his oranges is Odd. I don't know. But
maybe.
He's definitely not
he's
Odd
like
Orange
the father.
the player.
He's the forefather of the oranges. You know, he's got too many of them. He's holding them all in the palm of his hand. But regardless, he also has too many damn kills. He's 9-2. There are 2 items in already, going for possibly that Elder. Look at that. Junior just gets messed up. Got to be careful though. Paranoia on top of him, and down Junior goes. And too many oranges just walks away. Youngblood's there to protect him, and it's a massacre right now.
That is one of the most intelligent /cool things you can see, and that is when you have a animation locking ultimate like the Final Spark that is just you know, chef's kiss for the paranoia, because you're going to be able to get onto him no matter what. As Youngblood tried to stop that Ace of the Hole from coming through. It did end up hitting, but the spell shield also there to save Asuka.
Go ahead and keep him alive. Yeah, it's rough. It's a thought that counts, you know.
Yeah, that's the worst thing is somebody who's played so many 2v2s against Caitlyn is like, you're going left, your support's going right, and you're like, just hold still. No, you hold still, and then you die.
Exactly. Overall, though, things are looking good for NAU, but we've seen this before. Game number 1, we were in the same position. NAU was just breaking it down everywhere on the map, and yet CSU held strong and were able to come back. But the question is, this time around, without the Poppy, right, without that Keeper's Verdict that was so incredibly crucial for them to steal away that Elder Drag, it's going to be a lot harder for them this time around to step up to these objectives, and I feel like we've seen that with these last 2 drags.
Absolutely, and the biggest difference is that NAU was not able to get a dragon last time. It was a flash smite from Little Asia that secured the 3rd Drake, and then they won the 4th one outright. But this offsets that Dragon Soul by another 5 minutes. It's also a different soul. The Hex Tech was very useful here, but now the Chem Tech only activating below 50% health. You only get those resistances at that point, so not nearly as game warping of a soul here in game number 2 here, and NAU's making sure of it. They're saying we're going to offset the Dragon Soul timer, we're going to start winning fights, and we're going to start taking objectives here much earlier into the game.
Indeed they are. Too many oranges, looking to take some more lives here. Lashed away though from D. Luffy. Finds the ulti, but that's about it. A lot of damage coming out from too many oranges. Once again, he is an absolute menace.
And he's playing much more disciplined this time around. We haven't seen the odd oranges of yesteryear, or too many oranges of yesteryear, taking 2v1s and trading his life for a top lane tower. Now has a 700 gold bounty. That's 1,000 gold for killing this man. You do not want to give that up to anybody on the side of CSU.
Dude, do not here. They're looking for some kind of a sneak attack here into the jungle, but NAU able to retreat. They're not gonna go down. A lot of airdrop shutdowns are available. I'm looking at too many oranges. 700 gold. I'm looking at Asuko 550 gold. Hell, even the rogue napkin, who we talked about, isn't really gonna be the main character. More of a support ADC's got a shutdown on him too.
Yeah, 2 items strong as well. I'm very interested to see. This is my first time in real life seeing the Infinity Edge rush here on Yasuo with the changes to 40%. He's hit the activation for the perfect execution. Is going to need a bit more attack damage in his pocket to really make those crits hurt.
It does obviously mean a lack of healing, but you don't gotta heal if you just kill him outright, I suppose. So maybe that's the argument.
Yeah, you know what? If you kill him fast, you don't have to do much. That's true.
Oh no, too many oranges. On its way down, and Arusin knows he's got to hit this tornado, doesn't find it. Now it's going to be incredibly crucial that he doesn't take too much damage here, but too many oranges. It's just running him down. Sidesteps the tornado. The wind ball keeping Arusin alive a little bit longer, so too many oranges just go, I got a hammer too, right? You can't block that.
Yeah, when you got to go melee mode, but you have a melee mode, it's much more effective, and it's too many oranges that continues to control side lane here, getting the picks for people being out a little too far, and with just 15 seconds until this Drake comes up, you got to think it's going to head the way of NAU. Auto is up there in the top lane. That's what's happening. Odd Auto and too many oranges. You slam it together, it's an odd orange. I finally figured it out, my little brain here. But either way, Odd Auto has access to the TP, so feel free to go ahead and split push down the top lane while this objective is up.
We're seeing it once again right there. It's just no way for them to step up, trying to look for that seal with the final spark, but this drag is secured by Hasuko here. Now 2 these Chemtech Drakes under their belt, and honestly, they just love it. They're going to keep stacking them up. We're looking towards that Baron, but I'm going to opt to just keep pushing, I suppose. Bit of damage coming through as Odd Auto and Arusin. 1v1, never mind. Make that a 2v1 because the paranoia is available. Disrespectful. Come on, Asuko. Please, just let him 1v1 his arch nemesis.
Yeah, just let him fight, but instead, it's always better when you already know who wins the fight. It's kind of like bringing a gun to a knife fight. You already know the outcome, and that's how it feels right now for NAU, trying to know the outcome's going to be a game 3.
Oh, come on, man. Too many oranges. Why, man? That's a little toxic. Flashes to stay away from the Luffy, excuse me, and hits him with the mastery flex. And now with that, we're seeing a lot of movement here in this river. Hasuko maybe looking for something. Let's get hit by the stun. That special available. It's in the hole with the final spark. A lot of damage does come through, but not quite enough to kill him. Curtain call gets dropped down, and too many oranges does so much damage. Doesn't quite find XM, doesn't quite find Little Asia, but D Luffy, he's not as mobile as the rest of the squad, and so he is in the thick of things. But there's the old combo, but it's just not quite enough. They get absolutely annihilated. They find a single pick, and it's the support.
Yeah, it looked so pretty, it looked so fine, but at the end of the day, it was just the end of the line for CSU. As they do not have... Poet. I was a poet, I didn't even know it, but they don't have the money. They don't have the necessary components to actually make this happen. There's too many oranges, may not have the necessary HP.
No. See ya, he's gonna be down. No Baron available for him. Should still be secured, however, those death timers too damn long, and so instead only 4 out of the 5 members are gonna have it.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, that's kind of a dub and an L at the same time there. He will maintain, the Baron didn't get his gold shutdown, so that's a +1. But like I was saying, you just have a Nashor's Tooth and an IE in the pocket of Little Asia and Isurin, and because of that, the Wombo combo, it did a bit of damage, but not enough. It wasn't lethal, and what is lethal is too many oranges in Hasuko with the Rogue Napkin kind of following up behind.
Yeah, definitely so here. It's looking rough for CSU, but we've seen them come back from worse. They love coming back from unwinnable odds. We'll have to see if they can do it once again. It's definitely going to be a lot tougher this time around. They have some new tools in the toolbox. They got to find a way to use it because right now it's just not working out for them.
No, they are definitely in a rough spot, and with a much better composition to answer into them. They don't have to opt into these fights until they choose to. It has been Asuko coming over the wall and making a lot of these 1v1s into 2v1s and picking up a free kill in side lane. That has spelled kind of the demise as they're going to try to flip the script here.
Indeed, this is exactly what we're talking about. They're looking for the damage to come through. Paranoia is available, and it's all but over. Too Many Oranges finds one. Asuko finds the other, and Too Many Oranges just shakes him out like, don't touch me. Don't even try.
That knockback was so crucial there. It was just kind of like a little micro piece, but creating that distance between the melee to range bought the amount of time that he needed in order for Asuko to get down there. As now Little Agent's going to try to clear it up.
Oh, looks for something with the rocket belt, but it's not going to find it, and they just go ahead and take him out. Everyone wants Too Many Oranges dead, but no one can quite find him. A little bit of damage coming through. Auto. Gonna go ahead and still get hit by the knock up here. D. Luffy is hot on his tail, wants him, but the fear does come out, should allow Auto to escape.
Auto continue to create that pressure. Not the best lane assignment into the Ornn, but nonetheless creating a pushing lane there as we get another. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, Asuko just going in deep. Maybe we finally see the death of Too Many Orange. No, okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. He's not dead anyways. Back to what we were saying. XM Blood able to step out of the curtain call there. Looking for some kind of a pick, but they're not going to find anything except broken tier 3s, as this tier 3 is going to go down. D. Luffy can only watch as it goes down. Doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the stats just yet to hold the line. The only member out of his team that has kills, really, and that's kind of unfortunate because, I mean, it's the Ornn, you know?
Yeah, that is not the best spot to be in right now. The 0-10 spike has been achieved here for Yasuo as the third Drake of the game. More resistances getting into the pocket of NAU, who are growing more and more tanky. I almost felt like Asuko had to have an Axiom arc for how often he is using Paranoia. He does not, by the way. That's not in his inventory just yet. Might be the next item built, though. Because all the lethality items, I feel like, build out of Serrated Dirk in Caulfields. But I was right.
Is indeed the Axioms coming through here. I gotta ask you, how are we feeling about the Rocket Belt coming out here for Little Age, and when he's already kind of in a position where he's not doing too much damage? Would you rather see a more tanky item coming through, as XM could have used the tanky item as well? He's low and he's running, but down he goes to Too Many Oranges. The finals work does get dropped, but it's just not nearly enough damage. They will finally take out Too Many Oranges, but at what cost? I'll tell you, Regdor. It's all of their members. Youngblood going in should be the next to fall, but he's able to flash on out of there. And now Asuko, it's just running through them. D. Luffy's holding the line, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, very well fought, but well executed draft here from the side of NAU. And don't think that I didn't catch you say Luffy instead of Luffy. I caught it.
Moment. He caught it indeed. And it's looking like NAU is going to go ahead and catch game number 2 in a much more commanding fashion. This time around, they were playing no games. And now they're just abusing. Come on, just let's get out of here. Let's go next. Dropping the Paranoia. Oh, they're still going to get on auto. That's a W. That's a bit of a win. That's something.
Game number 1 was defined by 2 Elder Drakes and 3 Barons. This game was defined by how many times Too Many Oranges could get too many double kills in 2v1s there on the top side of the map.
Yeah, normally it's kind of like the hype is supposed to slowly build up. It feels like this series, we started at the top and now it's just kind of like a letdown. Now it's just like we're only going down from here. This time around, we cut the game time in half. The drag count was a bit higher this time around, but it was spread out a lot even. And overall, it was just a much more commanding performance coming out from NAU.
No, NAU understood the assignment. They got a little bit of the happy accidents out of the way in game number 1. Come back in game number 2. Don't take any 2v1s under towers that aren't yours. Play around your mid priority in this matchup, set behind the main carries of the team, and then you win team fights. Then you win around objectives, and getting that power online much earlier and having less of an emphasis on winning 2 lanes, just needing to win 1, put them in such a position where they could snowball this out of control by saying, we're giving Too Many Oranges all of the resources Mr. Jin, stay down the bottom lane, count to 4, and don't die 4 times, and I think we're good. And that's exactly how it plays out.
Yeah, definitely. So also hate to see the flip coming out here from oh my god, Irusin. There we go. Now it's even throwing me for a loop, right? We saw a bit of a switch coming out this time around, picking up the Yasuo. Didn't quite feel like the move, you know, some psycho trading coming through, and obviously it was a joke when I mentioned you either go 15-0 or 0-15, but it kind of came to fruition in this game, unfortunately.
It did, but they get one more chance. That is the beauty of best
That's
of threes. We went into game 2. We did something a little weird. It didn't work out. Back to the drawing board. I do believe they'll have side selection, so we'll have to see. Are they going to continue to kick it on blue? I don't have blue side OP up there anymore, so maybe they'll swap to red and get that counter pick into the mid lane.
Well, we can speculate all we want. We'll have to wait and see as we throw it to a quick break while the teams get ready for the draft of the final game of tonight. Don't go anywhere. All right, Rector, it's that time of the night. Not only the last game of the night, it's the last game of this damn series, which already has just been so incredibly cutthroat so far. Game number 1, longest game I've casted in a while. So many ups and downs. Game 2, pretty dominant, honestly, from NAU, and I'm a little worried for CSU, but I have a feeling that they're about to show us something different.
Yeah, it could be something different for sure. This is the side swap of the night. This is NAU now on the blue side and CSU on the red, which does change things up a bit. If you're a CSU believer, maybe if you are also trying to find the One Piece or believe in adventures or whatever it may be, they're going to need to change some things up. They need to, I think, kind of go back to their game one idea, which is don't have to win anywhere. Just have to have a little bit of priority. Take those neutral objectives and do not put yourself into volatility. When you pick something like Yasuo Diana, you are inviting volatility. You are inviting a fight. It's like being the Avengers and standing out there in the world and saying, I'm the biggest and baddest. Well, Asuko and Too Many Oranges took, umbrage with that and kind of put them down at their place here in game number 2. So,
yeah, I mean, honestly, you answered my question before I was going to even ask it, because after game number 1, obviously I asked you, what does NAU have to do differently? And you mentioned how really just go on more supportive bot lane, right? Make it that you only have to win on 1 lane rather than 2. They do exactly that. They keep sending it into the top lane. The paranoia comes through. Too Many Oranges getting kill after kill after kill, and they're able to close it out in a much more dominating fashion comparison to game number 1. So now CSU have to make the adjustment. Gotta wait and see if they can make it happen. Like you mentioned, side swap has come through. So now CSU on the red side and NAU on the blue side here, going for a little bit of a different dynamic. And already we're seeing the Jace get banned out. They do leave the Jax open, so they're like, let them have Jax, but it's gonna be the Camille.
It's going to be the Camille, who is actually a better answer into this Ornn that's going to make it through the draft multiple times. That Precision Protocol, the Cho'Gath-like ult, there on just a simple press of the Q button, wait 4 seconds, and press it again, can be devastating. And as a champion that also controls side lane extremely well, and that has been the mark of NAU so far, is play essentially a 4-1, put Too Many Oranges in the side lane, Too Many Oranges gets kill, Too Many Oranges continues on with life.
Yeah, speaking of devastating, Asuko, man, was pretty damn devastating on that Nocturne in game number 2. Those paranoias, not only just sending him in offensively, coming in defensively as well, coming in to save his boy Too Many Oranges from some of those ambushes that he found himself in, and they gave it to him. He locks it in once again. Now, okay, Rector, I saw the grimace that you pulled when you saw this Varus being locked in for the mid lane here.
I was going to double check here. I think they're just out of order because that is the Rogue Napkin there in the mid lane. So I don't know if we're confirming that this is a role swap. But based off the next picks here, I'm going to say that it's a no. Because I don't think that we're going to play a Galio Amumu lane.
I was going to say, that's definitely a swap. Let's put it that way.
So I'm going to comment on this, though, and that is, if you look at the side of CSU, there is a sense of a bit of an issue, and that is that you have Ornn, who deals magic damage. You have Shyvana, who deals tons of magic damage. Corki, same thing. Kaisa is like an 80-20 split. Yeah. So you have 5 people who deal AP damage. And what is Galio but a AP tank? Is literally in the lore made to suck magic out of folks. This is an amazing pickup for on auto, but this is additionally like the trifecta of Galio Camille plus Nocturne equals triple, double global wombo combo. You sit in this box and you don't leave until you're dead. It's like you've got to finish all your vegetables. You've got to go to the gray screen before you're allowed to move on.
Yeah, and I mean the Amumu as well, right? Also gonna make sure that you just cannot move, and he's more than happy as well to just build that MR and just make sure that you do absolutely 0 damage to them. Overall, just in general, it's looking like such an oppressive team coming out from NAU, almost like they refined the squad from game number 2.
Yeah, and NAU has a very simple concept here. Hit level 6. That's it. As soon as you hit level 6 on all 3, both your solo lanes and your jungler, you're set up. And this is what Galio is going to look to do. Corki does not have wave clear early. He gets to shove and roam, and continually do that. Once he has access to the heroic entrance, congratulations, you can be anywhere in the map in just a few seconds. So this is a very scary offense coming out from the side of NAU, and I'm honestly a little questionable if CSU is able to match up to it.
It is going to be rough. We've already seen from Asuko that he's more than happy to just power farm that level 6. Doesn't even want to show himself on the map until he's got that paranoia available. And now, like you mentioned, right, you're combining that with the hero's entrance, as well as if it wasn't bad enough having Asuko just dashing on top of you. Now you're gonna have odd auto as well on top of you, knocking you up, stunning you, nothing you can do. And next thing you know, all of a sudden, 2 oranges just got 16 different kills, and he's just running it absolutely through the rest of your team.
Yeah, and now this will be, the gauntlet has kind of been thrown down, or at least I'm going to throw it down for odd auto here. We saw Iruken go on the melee last game with the Yasuo. Wasn't the best performance in the world. Now the question becomes, can odd auto actually play this Galio and pilot it well? Because Corki plus Shyvana plus Kaisa has a lot of scaling threats with that Ornn in tow. So this is another case of NAU needs to close out this game before ornaments start coming out and we're at our 3rd Elder Drake of the night.
Yeah, definitely so here. Nice to see that they have the Swain picked up once again, right? We were a little surprised that they opted to go for the Lux instead of not a battle mage coming out, more burst damage. And I kind of feel like they kind of realized, damn, I don't survive anything without this healing coming through from the Swain. And so we see it picked up once again. I also feel like it's going to allow them, maybe make their lives a little bit easier when it comes to retaking these objectives, because I feel like that was such a detrimental fact in game number 2 that in comparison to game number 1, they could not force their way back into these objectives. They could not retake the site.
No, they could not. And this is going to kind of harken back to game 1 in the sense that Kaisa wants to win lane. Kaisa wants to be dominant, but she's a low attack range champion. So it's going to be a lot on the Swain to actually set up these fights, set up these 2v2s. And Amumu just kind of loves that idea. Amumu's a champion that, wants a hug and loves being pulled into people. And Varus gets to follow up very easily and from a spot of relative safely in this. So your bottom side of the map is already looking a bit kind of worrisome with the side of NAU, more than likely getting the push and having a bit more kill pressure early on. The mid lane's a scaling matchup where Galio is going to have the push. So you already have 2 pushing lanes in your favor. We've already kind of talked about the top side with Camille. So you have 3 pushing lanes from the side of NAU, which should mean that this is a target-rich environment for Shyvana ganks. But Shyvana wants to hit 6, wants to get access to the Rage and actually be able to turn into a dragon form that spells a bit of a tumultuous early game. If CSU can find that white line in the middle of victory and defeat and can get through there without going down 2 or 3k gold, they've got a chance to fight it out in the mid game. But the early game has to be pressed over to the side of NAU.
Yeah, definitely. So get through that early game, survive through the mid game, watch out for those level 6s, because my god, I'm trying to imagine the absolute pain that is going to be paranoia into a Hextech ultimatum, into a Varus ult, into an Amumu ult, into a Galio ult. Like, that is one of those, like, just step away from the keyboard because you're not using any of the buttons today.
Yeah, and with Hope, it's D. Luffy who gets to tank up the majority of that. He's not going to survive it. Let me make this clear. He's going to die. But if he can, take the brunt of it, because I feel like a lot of this is going to start off with those chains of corruption that you pointed out from Varus. The first piece of CC that locks down the rest of it. Or a bandage toss. Either way, if Ornn is just able to kind of soak that beginning part, you get a great re-engage with package from Corki, Shyvana with the dragon dive in, things like this that can kind of make this a bit more chaotic and scrappy, which we saw what happens when CSU gets a chance to be scrappy. They tend to win 40-plus minute games when they actually had no business of, at some points, being down 7, 8k gold. I know we're going to get close to the Rift here soon. That's the worrisome part, is if CSU will have the wherewithal to kind of use D. Luffy as a human shield. That sadly, it's going to be the game you're going to be on a gray screen simulator, my friend.
I was gonna say, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like D. Luffy is gonna be just the sacrifice. He's getting the golden shrine erected in the center of the city here. Everyone's gonna remember. I remember when D. Luffy ran and tanked all the CC so that we may live.
No, absolutely, that is going to be the case. He's definitely going to be maybe not the king of the pirates, so he's going to have a shorter demise there, but he could be the king of CSU in sealing away this 2-1 victory.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously, those just joining, it is a best of 3. Both of these teams having 1 win under the belt. This game decides all. CSU able to defy the odds in game number 1, coming back from what Regdor correctly pointed out was just I mean, they had no business of winning. They were just down to the last HP of their Nexus. They held the line. They held strong. They pushed back, and they persevered. Game 2, NAU put their foot down and said, listen, we run the Rift. We run the NECC, and we're able to put them in their place. And now it's up to CSU to find a way back into this Game 3. And hopefully in a more commanding fashion, because so far it really feels like they've kind of been playing it off the back foot, right? Game number 1, we talked about how they were very reactive. In game 2, they kind of swapped it up and looked to be way more proactive, right? We saw a lot of those roams into the mid lane especially, but it didn't really work out for them. So it's just, it really kind of makes you wonder, like, is there any way that they can win without kind of looking for those mistakes to capitalize on and to react to?
That is the name of the game, is reacting to mistakes. It is the thing of NAU that they can be very volatile. This can go bad, to say the least, and it's going to be up to the controlled aggression of Asuko once he gets access to that level 6 of making the right engage and hopefully not turning this, a 2v1 into a 2v upsy daisy here early on, as it will be the side of NAU going down to the lane first. You can see they did get that level 1 ward from the side of CSU to check out, make sure there was no level 1 shenanigans. But is Asuko starting top side with Little Asia starting there on the bottom side of the map.
Man, you're really telling me that with the Amu, they didn't go for a level 1 evade? Come on, that just give me something to work with, please. That's like, surely that was the most prime time, the double bandage toss, but they opt to play it safe regardless. But like you mentioned, yeah, Little Asia pathing his way on top, and in comparison to Suko making his way on down bot. Kind of feels like it's the reverse this time around, that they're saying, listen, XM Blood Junior, we know that you can hold your own. Just gotta hold out this early game. Just stay alive, don't die.
Yeah, they definitely are just going to look to survive in this. They got the early level 2. They're just, gonna have to vibe this out. They don't want to take too hard of a trade, because as it gets extended, that's what Youngblood wants, is more opportunities to bandage toss and lock down, utilize that tantrum. Actually has a lot of pretty great base damage here. But again, 3 pushing lanes for the side of NAU. That gives all the help in the world for Asuko just to focus on farming. Little Asia wants to do the same. We're going to have to see if they're going to have to play any support here.
Luffy this time around really getting aggressive with it, wants to get as much damage in as possible. Don't want too many oranges to get ahead at all. Gotta say right there, I'm curious if we see the first level 6 here from Asuka, the first Paranoia, go into the mid lane as well, because we saw Irusen, right? He's been utilizing that range advantage as much as possible. Hopefully we don't see any psycho trades come out from that will lead into his death like in game number 2 though.
You can see though, it's a lot less damage. Odd Auto with that passive magic resist shield, able to do a lot of work to allow him to trade a little bit less health to get to the wave.
Yep, already a bit of damage coming through here though. Junior has to be careful. Youngblood getting as close as possible so he can confirm the bandage toss, but a flash. It's going to make sure that it misses. Not going to find anything, but already first time around that Asuko actually looking for the gank before being level 6.
Yeah, just walked down and said kind of what's up. They've got Youngblood to set up the lane very well, which does give that option open to him. But you can see just how calmly they kind of approach this. SRN Jr. now missing the flash. Very vital here. Keep up if they choose to come back down like Asuko's looking for.
He is indeed. He said, screw power farming, man. We're power killing today, but not going to be able to find anything. There was warded out, so they know he's there. So going to go ahead, hit the back. Little Asia's on his way down as well. Actually going to use the eye to deny the back. Feels bad. You got to go to a different bush to recall.
Yeah, and I was going to say that he actually has just that time. Both junglers did the full 6 camps into Scuttle Crab. As you can see, they were both even there for a second. And now on the reset, picks up that pickaxe and starts on the second rotation. Little Asia's going to have that 1 camp advantage over him now because of the offset recall. And that could change the difference of the first play at level 6.
So here, overall, like you mentioned, that pushing bot lane coming through here. So we're going to see the back from the Rogue Napkin as well as Youngblood. First drag is up and available, and Little Asia already pivoting on over, but Scuttle Crab is down, so they'll have vision in that area. So it's just going to opt to head back up top, do some more power farming. Like you mentioned, wants to hit that level 6 as quickly as possible. Wants to be able to generate that fury, go dragon mode, and take them out.
And that is the scariest part, is when Shyvana does get into dragon mode, has something like the Iceborne Gauntlet, as well as that Nashor's Tooth. This really, really weird mixed damage build that makes her feel unkillable and also unbeatable at points. So definitely want to watch out for that as we kind of progress through here. Auto has access to the Rogue entrance, 1 level off in top and jungle before the Wombo combo has been made.
You know, we saw how incredibly destructive that was in game number 2. Anytime the screen went dark, you knew someone was dying, someone's time was up. Question is it going to be the same this time around as well? Odd Auto has picked up that level 6, has that heroic entrance available. The range obviously going to be slightly smaller for now, but regardless, it is up, it is available, and Junior is here now, though. The roaming supports we got to see from game 2 are back. A nice flash to dodge away from the grab, and he is going to stay alive. What would have most likely spelled death for him.
Yeah, I almost wish he didn't burn the flash. Maybe a little bit of fancy footwork there in the process, but hey, you know, at the end of the day, he survived, and that's what's important. As D. Luffy now, making the roam on down.
Everyone's coming mid lane, man. Everyone wants a piece of the action. Everyone wants Odd Auto dead. Honestly, a little bit surprised that we didn't see just the instant startup of the drag here from Hasuko. They saw Little Asia recalling on that ward, but regardless, not opting to start it. Actually, no, they are on it now, but Little Asia is on its way down. Isn't level 6 just yet. Doesn't get it from that
TP
blue
from
buff.
Porky may have the package in tow. I'm not sure.
Wait and see his drag. I think they backed off from it. Bit of trading going on in the top lane once again. Yeah, they did opt to back off from that drag. No one gonna grab it just yet, but oh, not quite gonna find the bandage toss, but it doesn't matter. The taunt comes through. The second bandage toss doesn't find the mark. And Rusin is gonna stay alive.
It's unlucky when you miss the bandage toss on a CC target, but you know what? Happens to the best of us here. That was the Ignite invested in that from Youngblood. TP still available for Odd Orange. He's going to look to make a recall here soon.
Oh, a huge over the wall, though, with the hook shot. And Too Many Oranges will go. No, he will not. He still stays up. He's always getting these first bloods, and that was one hell of a way to pick it up.
Yeah, that was definitely trademark Too Many Oranges at this point, making that roam down to the mid lane. Has access to the TP, so we'll be able to come back up top. It may not even need to, as that wave's not pushing in. Important to note, first drag going over the side of CSU. More important than that is Shyvana scales directly off of Drakes. So this is the side that is incentivized to take these Drakes early and start stacking to give her more and more of those bonus stats.
It is. Kieran, and once again, just following the script of the last couple of games. Question is, are we going to follow the script of game 1 or 2? Game 2, we saw the dragon disparity was a lot larger, with NAU forcing their way into the river every single time after about that third dragon. In game 1, CSU picking up all 4 back-to-back. We'll have to wait and see. Have to wait another 4 minutes for this next dragon to be up. But for now, the roaming supports are on the loose once again.
And I would really like to see some moves here around the mid lane. Irushin still does not have access to the flash, just has the Valkyrie, and you've got CC built in. You can already see he's got the control ward down there on the bottom side, as well as one across there right outside the Raptor pit. So he's looking towards this bottom side.
He is Junior's got to be careful here. Gonna actually opt in a flash over the wall. I mean, I guess better safe than sorry. A little surprised he went for that, but regardless, that paranoia is available, so you do got to be careful. He's maybe making his way up top. Herald is up and available, and so far NAU, I believe, have probably an easily 100% track record when it comes to picking up these Heralds. So let's see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, absolutely want to see if they can keep it up. And right now, I was gonna say it is a fun game of chicken that's being played here. That bottom side was holding the bandage toss from Youngblood, forcing SRN Jr. to basically like opt out of the chicken game by saying, I just don't want to play to see if I can outhands you here. And that's great. That's a good tool to have in the pocket. As we're going to continue to trade around, it does look as though it is Hasuko on vision on the Herald.
They know indeed. They're not giving this Herald over without a fight. are going to cancel it from being taken, so it's going to go ahead and reset. Luffy's here as well. Bit of damage coming through onto too many oranges. Looking for those trades. There's that precision protocol that you talked about, though. It's just so painful to go up against. Junior just kind of stopping by, just saying, hey, what's up?
It's always wild to watch that in any sort of match where you're just like, oh my god, that feels like you just walked up and touched a shark in the middle of the ocean and nothing happened, huh? That's weird. Just a little auto attack for your time.
Yeah, getting lucky there, but he's actually staying. Maybe he's going to look for something here. Just make his way on up here. See the roam coming through from Little Asia as well, looking for something. It's going to run into Youngblood. Both of these supports do not want to go back down into bot lane. They want to make something happen. So far, this definitely feels like the most tame game of the three. And right as I say that, both ultis getting dropped. Whole lot of damage from D. Luffy, and he just demolishes too many oranges. Down he goes. Youngblood flash over the wall. He's going to stay alive.
The demonic extension was one there. It was a very interesting trade there. It was the Forge Gods that changed it out here in the end. Too many oranges, very close to the Divine Sunder.
Yep, but also D. Luffy very close to death here. Has to speed up, but flashes forward and is going to be able to stay alive. Nice wasted paranoia, he says, as he walks back to the turret.
And right now it's the side of NAU that's not really synced up with one another. You play Camille Galio for the ultimate over the ultimate, the Hextech ultimatum followed by the heroic entrance. And when one exists without the other, it's not nearly as effective. As you saw, D. Luffy is quite the target to try to chop down even here with just a Bramble Vest. And it's only going to get harder as the game goes along.
Yeah, just in general, it feels like, I mean, we talked about how CSU was kind of on this timer, right? As soon as these level 6s come around for NAU, you're going to have to be incredibly careful. But so far, it hasn't been feeling too menacing just yet. We haven't really seen any heroic entrances coming out from Odd Auto. We've seen one Paranoia from Hasuko, but it's kind of lacking the damage. And so far, it just feels like NAU hasn't found the sort of, I don't know how to call it. They haven't found the means to combo everything together just yet.
Right. And part of that's a little bit on Odd Auto and how they're playing the lane. Galio's not a champion that wants to win lane or really cares about it at all. He's a champion that wants to just shove and roam. You can see from just roughly the experience as well as the CS, Odd Auto's been locked kind of in the lane thus far. And that's not what you want. You want your Galio unlocked and able to kind of press forward. Hasn't been able to do that thus far. As D. Luffy's once again down in the mid lane. I love the roaming orange. He said we're going to fight 5-man strong for this Drake. Teleport not available on too many oranges, so we'll be late.
And this is already, I feel, such a great adjustment coming through from CSU. They realize their retech is never really the strongest, so what's the best remedy for that? Just be there the moment the dragon is up. Have all your members there and force NAU to come to you, something we haven't seen them do in Game 1 and Game 2, and so far, it's been working out for them.
And now that's 2 Drakes to their side. So that is an extra 10 bonus armor and magic resist for Little Asia here on the Shyvana. That's going to continue to stack as close to, looks like Divine Sunder is the route they want to go. Actually, they could still be Iceborne Gauntlet as well. Kendall Gem and Sheen are on everything nowadays.
Very versatile items coming through. Too many oranges. Looking for a little bit of a trade to come through once again, but D. Luffy's just proven a little too damn tanky for him. But God, those precision protocols. You were not lying when you said that they hurt.
Yeah, no, that's a big one when you're able to get it in. Funny story is precision protocol actually extends Camille's attack range just by a little bit. It's a different by maybe 25 units. It's super tiny. It's still melee range, but does extend it a little bit. So able to get some of those trades.
Suko look to pull up here with a little long Kong gang, but nothing quite gonna come out of it. Probably just gonna drop that Herald. No, he's really playing the long game here. TP coming out from D. Luffy. Are they gonna look for something? Is the question. And with D. Luffy being at full HP, it does come out. Hasuko still waiting, biding his time. They gotta hurry though because Little Asia on his way. Paranoia gets dropped. The heroic entrance is coming through as well. There's those combos we talked about. They will go 1-for-1. Hasuko is on the run. Little Asia catches up to him. And it is going to be yet another 1-for-1 to come through here. Youngblood was there to try and assist as well. But he will go down. And ultimately the play not quite going in NAU's favor.
No, Shyvana was there. Little Asia read the play, and they had the Dragon's Descent. That is when things start kind of getting very worrisome, because they want to control this one small area, and Little Asia loves that idea. Actually, is fine with the idea of them all being trapped around her, burnout. And gosh, that was a lot of damage, just to be frank here. And the burden continues to shift onto NAU to make things happen, and these plays just aren't working out the same way. Too many oranges, now 1 and 2, not in the same game state he was on the Jace, looking more akin to none of the games tonight, because he also had a lead on Jax. So actually behind in this matchup for the first time.
Yeah, overall, it just really feels like, because we mentioned how CSU, right, they got to be incredibly careful early on. NAU, it should fall to them this early game. They just said, screw it. We'll just all roam together, right? We'll, hold hands, be safe. Little Asia was there. Junior was there as well. They were all just waiting for the rest of NAU to just push into them as this Herald is going to get called. It's going to go ahead and crash in. No platings to be collected there, but it's just going to do a little bit of damage. Next drag is still 2 minutes away, but once again, we're seeing so much movement into this mid lane here as Junior does have to be careful.
It's going to continue to, we talked about shift towards this side as Auto is going to go in, but there's the Dragon's Descent.
Oh, indeed it is. Paranoia onto Isurin. It's not going to be enough. Down he goes. They find Little Asia as well, though, and NAU are able to recuperate some of the losses they took in that top lane.
Really great counterplay there. Got the Valkyrie out of Irushin, which is exactly what they needed for Asuka to be able to get the fear off on top of that Paranoia.
Done here. Gonna push this mid lane now as well. Not quite have the minion numbers to do it, but they're just going to be chilling. XM doing what XM does, right? He's always just kind of chilling on his own. He's getting that income up. Gonna go ahead and grab himself that turret in the bot lane. I believe first turret gold gonna go on over to him.
First turret gold is a bit of a great feeling. Kai'Sa, we didn't get to talk about it a lot. One of my favorite champions in the game. Really fun champion. And really excited to see what
we're still not gonna get that. I don't think we're still gonna get to talk. We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer because the 3-man setup here. They've got D Luffy boxed in. They're gonna look for something. Already calling in the Forge God to try and get rid of these minions. Is it gonna be enough? It's a question, and I hate to say that the answer is looking like no. Too many oranges taking those turret shots. That's just too many members for him to handle. Down D Luffy goes.
T. Luffy goes down, and the Rogue Napkin able to get away unabated in the mid lane, so they're not able to trade back any kills. They didn't get. Did they get the tower on the top side? Looks like no, according to the minimap, but that sometimes lies to you.
No, they didn't.
Okay. Well, Echo would never lie to me, so we must be good there. But this is the next Drake coming out onto the board. The Paranoia is almost back up for Asuko. You've got 2 ultimates available with the Hextech Ultimatum as well. You're going to see what they can do with it.
Drag is up, but they're only 3 members strong, and they're about to pay the price for it. Look at the CC. I mean, they cannot move, and they're going straight to the gray screen. It's CC after CC after CC after CC, and guess what was after that, Rector? More CC.
Youngblood with the Flash Curse of the Sad Mummy was disgusting. That is looking like a package on... oh my gosh, on the Corki. Gonna have to see how he's gonna utilize it here. Time's gotta be running out on it. Only a minute.
Dude, so is Herald. That HP bar is about to run out as well as NAU continue to keep their 100% track record of getting these Heralds. Even if they lose this game, Rector, at least they got every single Herald that there was to get in this series, and that's got to count for something. There's too many oranges. Got to be careful there. Passive shield's gonna come up, keep him alive. Youngblood gets lower and lower. Down he goes. That's a huge tank and CC member down. Isurin going in deep with the package. He's gonna find the Rogue Napkin, but he's gonna go down himself. They're going 1 for 1 for 1. But CSU able to clean house.
They ended up, I believe, standing just in the package area, which is exactly what Corki would love from you, and got so much burn damage down. I was gonna say that it's important to note that CSU is a tempo kind of based team. They're looking to play around Little Asia's Rage. They're looking to play around Isurin's package, things like that. And this goes to show why, because when they have access to a few of those pieces, they really control this AoE team fight lane. As we will see Probably a little bit of an accident. Yeah, okay, Luffy's back. I was worried for a second. The man's the MVP of the night. Regardless of win or loss, I'm proud of the man.
Absolutely. He's been holding his own, a stellar performance. He's probably not going to live to tell this tale. Flash comes forward, and he actually is going to stay alive. Not quite.
Yeah, don't talk about Luffy like that, Echo.
My bad, man. My
No,
bad.
you gotta believe.
He to go. I gotta believe, indeed. He died.
Yeah.
He died for our sins. Those 2 times he's died so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Has been a menace of a front line here as we're looking at some of the power spikes coming through. Got an Essence Reaver as well as the Man Immune complete there on Asuran. We'll have to see what mythic choice they go with. AP Corki kind of fell out of favor. Some people have gone back to Shield Bow. Some people have stayed the course. It's a lot. I don't know what the correct answer is off the top of my head because I haven't seen him enough lately. But it is important to see that we do have what looks to be a Bork second item coming out of XM Blood, which is most likely the correct play for Kaisa, is this on-hit variation. Already has her Q Evolve of the Gicathian Rain. Now looking to get the Supercharge is upgraded as well and could be a bit of a team fight menace. We haven't seen them really get involved as of yet.
Yeah, and speaking of team fights, I feel like this next one is really going to give us a bit more of an idea of which team has the better comp for it, right? Because first fight at that dragon, obviously they were outnumbered, but we saw it's just the CC chain. There was nothing that CSU can do. Second fight, a lot of those key cooldowns were still up, right? They didn't have the Chains of Corruption. They didn't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and they went down accordingly. This time around, though, all cooldowns are up. All abilities are up. Other than the Rogue Napkin's exhaust, pretty much everything that needs to be up is up. So we'll get to see how NAU will fare in a team fight.
Yeah, and this is such a close game, as we just saw from the gold differential there. Only, 500 or 600 maybe between each individual member, and as a composite as a whole, it's 1.4. So this is just a drop in the bucket. They're basically even at this point, and a minute 30 on the Drake. Really want to see some maneuvers towards the bottom side here with NAU to get set up. Is auto?
Looking for something. Paranoia. They're looking to take out Isuran immediately, and down he goes. Nowhere for him to be. No one there to help him out. They're gonna take him out.
That was a hard force from the side of NAU. No wave, no setup, just went all in on it.
Send it.
Yeah, I mean, respect. I guess is Asuka's gonna get the recall in, come back out onto the map, and that is the nice mismatch you want to see. 15 seconds on the mid laner for CSU. When he's up, he does have access
Harold.
to that unleashed teleport.
Rest in peace, Harold. Not gonna find that charge until the tier 2. Feels bad. They had to let him go. And with drag up in 34, they're not gonna be able to kind of shift attention. But they are already sitting up in this river. NAU has realized if they let CSU get into the river first, it's going to spell disaster for them. Like we mentioned, key abilities are up and ready to go. And from the looks of it, CSU is going to be the ones that have to walk into NAU, and that could spell disaster.
And they really need to focus on Little Asia in this team fight. Try to get them to use that Dragon's Descent as a defensive option to get away. Do not let this dragon dive into your team and burn you up with that burnout. We saw how detrimental that could be in that top lane 2v2.
Dragon to go over, and honestly, you know what? I respect it. CSU do not want to risk the inevitable CC chain that would come out if they move into the river there. So they're just going to say, you know what? Screw it. Irusen, just push top lane, get some more gold. We'll let them have this drag. Follow in the script of game number 2. Let those dragons be satiated a little bit, saturated. Just let them be kind of spread out a little bit more. Have some more time before we have to fight for the Elder.
Right, and at this time in the last game, NAU was beyond...
oh, yeah.
They were a 5-6K gold differential at this point. But CSU definitely putting some respect on the name of NAU and saying we're not going to try to force this fight. We'll take our time and get kind of maneuvering up, as D. Luffy's already handed out that Ornn upgrade, the Frost Rimmed Gauntlet, I think it's called, here on the Shyvana. And that's going to be another
I'm going to be real. I do not know the name for it, but
yeah,
it is upgraded, and that's all that matters. Those stats the stats have been increased. The Iceborne Gauntlet has been given the roids, and now Little Asia is even tankier than he was before, and he is such a menace. As too many oranges lies in wait. He gets on top of Irusen, and there's those all combos we talk about, and they just blow him up. The Dragon's Descent not quite gonna find anyone there, just gonna stop them from taking out this turret, but that's about all that they're gonna get.
Yeah, that's all they are going to get for right now.
They're just gonna do
that
Baron?
sets up for the Baron. I was going to say, it sets up for the Baron. Mid laner is gone. Has a hot second till they're back up, and Too Many Oranges gets to just play
Too Many Oranges
bodyguard.
diving, but hold up. He might have overestimated his abilities. Down he goes. Little Asia's there. He protects, he attacks, and he kills. Find the TP coming through as well. The Orange Horn does get dropped. Doesn't find Youngblood, but it doesn't matter because from the backline, Little Asia is here. They do get the pick onto XM. Rogue Napkin running for his life, but with the flash forward from D. Luffy, know where he can go. Tries to get the pick on his, oh my God, Junior with the flash to get away from the heroic entrance. Not going to escape at the end of the day, but buys enough time that they're able to take out the Rogue Napkin. And now, looks like Little Asia is actually starting that Baron up.
Yeah, TP is committed there from the Corki as they're going to try it. Little Asia, kind of low on health though, but is a pretty tanky dragon.
I don't know if he's got it. D. Luffy's going to be the one that holds the line, keeping Odd Auto out from the river, but he knows that he's getting lower and lower, and oh, just barely secured. Dragon hop over the wall. He's going to stay alive. D. Luffy might die for our sins. He will indeed. He is the Messiah.
Okay, I mean, let's maybe not go that far here. D. Luffy will do exactly what we talked about in the draft, and that is soak up damage, soak up these key abilities, and just be that stalwart defense. The last of the Mohicans here, as they do pick up the Baron. I believe they got it on 2 or 3 members. At the very least, on Shyvana, on the Corki, and maybe on the Kaisa as well. They've got some standing gold on the map. All tier 2s still available for the side of CSU to be taken down. And they've got about 2 minutes to work to set up for this Drake. It's going to end up being soul point for one team or another. And that's going to be dependent on these team fights.
Absolutely. These waves still pretty even. NAU's been doing a great job of making sure that none of these waves push in. They shouldn't have to worry about a siege just yet. Great job of vision as well, so they're able to track most of the members of CSU at the moment. But Irusen, man, every time he's on his own pushing a lane, it's just a huge collapse, and then kind of see it coming through once again. Too Many Oranges was on his way, but Irusen this time around, he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna get caught out. I'm gonna head on back.
Yeah, and that's the correct answer here. And that's where they get to punish. It has been the Corki. Only has access to that Valkyrie as well as the Flash to actually get away. And that's just not enough for the amount of mobility that the side of NAU has. So should have another package up here now, and that's going to be a big piece. We saw how much turn and burn that can do in these tight corridors. Really, both teams watching out here, as we do have top laners up there. Only one has access to teleport, and that is D. Luffy.
Indeed, and he is in a battle with Too Many Oranges here, making sure that Too Many Oranges has to stay with this drag. Paranoid does get dropped. Look how damn tanky he is. The blast cone is not going to keep him alive, though. Down he goes. He bought as much time as he could, but it's not enough. Drag still isn't up for another 15, and now CSU have to set up in this river. Only 4 members. They might just have to give this drag. Yeah, recall's coming through. Probably the smart move to make.
Probably make the recall to grab the package and come on back. Yep,
true.
You can see him scooting along the map here.
Oh, Lord, he coming. Oh, Lord, he coming, but the drag is getting lower and lower. They got to look for the steal right here, right now. They're not quite going to find it. Dodging it, and now the CC chain has begun. Junior does go gold. Too Many Oranges is on Irusen, and it's looking like CSU is about to be clean off the board. This is what you get for not stealing the drag. You lose your life, and D. Luffy die for our sins, but he can only do it so many times. The rest of his team will go down as well.
Yeah, it's not a die 5 times, get a free sin along the way here. It's going to stack up, and it's going to matter if you're not around for the team fight. And really amazing job from the side of Too Many Oranges and the Rogue Napkin there in that team fight of not getting stuck on the Shyvana. Going straight for the back line, diving in there and hopping onto the carries. that makes the difference here, and then you can turn around and take care of the tank later on.
Absolutely huge, but in D. Luffy we trust. He's doing his damnedest to hold this turret. The Rogue Napkin looking for it is going to go ahead and find it, takes out that turret. A lot of low HP bars, but D. Luffy knows he might not quite have the damage. He says, screw it, I'm getting everyone here. You killed my brothers, and I'll kill you in return. As he goes ahead, picks up one, looking for two. The eye gets dropped, and they are going to find Young Blood as well.
I love D. Luffy. This is phenomenal. The man laughs in the face of a 1v4 and takes 2 down in the process. He's looking for more. Give it to me. Oh my gosh, this is just so great. It is now to the point where we have about 3 minutes out from the Drake. The question is, for the side of NAU, I need them to make some movement forward. Looking at the lanes, only one lane's pushed out past the halfway mark, pushing lanes into them in the mid lane and the bottom lane. While they do have an exposed inhibitor, there's a lot of ground between here and there. They need to move the game state forward and not allow the pitfalls of game 1 to reappear in game 3, and that is giving CSU more and more time to scale.
I was going to say, despite the fact that CSU just got wiped in the river in that last drag fight, CSU still has the gold advantage. Sure, it's incredibly minuscule, but they're in no way super far behind. They're still looking good map-wise. Only really losing that tier 3 in that mid lane, but in return we're able to take out that tier 2, and they're slowly but surely still marching into the base of NAU. It's going to take a little more time now. Obviously they're going to need to find some more fights that go in their favor, but they're still holding on, and they are nowhere near out of this fight just yet.
No, nowhere near out of the fight, nowhere near out of the game, and a lot of this actually has been on D. Luffy, who's been making the split push, spending so much time soaking up resources from the side of NAU, as they will get spotted out here on a bit of vision. It's now going to be the dance around this Baron that's up in just 40 seconds, as D. Luffy's going to give out another ornament. Important to note, Asuran cannot receive an ornament right now, doesn't have a mythic item, just got access to that Noon Quiver.
He does not, and they're looking to make sure that NAU doesn't have an ADC as well. They force him to burn the chains of corruption, and they still get the pick. Hextech Ultimatum does get dropped down. Paranoia gets sent in, so they're going to say, you take out our ADC, we take out yours. A lot of damage comes through with the knockup. Junior goes gold and heals back all of his HP. They take out Hasuko. He's looking to say Jungle Diffie and the Miffy baby. They take him out. Too many oranges running for his life. Gets found with the grab. Down he goes as well, and CSU are going to wipe him off the map this time around.
And CSU is going to get access to the Baron as well. There is now, as you can see, all the lanes are pushing away from the side of CSU's base, but this is a great denial play and hopefully move this gold lead out. 2K right now, but now is the opportunity to bust the game open. 1 minute until the Drake, make NAU sweat and have to work for it.
Absolutely. XM Blood pulling a D. Luffy there, giving his life for his brothers. Grabs the Rogue Napkin, allows the rest of CSU to just clean house. They grab the Baron now as well. Need to manage those waves a little bit, and more importantly, drag is up in 1 minute. We see the resets coming through. It's already been soul point here for NAU. They just need one more drag to have that infernal soul. CSU still needs to grab 2 if they want to extend that elder time for another 5 minutes. They have to get this drag, and more importantly, they have to be in that river first, because we've seen what happens every single time that they have to walk into NAU. Disaster ensues.
Walking into a buzzsaw of AoE ultimates. If you get the steal, it feels great, but you're still going to die. We're going to have to wait and see, as it is going to be the control of the river over to the side of NAU. They are 3 items strong on almost every member of this team, minus the poor support. Going to have to see, with access to nearly all of their summoner spells, as well as ultimates, who is going to come out. This fight feels like the pivotal moment in the matchup.
Oh, yeah. Will it be the CC boys or the tanky boys? That is the question. What wins out? We're about to find out. Dragons up on the Rift. Soul point for NAU. If they can grab this, they have Infernal Soul. Let's see if you can steal it away and clean house. They could march into the base. Death timers are extremely long, so both sides know that they have to play this incredibly carefully. Paranoia gets dropped. Who's it going to be on? That's going to be the question. The Ornhorn doesn't find anyone. That's 2 big ultimates out.
Quirky has hit. Package on the edge.
He does indeed. He's looking, waiting for an opportunity to get in there. There's no chains of corruption available as well. Like you mentioned, that main sort of CC starter. And honestly, NAU realizes without that, They don't have the combo they need, and they're going to give the drag over, extend that soul timer another 5 minutes, and pick a fight another day because Corky is in your base and he's looking to finish. Too Many Oranges is going to be the one to respond with the flash forward, but the package is going to allow Irusen to just get out of there.
And almost gets the inhibitor, and now it sets up for the mid lane here, and this is fighting the enemy where they are not. Great snap decision from the side of CSU. We're going to start up the siege in the mid lane.
Indeed, they are here. Empowered minions are doing so much damage. Youngblood has to flash forward to not go down. This turret falls, and the invasion begins. The dragon's descent, and they're going to find Youngblood, first member off the board. They're going to find the first inhibitor. They're looking for the second one as well, and CSU is looking to defy all the odds. Paranoia gets dropped, but so does the first Nexus turret. Down it goes, sending it in deep into the backlines onto XM Blood. But he says, what are you gonna do? My brothers have my back. In D Luffy we trust. In CSU we trust. As they find yet another member. XM just barely standing. Too Many Oranges knows it, but he can't get on top of him because D Luffy protects. He is the God Emperor, and with that, CSU are gonna grab game number 2 and grab the series.
I cannot tell you how much of a up and down this was. This was its own anime, and it was like 3 different arcs set up here. My headphones died. I had to swap them out. This has been just a slobber knocker, and frankly, like, shout out D Luffy. Ornn 3 games in a row. The man was the rock up there on the top side and created just a stability in this game that cannot be understated. Pushing the tier 2s, soaking up so many key ultimates, and just being the bodyguard for the rest of this team that just set up for so many great CSU highlight moments that you can go back and watch.
Absolutely. Great performance from him, from all of CSU. Honestly, really, I feel like we got to see sort of that evolution coming through. Right, game 1, they clawed their way back from what was easily a 10 HP Nexus. Game number 2, they got put, I'm not gonna lie to you, Rector, they got put in the dirt. Like, it was tough to watch, but game number 3 comes around and they made all the adjustments that were needed to come back, and it was an amazing game to come through from them. Overall, they're picking up their first win in the NECC Spring Series, and what one hell of a series to get your first win on, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, it goes to show you solo queue rank does not matter when you're in a team game, because today we saw the gold man D Luffy take down the Grandmaster Orange, and that's just a feel-good story right in itself. Yeah,
the student is the master.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more from CSU as we move along. They do move up to 1-1 here in the Challengers division, but I got a long time, a lot of cooking left to be had here, as it is just the beginning of things here at NECC.
Absolutely. Speaking of a long time, it's been a long night, and that is the final series as well as the final game of tonight. We took it the whole 3 games, easily 40 minutes on each except the second game, but you know, it is what it is. Overall, it was a great series, and Regdar, thank you so much for casting it with me. Shout out to Prod, who were holding it down. Shout out to the players who gave us one hell of a match to cast over. And I think I speak for both of us when we're excited to see what CSU and NAU both bring to the table moving forward in the spring series. But that's going to be it from us here over at the NECC. Make sure to tune in next week when we'll have some more fire games for you. Thank you so much for sticking around. Thank you so much for watching all of these crazy games. We hope that you enjoyed yourself. Stay safe and have a good night.